Chapter 281, Assurance. Regina had previously had the thought that the gnomes seemed further advanced than the human kingdoms she'd gotten to know, like they were a civilization plucked out of a later epoch of history compared to them. As she learned more about the situation in the Gnomish Confederation of the East during this war, the impression kind of stuck with her. She wasn't a historian, of course, so she was probably just confusing things and missing cues for a deeper understanding. But some things she did see did remind her of later, more modern times than the medieval or Renaissance-like world of the other countries. The propaganda, the control the government exerted, the war effort and its logistics. Maybe she was just underestimating the past and misrepresenting earlier times, but it didn't really matter, since the inferences she drew were still useful. The ruling faction, the historicals, had consolidated their power starting before the beginning of the war. Opposition politicians had regularly found themselves tripping over scandals, booted out of office or even accused of treason and executed. And it wasn't confined to politicians, their crackdown had gradually broadened to the whole of their society, with people coming under suspicion for their political allegiances or because they belonged to a group the regime didn't like. The next major election was being delayed indefinitely because of the war. Regina had her suspicions of what that meant, although to be fair, going through with it under the conditions of the war wouldn't exactly be easy. It was a bit of a shame, an election like this could have provided a good lever for her. Maybe a chance to get some opposition candidates into power or at least get their voices heard. But that probably wasn't very realistic at the present moment, at least not if you played by the historicals' rules. Their propaganda was clearly effective. Just looking at the number of soldiers the gnomes fielded and the discipline with which they usually fought would tell her as much. But it wasn't completely accepted, either. The people knew what the war was costing them, not just in people being sent to the front and returning in body bags or not at all, but in quality of life, too. And they had little to show for it. Even if the truth about the start of the war was probably mostly unknown to the people and covered by the historicals' propaganda, they couldn't lie about all of the facts. Some of the interviews her people had conducted had revealed that rarest and most valuable of findings, hints that there was active resistance to the gnomes' regime in the Confederation. Maybe even unrest. Nerald had thrown himself into his self-appointed task, mostly, with enthusiasm and made good progress, according to the reports Regina had received. She'd also sent some keepers and a few other drones to further that effort and gather what useful intelligence they could. The first results had come in, and Regina appreciated what she learned. Even if she felt rather conflicted about the news, she would have liked to travel to the city herself and get a picture of the situation personally, but that just wasn't feasible right now. So instead, she left it to Janice and the others, as well as Nerald and the people he was recruiting for it. Not that she just let him do what he wanted in that regard, at least. I need more detailed reports about the people you are involving in this effort, including your reasoning for involving them, she said when they met one afternoon, after he'd come back to the capital for a visit. She'd allowed him the use of a winged drone mount for major trips, considering the importance of his work, and, frankly, she probably owed him some consideration after everything. He frowned slightly, but nodded. "Of course, Your Majesty. I understand." "Good," she said. "I hope you understand the need for caution as well. I don't think the gnomes have spies in Cernlia's court or nobility, but I can't rule it out, and I wouldn't put it past certain people to sell information. There are other parties we wouldn't want to know what we're doing or if we make any plans, either. Keeping this quiet is going to be important. I can't have any of them betraying us for other reasons, either. I'm sure there are some vested interests in drawing out this war." His frown deepened, but he nodded gravely again. "That's very wise, my Empress. Would it help if I offered any assurances? Is there anything I can do?" Regina tugged on her mandible. "I may want to check their intentions and honesty with my psychic abilities," she said slowly. "It would certainly offer an assurance of their trustworthiness. If you're ready to undergo this yourself, it could only help." Nerald smiled slightly, as if he was amused by some private thought. "Of course," he readily agreed. "I have no secrets from my Empress, after all. Do you wish to do this right now?" "If you're ready." Regina sat deeper in her chair, taking a deep breath and focusing her mind. "Please relax," she requested. Nerald's mind was hardly relaxed, but that was to be expected. He did grow a bit calmer, which would do. Regina concentrated on it once more, trying not to get drawn into the psychic link but wholly focused on what her psychic senses were telling her outside it, before she slowly got a bit deeper in. She'd been able to read his surface emotions before, although he had quite good control over them. Now, she took a deeper scan of them. She'd already checked if people were lying to her, even without their active cooperation, and this didn't really need much more than that, so it shouldn't be too hard. "Are you lying to or deceiving me in any way?" she asked softly. "No, my empress." That was mostly the truth. At hearing the question, his mind couldn't help but wonder and go to all the places where he might be deceiving her depending on how one interpreted the question. He was presenting his plans and results with a bit of a spin to get favorable results, not exactly dishonest, just the normal way of trying to put things into the best light. She could have figured that one out. He seemed mostly honest in his intentions and what he actually wanted to do. "Talk about the gnomes and your ideas," she ordered calmly. He did. She listened closely, following along with the associations his words called up as well as his meaning and the emotion coloring his speech. It almost gave her more information than if she'd just read the same words written somewhere, although her concentration also wasn't entirely on the content of his report. Still, it was easy to see he had considered what he was doing and knew what he was talking about. He also wasn't hiding anything she would have found objectionable. Anger at the Gnomish Confederation was to be expected and certainly justified, but he'd hardly lost himself in a blind rage. Well, he wouldn't have taken this on if he had, she supposed. Then, the contents of what he was saying distracted her a bit from trying to delve deeper into his state of mind. "You think there were, what, community leaders among those we have talked to?" she asked. Nerald shifted slightly. "Well, there are bound to be some figures of notable influence, or political leaders in a less well-known capacity, among those remaining in the city," he said carefully. "We have been trying to look for them, of course. It doesn't seem shocking that we would have succeeded in a few cases." Regina watched him quietly for a bit, then sat back in her chair. She withdrew her mind somewhat, still keeping enough focus on him to tell if he was lying, but easing off the pressure. "I assume you're familiar with the political factions of the gnomes. How are those represented?" "Indeed. The moderates were the most powerful faction against the historicals, but I am not so certain that is still true. There are a few others who might line up with them ideologically. I would assume more of those we have marked are members of political factions than have said so, as some wish to keep affiliations like that hidden." "And of those people you consider important, what are their affiliations?" "Well," he straightened up slightly, "the man I would find most promising actually seems to be a member of the moderate, unless I miss my guess. There is also a woman who might be in a leadership position of some kind among one of the other factions, although I am not certain of the name yet. She's been a bit cagey." Regina tapped her fingers on the armrest of her chair as she thought. "If you have interviewed them and questioned them in detail on the political landscape and their own views, they will know we are up to something, and at least have a rough idea of what we are doing," she noted. "We have been very careful to restrict communications going out of inns," he protested. Regina waved a hand irritably. "Yes, but I wouldn't bet that we managed to stop all communications. Anyway, we might want them to communicate something." He raised an eyebrow. "I see. I believe that can be arranged, Your Majesty." "Good. Don't be hasty, but you should prepare the groundwork. We'll need to cooperate with the gnomes we want to work with, not just toss them behind barricades and use them when we think it suits." She paused. "That said, make sure not to give up sensitive military intel." Not that Nerald should know a lot of critical military information, but it was the kind of thing one better made sure of. "Of course, Your Majesty," he murmured with a short bow. "Good. I've allocated additional funds for your efforts. Talk to Vaya about further support." "Is there something else?" There wasn't. Nerald took the hint and quickly took his leave, while Regina checked in on the other people associated with their efforts to understand and potentially manipulate the political situation among the gnomes. She would give the Baron a bit of time to get his head together and plan before getting back to him about the interviews with other people. Obviously, she didn't need to do that with the Hive kind, but it might be prudent to do it with everyone else, and maybe even make a point of how her psychic link let her ensure the drone's trustworthiness, too. And it wasn't limited to Neralt and his associates, was it? Regina could at least do spot checks of everyone in her court, or schedule meetings with her advisors and officials. Maybe I should be doing that, she thought, grimacing but trying to consider it dispassionately. At least the most important ones. Those whose loyalty I'm not sure of. Although it wouldn't do to single them out, I guess. She sighed, leaned back and rubbed her forehead. That would be a pain, and the ethical implications weren't exactly a field of roses, either. But maybe she really would have to do that. Could she afford giving up a tool like this? Well, knowing she could check them might provide people some incentive not to entertain betrayal or deception, but it might also discourage people from trying to work for her. No one liked having their minds read, after all. The obvious move would be to do it secretly, without letting on that she was. Regina refused to entertain that possibility, though. Not because she couldn't do it, she was fairly sure she could or at least would be able to check them unobtrusively. But she needed to build trust with those working with her, and trust needed to be a two-way street. Otherwise, if it came out she was peeking into their heads, her working relationships with all of her advisors and government officials would be destroyed. She also just really didn't want to. Maybe with the gnomes, it would be somewhat expected, but Regina still didn't really like the idea. Shaking her head to herself, she went and sought out Madras. The dark elf psychic had actually stuck around, despite Regina's suspicions that the arrival of others of her people might make her leave. She wasn't sure why, but to be fair, while Madras and their ambassador seemed to have a complicated relationship, it clearly wasn't entirely hostile, especially if they'd been family at one point, and she must have gone years without speaking to other dark elves. Still, Madras hadn't changed the rooms she occupied to be closer to them, even though it would have been trivial to get them reassigned, and didn't exactly spend all day hanging around them. Regina found her in a sitting room in the palace's western wing that had been turned into an unofficial common area for the Delvers, although it was pretty deserted right now. Madras was looking into what Regina immediately recognized as a magical device, and clearly a pretty complicated one too. She was frowning deeply, not looking up as Regina joined her. "Is that from one of your delves?" she finally asked, breaking the silence after Madras blinked. Her teacher looked up calmly. "No, but it has been recently found by some allies of mine." Regina glanced down at the device. It was a mess of copper and silver wires, at least as far as she could tell at a glance, with a few glass or crystal parts, a bit bigger than a baseball but with several wires winding around outside to break the outline. "Is there any point asking what it does?" "I might let you know once I've figured it out," Madras said drily. Regina leaned back into the chair she'd pulled up, wondering if Madras was just feeling nostalgic or if she had a deeper purpose. "Do you miss going out on adventures?" The other woman paused for a moment, then shrugged. "A little, I suppose. But this is certainly an exciting change." She laid a hand on the device and looked up at Regina. "So, what brings you here?" "I was considering interrogating the people at court, making sure of their loyalty and trustworthiness," Regina admitted. Madras stilled. "I hope you're not intending to violate their minds on the regular." "No," Regina waved a hand, "I would ask their permission if I did, of course." Madras examined her for a moment, then nodded. "And you wanted my opinion?" "You would know how best to go about it," Regina said lightly. She had also come to Madras for her opinion in a more philosophical sense, she supposed, but for some reason, she felt reluctant to admit that. "I suppose it's about time I teach you some practical skills for purposes like these," Madras mused. "Then again, it would be easier to learn in conjunction with counterbalancing methods. And I should tell you more about the theory and circles of practitioners." Regina nodded, feeling eager. "Gladly. Well, if you have time for it, I suppose there's no point doing it halfway. We will visit in Zonarak." Regina blinked. "Really? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not objecting, but you just expect me to drop everything and go with you?" Don't pretend you weren't considering a visit to the city yourself, Your Majesty. Besides, you may be an empress, my empress, yes, but in these matters, I am your teacher. Isn't that how you see it? Regina sighed lightly and rolled her shoulders. Yes. All right. I'll make arrangements. Good. In the meantime, get Galatea to give you some exercises on mana sensitivity and expand on the theory behind it. You should take advantage while she's still here. Regina nodded again, silently wondering if joint teaching sessions would be a great opportunity or an utter disaster. Chapter 282, Learning. They set out 2 days after Madras first suggested the trip. It probably wasn't a bad turnaround time, but Regina kind of missed the days when she could just up and leave whenever she had something to take care of. Still, she needed to make sure the burgeoning imperial government wouldn't collapse without her there to oversee them, and it felt polite to give Kiera and the others at least a little bit of warning. Not that she would be out of contact or anything. With some drones staying in Sarah, Regina was only physically absent. That made it a lot easier. They were taking winged drone mounts to travel, which made the trip go a lot faster than it otherwise would, too. Madras probably had her own means of traveling quickly, but she'd accepted the offer of a flying mount, anyway. And Regina wasn't sure if she wasn't taking along whatever member of her party had been responsible for the quick travel shown when they'd first met. She was accompanied by one of her party members, though, the same companion who Regina had seen with her during the war in Nerlia. His level was still too high for her to see. Armin Nizazulavan, a shadow of the blade, according to the system. Regina wondered if there was a reason Madras was taking him out of the city when the Dark Elf envoys had arrived. The last name the system gave him clearly indicated he was part of her house, and Regina could only assume it was fully valid. She knew the system didn't even show elves' last names, generally, although they signified very different things in their culture. Well, Armin was also clearly a rogue of some sort, and high level, so he could come in useful. They arrived in the city in the afternoon, and first had to make their way through swarms of winged drones lining their path. Regina could have moved them all out of the way, of course, but she decided to let the sapient drone commanders indulge their protective impulses. Max accompanied her as well, obviously, along with several other sapient drones, but he clearly wasn't the only one not exactly happy about her visiting a war zone. Well, sucks to be him, she decided. She wasn't going to squander an opportunity to learn and increase her power just out of paranoia. This city, especially the places where they would go, was swarming with her drones, and she had dedicated bodyguards, while the gnomes had decisively lost. Visiting the city was a good political move, anyway. They couldn't get right to whatever Madras had planned. Well, she supposed they could, but Regina wanted to at least talk to the commanders currently based here. She was also planning on showing herself to the gnomes. There was a lot of misinformation about her floating around out here, she was sure, and showing she wasn't some kind of uncivilized monster couldn't hurt. It was annoying, though. She took a tour around the central part of the city, making sure to surround herself with people of several races to make a point. Madras was at least useful as a new face in that regard. There was a bit of pomp and circumstance, but it was obviously constrained by the situation. That was probably just as well. Regina insisted on giving a short speech. She hadn't had much time to prepare, so she wasn't going to get overly elaborate with it, but she didn't want to pass up the chance. I am sure many of you didn't expect to see me here, or at all, she said, gazing out over the crowd filling the square in the city center. She didn't like how large a percentage of it was her soldiers, including drones. She could hardly bar them from coming here, but she wanted to address the gnomes. At least there were some of them present. The braver ones, probably. You have heard many lies about me. I do not expect you to simply take me at my word, but I hope you can see that I am not what I have been made out to be. The official account laid out by the Gnomish Confederation's current rulers leaves quite a few holes, don't you think? Why would we have attacked you, when we were so vastly outnumbered at the time? Why the gnomes, and not the humans or elves? We certainly had more reason to fear and dislike the Delvers, and yet, we have managed to forge a strong alliance despite it, she nodded at some Delvers in the front of the crowd. A fact I appreciate deeply. I am not just a Hive Queen, after all. I am also the only remaining soul of this world's time before it was plunged into the dark ages after the cataclysm. You must have heard many things about why I have set about forging an empire. I assure you, it is not greed or lust for conquest. If I wanted to, I could do much worse. Do you not think the knowledge of the ancients I possess could be turned to harm? We knew how to split particles far smaller than the eye could see and release power enough to incinerate entire cities. We reached space, built imaginary worlds to walk through, eradicated plagues, and more. Using magic, using the hive I control, I could replicate almost all these feats. And I intend to do so, not just by myself, but with you, the people of this age. I intend to spread knowledge, not terror. The Empire is not afraid of the Gnomish Confederation of the East, far from it. Your defeat is only a matter of time, but it is assured. If anything, I sympathize with you. Your lives have been disrupted and put in danger out of the blind greed, ambition, and hate of a few. The current historical regime that has seized control of your state does not have your best interests at heart, far from it. They do not even manage to benefit themselves. They are walking headlong into ruin and taking your people, the gnomes of this nation, with it. They spread lies and commit reprehensible crimes like murders barely veiled as just executions purely to cling to their shaky power, but their actions have already doomed them. She went on for a bit longer in that vein. It was a delicate balance. She couldn't exactly absolve the gnomes for the war and the death and destruction it had caused her people. On the other hand, she had to at least largely make it seem it was the fault of their current regime, which, after all, it was, if she wanted to accomplish her goals, and reduce any likelihood of revolts. She could only try to poke holes into the story the official propaganda had told them and try to tread on the resentment and desires the gnomes would have already. But Regina was painfully aware that one short speech wasn't much said against all the other information sources they had. That was one reason she tried to focus on what they could observe themselves. Finally, Regina stepped back from the makeshift podium. The drones and delvers present cheered the end of her speech. The gnomes largely stood silently. She had to hope that it was a contemplative silence. How did I do? She silently asked Madras as she stepped away. I've seen better, the dark elf replied, then paused a moment. For your level of experience and preparation, it was quite good, however. Ah, thanks. I don't suppose speechwriting and rhetoric is part of what you wanted to teach me here. I wouldn't even try. Being a critic is easy, but I never tried to master those skills myself. Oh, really? Regina affected a slight sarcastic drawl in her mental voice. I wouldn't have guessed, you're always the soul of diplomacy. There was that time we first met and almost started a fight. Enough, Madras interrupted, but she seemed amused. You'll find out what I was planning to teach you right away. After the speech, Regina had nothing else planned. She could take the time to spend talking or training with Madras. Unsurprisingly, considering her earlier comment, her psychic mentor took the chance while they walked through the city to talk about other psychics and what Regina could expect, and what she should be careful of. We've already alluded to differences in focus and talent, Madras told her. That's often important information to know, but some skills are nearly universal, and some everyone will have at least basic competence in. Such as shielding your mind. Mental attacks are a bit of a different beast, but we'll get to that later. The main specializations would be communication, enhancement, sensing, empathy, reading, illusions and subterfuge, and, of course, mind control, which I assume is a problem. Regina asked. Madras had placed a bit of emphasis on it. She could see why, of course. It's certainly something that would make everyone very cautious, and using mind control too indiscriminately might make them decide to neutralize someone. Madras paused and gave her a look. Your psychic link with your hive drones is already uncomfortably close. If it wasn't an innate feature of your species and they weren't effectively consenting from birth, Regina resisted the urge to wrap her arms more tightly around her, conscious of the eyes still on them. She did not like having that pointed out. But Madras had a point. Her Hive Queen abilities weren't exactly morally squeaky clean. She could literally take control of her drones, after all. She'd even done it before to sapient drones. Wait, she said, considering the way her teacher had worded that. You were talking about specializations that people can have. You don't think that's mine? I think there's a good chance it's one of your talents, Madras said calmly. Regina chewed on her lip. Despite the potential power, it wasn't exactly a prospect that filled her with joy. But she wouldn't gain anything from trying to deny the possibility, either. What about the other psychics you know? She asked, redirecting the conversation. Regina felt the equivalent of a knock on her mental walls and opened them a bit wider, before she sensed Madras pushing information at her. She stumbled a bit as she received and tried to digest it. This might not be the first time she'd done this, but it took some getting used to, and would be overwhelming if there was too much information. Luckily, Madras had restricted herself to basic information about each person. Besides giving her an idea of what they looked like, she'd also included a sense of their psychic signature, so Regina would recognize them if she encountered them. There were more than she'd expected, almost 24, but then she supposed Madras had been around long enough to meet a lot of people. They all seemed strong, but she would only have included those psychics, not any random hedge mage with a little bit of psychic talent. None of them had any focus on mind control, and only a few on reading minds or emotions. Surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, if she really thought about the implications, a lot of them seemed to be focused on communications and sensing minds, especially more wide-scale applications. That said, they would all have some basic skill and familiarity in the other areas of psychic ability, and sometimes quite a bit more than that. Not a single one of them focused entirely on one discipline. Thank you, Regina said. She tilted her head slightly. You want us to talk to the gnomes Neralt and his people have found? It was a good guess considering they were approaching a converted prison where some of the gnomish POWs were kept. She also wouldn't have been surprised that Madras was informed even if she hadn't told her about their plans herself. I think it's best if we see a variety of people today, Madras answered with a slight smile. Some eager to cooperate, some less so. Regina nodded seriously. She trusted Madras to be responsible about this. As they reached the building, Madras paused. Regina could tell she was using her psychic senses, maybe searching for something. She didn't give any indication of her goal, though, just leading Regina into the areas where prisoners were housed. A few guards jumped to attention as they passed, but none dared to stop them. Max peeled off to talk to one for a moment. I realize you have already looked at the emotional currents of larger groups of people, to get a feel of their general emotional state and readiness, Madras said as they came to a stop in the middle of the corridor, seemingly ignoring the cells lining it on either side. The bars were enchanted and the prisoners stripped of any weapons or potentially dangerous objects, but they were occupied. However, you mostly focus on reading individuals, is that right? It is, Regina confirmed. We will need to broaden your perspective. So far, you're flipping between a wide scale and a close and personal view, but you need to develop a good middle ground. It is entirely possible to get a decent read of several people at once, and still act with consideration and forethought. I can try, Regina said doubtfully. She started to focus on the gnomes around them, trying to get a read on their emotions and the surface of their minds while still paying attention to Madras. It wasn't easy. Good, but you need more than a try. Remember that people will often put up rudimentary mental defenses, of a sort, even without knowing you're a psychic. They'll exercise their self-control, try to control their emotional expression and focus their thoughts, as well as suppressing memories. Now, how many gnomes here are thinking about opportunities for escape? Madras paused for a while, then added, also, remember to control your own effect. Regina struggled. Being reminded of her own expression just made her focus slip off the people she'd been trying to concentrate on, attempting to not just go through them one after the other but look at them as a whole. As soon as her teacher interrupted her concentration, the grasp she was starting to have on it faltered and she instinctively drew back. She sighed and turned to look fully at Madras. This isn't very didactic. I don't remember telling you to stop trying. Are you going to give up that easily? Regina ignored the question for the moment. Also, why aren't we talking mentally? Why would I need to? Regina resisted the urge to facepalm and glanced at the gnomes around them again. Because everyone can hear us? I don't exactly want them all to learn what I'm doing. Madras looked at her and smiled. But do you think we're speaking global right now? Regina opened her mouth to respond and then stopped. This time, she did groan. What? How? Madras had been speaking another language for this entire conversation, the Dark Elf's ancestral tongue. How the hell had she not noticed? Now that she focused on it, she noticed where her teacher's mind was still closer to her than usual. She'd missed exactly what was happening, which was clearly part of Madras' lesson as well. I have been speaking in my native tongue, Madras said, and this time, Regina both recognized the language and how Madras was subtly feeding her input to buttress her understanding of the language. It was a very subtle, passive application. I know, at least I do now, Regina responded. It took an effort to answer in the same language, but she was pleased that she managed. Well, then get back to the lesson, won't you, my glorious empress? Regina closed her eyes for a moment as she turned back to look at the gnomes. This isn't the only test you're going to give me today, is it? Her mentor grinned. Oh, Regina, we've barely even started. Figures. But Regina marshaled her mind to stop complaining and start trying again. She was determined to at least make good progress. Chapter 283, Training. It took hours for Regina to feel like she had made any appreciable progress. Maybe she should be happy that she had made any progress at all. But with the pounding headache that focusing intently on using her psychic power for so long had given her, she only felt grumpy. I think you understand this aspect well enough now that you can work on it on your own, if you need to, Madras said. She was leaning against the hallway with crossed arms. Regina sighed and rolled her shoulders. All right. Finally. She was more familiar with the imprisoned gnomes' minds now than she cared to be, although they hadn't done anything really intrusive. It was mostly passive scans, reading their emotions and the surface state of their minds. That was probably ethically questionable, too, but it really wasn't all that different from reading someone's body language or microexpressions. Which a normal interrogation would try to do, anyway. That leads us to the next point, Madras said, ignoring Regina's suppressed groan except to flash her a quick smile. I have arranged for someone who agreed for you to intrude on their mind, looking for information. When did you do that? Regina wondered. Madras just raised an eyebrow meaningfully. Right, psychic power. Duh. Come on, my empress. They walked to a side room, where two hive kind were guarding a gnomish prisoner. Regina examined him, feeling a bit skeptical. A level 38 untarnished shield, probably a tank class. He didn't stick out particularly in appearance compared to the other gnomish soldiers. This guy agreed to let her force herself into his mind? He's been accused of a war crime but protests his innocence, Madras told her silently. Regina nodded in understanding. She was about to ask what war crime he might be accused of, but decided it was better not to ask. Instead, Regina took a step closer and focused on the guy. He didn't look shackled, but she could tell he had been bound with magic. The working of mana would probably dissipate soon, and it didn't restrict his movements completely or anything, but it should stop him from attacking if he was so inclined. She made herself keep her eyes open this time as she dove into her psychic senses and concentrated on his mind. The initial part, at least, was smoother. Maybe Madras' training had accomplished something. She could also tell why her teacher had chosen this guy. He had rudimentary shields. Not just a self-taught assemblage of self-control attempts, but real defenses, although to be fair, it wasn't much better. She knew she could break them, that wasn't in question. The issue now was how to approach this. Regina breathed out deeply and then slowly pressured his mind, looking for weak points and holes in his defenses. She stared into his eyes and hissed quietly. He started, and a part of his mental shields buckled inwards for a second. She took the opportunity, slipping in as deftly as she could manage. He tried to reform the shield behind her, but it was too late. She was in. Regina tried to be gentle as she tore through his mind, but with mixed success. Maybe that was one thing Madras was trying to teach her, too. She was sure he wouldn't sustain any permanent damage, but it probably wasn't very comfortable right now. Still, she focused on looking for what she came here for, although she also took note of his experiences and opinions where they seemed relevant. It was a very interesting chance to look into a member of the gnomish army and see the world through their eyes for a moment. He seemed to be fighting at least partly out of a sense of patriotic duty, something she hadn't really encountered much before. It might superficially seem similar but was still distinct from honor or loyalty to one's liege, like she'd expect to find in Cernlia or Nerlia. But at least as strong were more mundane motivations, like wanting to impress his girlfriend. The last part led her to more information on her supposed goal, surprisingly. Regina looked through it carefully to make sure she didn't miss anything. Then she withdrew from his mind. He's actually innocent of the crime he's been accused of, she told Madras. The dark elf raised an eyebrow and nodded. How did he come to be accused? It was only a war crime because it had happened during a war, and in connection with one, she supposed. He'd been accused of rape, specifically of a civilian from the city, when he was stationed there as part of the defensive force in the lead-up to the battle. It was a crime against his own side's civilians. Not that that was unheard of in war, of course. I think it's a simple case of mistaken identity, Regina answered. He doesn't seem to know, himself. She sighed. We'll have to make sure to track the actual perpetrator down. Now that she thought of it, Regina had the grim suspicion it wasn't the only time this might have happened. The situation had been rather hard-pressed and desperate. Soldiers had probably taken advantage by looting and hurting civilians. She really didn't like to think about that or the implications of it. Well, that sounds like a good teaching opportunity, Madras said, nodding. Perhaps something for later. Regina frowned at her for a moment, but she didn't think she'd known about this. Procuring a rapist as a lab rat for her to learn on did sound like something Madras would do, though. Are we finished here for now, then? Madras agreed, so Regina released the gnome from his temporary bindings, then told him he would be cleared. As they stepped out, she talked with one of the guards for a minute to sort out the situation. She also told them to monitor his health and alert her if there was any cause for alarm, or a sudden change in his behavior. Then, they finally stepped out of the building. Regina sighed and closed her eyes for a minute, welcoming the cool early evening breeze and hoping it would help with her headache. Now on to larger-scale abilities, I suppose, she asked. Madras nodded. Walk with me. Your Majesty. They walked in silence for a few minutes, and Regina took the opportunity to center herself. She'd known this day would be mentally taxing, but that didn't stop it from being true. What did you find in his mind? Madras asked after a bit. Show me. Regina nodded hesitantly. Carefully, she reached out to the dark elf's mind, then took advantage of the opening Madras provided her to form a deeper link. Focusing on her experiences when she dove into the gnome's mind, she tried to bring it all to the surface and pass it on to Madras. Passing memories like this was not something she had much experience with, and it seemed like it would be even more distorted, a mind's image of what it found in another mind. But Madras helped her with gentle, guiding touches, to structure the information and abstract the feelings and impressions from the more factual data, if there could be such a thing considering what they were doing, that she communicated. It was a very interesting experience and Regina felt like she learned something. Finally, Madras gently pushed Regina away, returning to their normal state of being linked when they wanted to talk privately. Well done, she praised her with a slight smile. Thanks. How powerful am I? Regina asked curiously. You know, compared with other psychics? Madras tapped a finger to her lips. Well, you are certainly not a beginner anymore. As for the rest, it depends on which skill we are talking about. Your communication ability with anyone beyond your hive is still not as good as it could be. You've made progress with illusions but barely scratched the surface, and the rest is a somewhat eclectic mix. You have not even started trying to enhance your mental capabilities. Which I would also not recommend, especially at this stage. Regina frowned. Do you think there might be issues because of my psychic link? Almost certainly. Your mind is set up differently than a normal human's or elf's, especially considering your connection to your drones. The entire psychic link is in some sense part of you. From what I can tell, your people are like a subtle, lesser form of hive mind. Therefore, caution would be advised. Madras fell silent for a moment, before she continued. Enough of that for now, though. Let's continue. I want you to stretch out your senses. Scan and analyze your surroundings and the minds in its vicinity. Breathing deeply, Regina tried to do as she was told. Madras kept walking, not especially quickly but at a decent pace, so she had to keep her eyes open and keep up with her. It made the task a bit harder for Regina, since she was used to only doing things like this if she was sitting in a quiet space with her eyes closed, or at least not multitasking. She still felt like she did pretty well, though. She'd done this before. Of course, there were differences. This city was tense, its inhabitants felt many tumultuous emotions. And this time, she tried not just to focus on those emotional currents but also the shapes of their minds in greater depths, their surface thoughts and concerns. Spread out like this, Regina wasn't really able to read anyone's thoughts in detail, but she still tried to get a deeper understanding of what went on in their internal worlds. It was chaotic and overwhelming. Everyone was different, of course, but it was only by looking at their minds that one could properly comprehend that truth. Try anchoring yourself with points of familiarity, Madras commented quietly. Categorize them but don't get too hung up on specifics. If something is getting too much, withdraw a bit and keep focused on the big picture. Regina breathed out and followed her instructions. For the next interminable while, she kept up the exercise, listening to comments and advice from Madras and trying to improve. It was different seeing the reactions to her own presence, not just in the people they met, but to sense them ripple outwards. The gnomes were obviously paying attention to her walking down the streets. In a sense, it actually made it easier for her, giving a concrete stimulus whose reactions she could track. There was something different about actually walking through a city and tasting its emotions and mental landscape, compared to just looking in from a distance. It made Regina feel lighter, somehow. It also made her feel like she understood the gnomes better. You're getting the hang of it, Madras finally commented. Now, there is only one more thing we should try. But first, apparently, they tracked down some people. Regina was happy enough about the chance to hunt down the perpetrator she'd noted earlier, and they found a few others who had done similar horrible things as well. The soldier had already been captured, one of their prisoners, and he did bear a striking resemblance to her former test subject. They weren't related, as far as he knew, although she supposed it was possible one of their parents had an affair or something, but she didn't really care about the details. Unsurprisingly, he was who Madras had chosen for her next victim. And that term is strikingly accurate this time. You don't want me to get informed consent, Regina said flatly. If you want to try to learn or even just test out any affinity with mind control, you can't do it with someone who agrees to it, Madras said. I'm sure I could still learn things from that, actually. Certainly, and we will be trying that as well. But there's something different with an unwilling mind. Madras sighed. If it helps, I can get him to agree and then wipe the memory of that agreement from his mind, so he will have given consent even if he doesn't remember it. Regina chewed on her lip and nodded. You should get him to agree to that as well, and agree freely. Madras shrugged. In exchange, I'll promise I'll persuade you to leniency in your judgment. Shouldn't be too hard, after you use him like that. Regina made a face, but didn't object. Madras went into another interrogation room like the one they'd used earlier to talk to her test subject, and Regina leaned against the wall, trying to clear her head and collect her thoughts. The headache had finally subsided, mostly, at least. 10 minutes later, Madras called her in and Regina met her victim-to-be. He looked unremarkable, just another gnomish soldier, and disgruntled. She didn't look at his information, not sure she wanted to know his name. Though she'd find it out soon in all likelihood, Regina didn't bother with niceties or waste any time. She just stared at the guy and then made her way into his mind. He had rudimentary mental defenses, the kind some people developed naturally, but compared to even a partly trained person they were shoddy and easy to crush or bypass. She settled in easily. Then she tried to bend him to her will. A distant part of her mind noted that it was unsurprising it did seem to come easily to her. She was focused on his mind, on what made him into who he was, but even more so the mechanics of it, how he functioned. It wasn't the same as communing with her drones, but some aspects were similar to when she took control of one of them. First, she focused on the part of his mind responsible for his senses. She slid into place, delving deeper to assimilate the information. She got to look through his eyes, listen through his ears. It would have been disorienting, but she had enough experience to manage easily. With a part of her mind, she catalogued that gnomes seemed to see color slightly differently, and had keen enough hearing. Then, she increased the pressure and bore down on him, grasping his mind in her metaphorical palm and twisting just a bit in just the right way. She focused on his sense of his body and actions, and then forced it to bend to her will. His left hand rose, and she saw it through his eyes. He stood up, not of his own volition. She turned his head and sat him back down. Then she started writing on the table with his fingers. She didn't have to control every movement, he could form the letters and words on his own. "You weren't wrong," Regina finally said, keeping her tone even. She withdrew enough to keep him sitting there but turned away to face Madras. Her teacher's expression didn't change as she replied. "I see." Regina glanced at the gnome, then stood and walked out the door, not looking back at him, centering her mind again. She reached out to the psychic link, letting the connection flow through her and also noting the differences. "We'll take a break here for now," Madras said, calmly following her down the corridor. Regina nodded, her thoughts already churning on to other topics. "I'll go talk to a few gnomes, I think. Nerold already noted a few, and I might have found one or two more. It would be good to at least tentatively start discussions." "Good luck with the politics, then." "I'll pass on participating, thank you." Regina smiled slightly and turned to say a temporary goodbye to her teacher before they went their separate ways. Her thoughts weren't really on it. She did have a lot to consider. Chapter 284, Construction. The gnome in front of her looked like she still couldn't quite believe this was happening as she stood and held out a hand for her to take. "Then I believe we have come to an agreement, Hive Queen." Regina smiled and bit down on the sarcastic response of "Please, call me Empress Regina." There was really no reason to get hung up on trivialities. Especially when she had just got what she wanted. "Good, I'm confident you'll find it a wise decision, as will I," she responded as she gave a short handshake. Under the circumstances, she really didn't blame the woman for pulling away quickly. Regina wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but she fancied that the other person's emotions and state of mind were more open to her, as if her recent practice had improved her skills. Maybe she was just still more focused on it. Or maybe the shock of unexpectedly meeting the Hive Queen/Empress had discombobulated the gnomish woman and that was all it took. Akilikil looked to be middle-aged and had rather striking, for a gnome, red hair she wore in a loose bun. She wore what Regina had come to recognize as business casual, including a dark vest and tasteful jewelry. For a city recently under siege and currently occupied, it was unusually put together. Then again, Regina had her suspicions of where Akilikil actually came from. The gnome looked like she was in control of herself and ready to exert that control on her environment, too. She appeared to be decently high up in the moderate faction and also a leader of sorts of another, smaller faction, the Radicals, a name that would usually cause some concern, but the gnomes didn't seem to use it like that. How that membership worked, Regina didn't know, but it was fine if it did. "Let me call a soldier to escort you," Regina offered. "At least part of the way," she added when she saw the gnome hesitating. She finally nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She paused for a moment, and said a bit stiffly, "It was a pleasure to meet you." "Goodbye." "You as well." Regina watched her leave for a moment, then turned. To keep this meeting more discreet, they weren't in the main governing center of the city, but also weren't too far from it. Regina made sure the escort was arranged properly, and also as discreet as was feasible right now, then made her own way back. She'd barely managed to get Max and the others to back off while she talked to the gnome, and now they were back in force, accompanying her and keeping close. It was annoying, even if Regina understood where they were coming from, of course. Killing her might be one of the highest objectives of the Gnomish Confederation, and possibly one of the only ways they could hope to win the war. With her death, they would probably assume that the Empire would disintegrate, and for now, it probably would. Maybe in a few years, they would rally behind Janice, but as it stood, Nerlia was likely to go their own way. Kiera was hopefully invested enough that she'd at least want revenge and decide to keep aiding the Hive if they continued the war, but she'd have her own issues to deal with, too. And no one really knew what would happen to the Hive if she died for certain. No, it's kind of hard to see a more realistic path for the gnomes to win, Regina conceded to herself. The numbers weren't in their favor, at least considering the long-term trend. And they were on the defensive, currently. They had no real path to attacking the Hive's core bases, and they would have to do at least that to strike a serious blow to their war effort. Do you really think this will give you the results you want? Max asked her, interrupting her thoughts. Obviously, or I wouldn't have done it, Regina said drily. She flapped her hand dismissively. I can't know what's going to happen, of course, but I think it's a reasonable chance. Max grunted, not looking very pleased. Regina didn't mind. She supposed it was his job to be paranoid, professionally speaking. And it wasn't like she was planning on just trusting any gnome without a good reason. What are we doing now? Max asked. Well, I think Madras has mostly finished what she wanted to show me. Maybe one more session. Then we can head back, although I might have a detour in mind. Regina covered a yawn with her hand. First, I'm going to sleep, though. Being psychic is exhausting. They didn't speak much as they returned to the center of the city, and luckily got to their assigned quarters without any further incidents. Regina had been given some rooms in the city hall, which she pretended not to know were hastily converted. Max and most of the others slept curled up in a cuddle pile on a stack of mattresses in an adjacent room, except for a watch rotation. Regina found it amusing to note that the human fighters present had clearly already grown used to the drone's sleeping habits and didn't bat an eye. Regina took quite a while to fall asleep, but at least she got an uninterrupted night's sleep after that. She felt more refreshed the next morning. Unsurprisingly, one of the first people she saw was Madras, who seemed as fresh as if she didn't need sleep. She did, or hadn't only come back after Regina fell asleep. Good morning, Your Majesty, she said with a cheerfulness that Regina was pretty sure was intentionally obnoxious. I hope you're ready for more training, with a bit more effort this time. How wonderful, Regina muttered sourly. She didn't complain, though, and instead followed Madras back into the city. There, they did much the same as the previous day. But Madras mixed it up a bit, combining several aspects and factors. She seemed to take delight in pushing Regina, and always had some twist or additional difficulty ready to increase the challenge. Regina was almost starting to suspect she just enjoyed the chance to mess with her sovereign without consequences. Finally, after going on another search through the city looking for a specific mind while also keeping up a mental conversation with Madras and a rotating cast of people she linked in, their training was drawing to a close. Regina managed to find a woman with antisocial personality disorder who was currently pregnant. She was not going to ask how or if Madras knew there was exactly one of those in the city. She was going to keep her illusions, thank you, before she had rotated through all the Delver officers, and her teacher brought her back to the center of the city. I expect you to keep practicing in your spare time. You have gained some skills, but you might lose progress if you fail to keep them sharp and integrate them properly. Then Madras smiled. But you made good progress, Regina. Regina smiled back. It was actually quite satisfying to hear that. I'll certainly keep it up, as my responsibilities allow. Although part of discharging her responsibilities might include using these psychic abilities. She wasn't going to let the prospect distract her right now, though. Regina shook her head lightly. I intend to head to where they're building the new capital. Do you want to come? You could have told me that earlier, Max grumbled. I'm pretty sure you were already aware, Regina replied, amused. She hadn't exactly hidden the information, and Max was good at picking up on her intentions. I believe my schedule is open, Madras said. Why not? Let's see what you're building there. They'd barely started building, Regina warned her. Still, she was curious to see it for herself. Fortunately, it didn't take long for arrangements to be made so they could leave. Regina met with a few of the officers in charge again, and made sure she was fully informed of the situation at the front while she was there. before her entourage took off. Max had actually lost a few of his tag-alongs to the war, she noted, but with Madras accompanying them, not to mention the flying drones, they were as safe as could be. Regina again took the opportunity to fly under her own power for a bit. She would have preferred to fly alone to clear her head, but getting to stretch her wings, even constrained by having so many others with her, was nice. She was afraid she was starting to get out of shape. She would definitely have to increase her training once they got back. At least the Empire was largely established as a thing now, so hopefully things would calm down. The trip was actually a little bit longer on the way back, but Regina took the chance to observe the countryside below her. The construction of the new capital city had started, but at first, they'd actually focused on building up an outpost to facilitate the movement of building materials and the like. It was located beside a river, a relatively small one that would later wind its way to flow into the Danube, or Danube as it was called nowadays. Regina was thinking about broadening it to make it better for riverborne trade and shipments. Maybe they could even dig a canal, too. For now, it might be better to focus on train tracks, too, which weren't constrained by existing bodies of water. For now, the big construction site was largely supplied by the surrounding towns in the vicinity. This area was the border of Cernlia and Nerlia, so it wasn't too populated, but trade had been moving through here for a long time. They had gathered a large workforce, including both sapient and swarm drones, war drones for the labor and production drones to get custom materials, as well as human workers. A lot of stonemasons, carpenters, builders, and the like had been recruited along with unskilled laborers. Paying them all and organizing the construction might be the single largest expense the Empire currently fielded, apart from the war. But it was manageable. They've made some good progress for the time invested, Madras commented. However, I admit I almost expected something more exceptional. Regina glanced over at the dark elf, who showed no reaction to a winged drone mount as if she rode flying hive drones every day, and shrugged. There's really not much to be done differently, she said. I mean, they're setting up foundations and refining plans, still. Once the real building starts on a larger scale, the drone's techniques will probably show more. Also, I'm not exactly an urban planner, so I'm not really involved in this. The flying drones lowered and they circled above the site before slowly setting down in front of the outpost. A group of people had formed lines to greet them. Regina jumped down from her mount and walked up to them, noting who was here. Nerald wasn't, at the moment, although she still intended on giving him some responsibility for the city's construction. His abilities made him too valuable in that regard. There were a few sapient drones, notably Ina and Ash, as well as some Cernlians and a few Nerlians. Mostly engineers, architects, and those hired as city planners, though they rarely actually had experience with that. "Welcome to the city, Your Majesty," several of them welcomed her. Regina put on a smile, introduced her companions and didn't mention that she thought calling it a city was a bit arrogant, or at least early. "Let me show you around, if you like," Ash offered. Regina gave him a smile and nodded. It was nice to see him again, and at least she could sense he showed no dissatisfaction with being assigned here instead of the war front. Regina supposed she might have been a bit biased in assigning him here, but she might feel just a little protective of him after he almost died previously. She tried not to let on that she remembered him lying in a coma when she saw him, but that kind of thing tended to stick in one's memory. Perhaps more importantly, though, he was doing good work here. Like Ina. The two of them might be slightly unconventional choices, but she believed they both brought valuable skills to this project. Perhaps still influenced by her earlier training with Madras, Regina kept a metaphorical eye on her psychic senses reads on everyone, as she followed Ash and the others through the construction site. It was coming along nicely, she supposed, even though there was still a lot to do. She had put her foot down and refused to have a large palace planned as her residence in the city. Instead, there would be something like a government center as the heart of the Empire's operations. They were also going to build a residence for her, where most of the sapient drones currently in the city would probably end up living as well, and she planned to make it a bit of a safe space for them. And for herself as well. She would probably spend some nights in the government center and would have a bedroom there, but it was the principle of the thing. And hopefully, they would advance to more modern times quickly so there would be fancy hotels she could put foreign envoys and important guests into. For rather obvious reasons, the government center was one of the first buildings they had started on, placed straight in the middle of the new city. The foundations had been dug, with the help of drone workers and war drones, and walls were being put up. "We've included most of the planned defenses already," Ash explained, gesturing at a still open hole that showed the tunnels forking underneath. "At least regarding the outer skeleton of the building." Regina nodded. She was sure they were doing good work. After building the defenses of 2 main Hive bases, they'd learned something. She was also impressed that they had managed to get this far despite the season. It was still winter, with the ground partly frozen. She expected the real building to start once spring came. "And the connections for amenities in the interior?" she asked. "Have you prepared?" Regina paused. For a moment, she just froze and stared into nothingness, barely registering the low spikes of concern from the drones and confusion from the others. Then she wheeled around. Regina ducked, then alerted Max at the same time as she slipped into Ash's mind and into control of his body. Her younger drone let her willingly, quieting himself to observe and watching carefully. It happened very quickly. An arrow shot through the air at where Max had just stood, glancing off his blade, and then a second sailed over their heads. At the same time, Ash jumped towards one of the engineers close to them, tripping him just as the guy was about to jump forward, and put himself into position to block the arrow. "Everyone calm down," Regina ordered loudly, keeping her voice even. At the same time, she released Ash's body, but he continued to hold the man down. The other warriors present quickly joined them while several magical shields layered over Regina. "Another assassination attempt?" Max asked, voice tight. Regina tilted her head and watched them. The one who shot the arrows had already been found by the flock of flying drones, who were currently bearing down on him. He might have used an illusion to hide his weapons, but that didn't work against her psychic abilities. She was just glad she'd kept up her practice. "No, I don't think so, actually," she said slowly. "It feels more like someone arranged this, staged to stop it and rescue me, perhaps?" She took a step forward, looking down on the engineer. "Tell me, who schemed this?" "One of the nobles of my court trying to create the impression of a debt. It wouldn't have killed her anyway, of course. She still had defenses like Max's shield that was still on her. But it was rather annoying." The man looked into her cold stare and gulped. She took some satisfaction from the fear and panic he felt. Chapter 285, Discretion. The man who had tried to shoot at Regina, or at least near her, was a former soldier who'd been dismissed after the end of the Civil War. A Cernlian born in Nerlia, he presumably had a chip on his shoulder. The man who had tried to save her was a middle-aged engineer who was generally well respected by his peers. He was known to gamble occasionally but didn't seem to have significant debts, and had largely kept quiet about politics, although he seemed to be vaguely in favor of the empire. That was quite common among the builders, who did get a well-paying job out of it. Neither of their backgrounds offered any real hints as to who put them up to it, if anyone. That was probably on purpose. For her part, Regina was more annoyed than worried. This had shook up and scared the workers, and it wasn't exactly fun for her either, and disrupted the operations at the new city. She didn't think she had been in real danger, although this also pointed at a few issues, or maybe even vulnerabilities. She hadn't felt any real hostile intent from them, or the mix of emotions she'd come to associate with incipient violence through watching battlefields. Just nerves and anxiety, which were reasonable under the circumstances. But she couldn't rely on that. Not everyone who might want to harm her was going to be a roar of bloodlust. At least Madras hadn't felt anything either, which probably shouldn't be reassuring, though. "Unless she did and just let me handle it myself," Regina considered before shaking off the thought. It didn't matter now. "I suppose we just got some more volunteers for teaching you interrogation tactics, didn't we?" Max mused as they watched the prisoners who'd been bound in one of the quickly erected huts near the construction sites. They were standing outside. Regina glanced at Madras, who didn't respond but seemed to be in agreement. "Maybe," she said a bit dubiously. "Was it really all right to use this as a training exercise?" It didn't seem to be that big of a deal, comparatively, but it might be important. Maybe she should just let Madras interrogate them? Don't look at me like that, Madras said. I know what you're thinking, my empress. Max is right, this is a good opportunity to hone your skills. You don't even have to be forceful about it if you don't want to. Fine, Regina sighed. It didn't take long to set up, but Regina was distracted since she mostly paid attention to the rest of the people present. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that the two idiots still had confederates in the group. Besides, watching their reaction gave her a bit more insight into the local dynamics and how these people fought. It was ultimately fruitless, though. She didn't sense anything that would qualify as suspicious, and if there was someone else in on this plot, they'd either forgotten about that or were very good actors with fantastic self-control. The interrogation turned out to be a lot easier than she thought, at least in one regard. Regina had barely sat down opposite the accused before one of them started talking. Mark was hired to gain your trust, the shooter said. It was all a plot. Milady Empress. Regina raised an eyebrow. She could tell he was being honest, of course, but she didn't have to fake the surprise. Is that so? This is ridiculous, the other guy chimed in. He's just trying to sow doubt and get out of this. I was trying to help, Your Majesty. I saw the arrow and wanted to stop it, that's all. He, on the other hand, was obviously lying. He was a good liar, she supposed. He held eye contact, but not excessively, didn't fidget or look to the side, and looked earnest. But even Max could tell something was off, and his emotions told a clear story. We never intended on killing you, I swear, the first guy, William, said, ignoring him. I never would have even done this if I didn't need the money badly. You seem remarkably quick to confess and rat out your accomplices, Regina noted. More like bosses, and not nice ones, he retorted. I'm just a pawn, I know it. I was going to take the fall for this stunt if I didn't manage to get out really quick. Don't get me wrong, I kept my head down and didn't call them out on it, but a fact's a fact. Piss on this, I'm not getting tortured for this shit. The other guy had enough self-control not to start ranting at his partner and give himself away, but Regina could almost hear him thinking it. You were supposed to be reliable. Bastard. That was a rather strong thought. Anything beyond it, though, was elusive even if she focused her full attention on it. The man's shields were better than she first thought. Supple, but anything deeper than surface emotions and stray thoughts were locked away. It would take time to break him if she tried. What exactly was the plan? Essentially just an infiltration mission, I think, the talkative one answered. Get Mark over there close to you, have him gain some trust for saving you. Maybe they had plans for him later. Maybe they just thought it was worth testing your defenses, who knows? Regina leaned back in her chair, carefully probing their minds. And who's they? No one did, I acted on my own, the engineer cut in, before Madras did something to the air around him that made him shut up. It looked like she cut off his air supply briefly. A noble, I think. I didn't catch his name, but I did see his face. I can give you a description, or, the man trailed off, eyeing her cautiously. Regina glanced at Madras, who gave a slight nod. Think back to the occasion and focus on what he looks like, she instructed him. Hold it in the forefront of your mind. Yes, Your Majesty, the archer muttered and did as ordered. Regina got him pretty easily, although he clearly had little training in that sort of thing. But good visualization ability was probably important for his work. Either way, she dove a bit deeper into his mind and it didn't take her long to recognize the mental image he was focusing hard on. She withdrew quickly, shaking her head. She'd almost hoped it wouldn't be someone she recognized. That she did was probably both good and bad. The person was still a surprise. Tell me everything else you know, she ordered the prisoner. He did, although it wasn't much, mostly irrelevant details. Maybe some of them would turn out to be important later on, but she wasn't holding her breath. Regina's attention was also only mostly on the conversation, too busy thinking about other things. Once the interrogation was done, which didn't take long, she stepped back out, sighed and cracked her neck. What now? Max asked. Regina glanced around. I'm not letting this mess up my visit, she declared. We're going to stay here for a while longer. I want to see more of the city we're building. We also still need to sit down and talk to the architects about it. Are you satisfied with their progress? Madras asked, seeming idly curious. She spoke in her native language, which Regina caught this time. I don't know, should I be? It's only just getting started. Come on, let's talk to some people. And so they did. Regina walked around a bit more, looking at the construction site, but there really wasn't much more to see past the initial impressions. They'd started in the center of the proposed city and were working on some important buildings first, but not crucial ones that had to be built perfectly, like defensive installations, to make sure their mixture of styles and techniques they were using wasn't screwing anything up. Combining Hive drone's abilities and class skills, like ground evacuation, with more traditional skills from human masons and the like could be a headache. Regina believed in its potential, of course, but it was probably best not to try and build something to look impressive first. For more pragmatic reasons, too, they were starting with some housing for the workers who were laboring on the city, which were good test beds for the integration of pipes and cables and the like anyway. That was the consensus opinion among the architects and senior engineers, anyway. They seemed quite spirited about designing the city. Most of the meeting was spent arguing about details like the placement of roads. Those were marked out before they started actually building any structures anywhere nearby, of course. Regina had suggested a grid pattern for ease of navigation, and they were loosely keeping to it. Or more like several grid patterns. Regina wasn't a city planner and had the decided impression these people knew more about what they were doing than she did, so she let them work. At least they seemed relieved she wasn't making any outrageous demands. Demanding any ornate palaces or specific patterns in the streets or the like would have been rather counterproductive, though. Regina only really cared that the city was practical and conducive to the health and well-being of the people living there. To that end, she insisted on enough green spaces and a lot of room for expansion included in the plans. It was a rather enjoyable interlude, compared to the days at court, but soon enough it was time to move on. Regina promised to visit again soon and they set off with flying drones, so it would only be a matter of hours until they were back in Sarah. She spent most of the trip immersed in the psychic link, catching up on work and making preparations for their return. She had a lot of work to do. Especially now that she had something else to worry about. Regina had deliberated over who to go to first to talk about whatever plot was being spun this time. While the execution of it certainly left something to be desired, the effort was there. She had a feeling there was more to it than the half-assed attempt it ended up in. The supposed rescuer was clearly a deep cover agent or whatever you called it. He was an accomplished engineer, well-respected, who'd passed a background check. And he was clearly loyal to his bosses. Not the kind of asset you would just burn on a whim, but something that must have taken effort, either to recruit him or to place him in the first place in a position to gather important information. She'd almost suspect foreign involvement if she thought the Western Confederation could find their own backsides with a map, or if the Essamen were less disliked in Cernlia and Nerlia. It should be pretty hard for them to pull something like this off. Although that didn't mean it was impossible. Maybe they thought it was worth it? The arrival of the person she'd sent for to discuss it interrupted her thoughts. You wanted to see me, Your Imperial Majesty? Lord Dane asked with a courtly bow. Regina waved him into her temporary office and the chair in front of the desk. She would have preferred to talk to Janice about this first, but unfortunately, the girl was still in the south, acting as a commander of the war effort. She was also currently in an important meeting with other officers and local gnomish civilian leaders, and Regina didn't want to interrupt her. I wanted your opinion on an incident that occurred while we were visiting the construction site, Regina said. She briefly outlined what had happened. Dane listened without showing any surprise. I take it you identified it as a ploy, Your Majesty? I would assume the persons responsible were already interrogated. Did initial questioning yield any further information? That's correct. Regina leaned back in her chair. What do you know about John Cern, Lord Dane? Lord Cern? Dane raised an eyebrow, looking almost skeptical, and tapped his fingers on his chair for a second. I would not consider him one of your supporters, Your Majesty, as I am sure you are aware. Frankly, he lacks the subtlety to keep his dissatisfaction to himself. However, for whatever relevance the former Marquis Linz might have brought to him for a short time, it only left him more irrelevant today. He had the bad habit of trading on his name and a position he did not quite have yet to gain what he wanted. You'd consider him unimportant, then? Regina confirmed. She would agree with that, but she didn't know if she might be missing cultural nuances. To be frank, most people are tired of debating the Cernlian succession, Dane said. Cern tried to use his family's former status to influence it, but his candidate lost, against his own daughter. The governors are very obviously not coming back. And now that Cernlia has become part of a larger realm, it is even less relevant. Queen Kiera does not even need to do anything. Personally, I advised her to let him languish in irrelevance. Regina nodded. But he might still have enough money or political capital to arrange something like a pretend attack to wiggle an agent into my trust. Dane hesitated. Perhaps, my empress. I would not have seen Cern as cunning enough for that, but if you have learned it from these men, it must be true, and perhaps I was wrong. Or maybe that engineer was originally loyal to someone else and Cern only got involved later? Regina asked. They would interrogate the man further, but she didn't know how long it would take or what would come of it. Dane narrowed his eyes. It seems possible. Your Majesty, you are suggesting Cern was played? It seems to line up with your estimation of his character, she drawled. Oh, certainly. I was just making sure I understood correctly. In that case, I would say it is quite plausible. Regina tugged on her mandible. He's not here presently. She had made sure of that beforehand. No, he has left for the northern reaches, supposedly. Dane answered the unspoken question. He was last seen heading northwest. But I am afraid I did not consider him a priority to track. That's fine. He should still come back if summoned, right? He should. Your Majesty, an imperial summons would attract attention and might spook him if he is truly involved or being directed by someone else. Regina waved a hand. I was going to have Kiera summon him here. She has legitimate enough reasons to want to talk to him. Actually, I would ask you to inform her of what we have been talking about. Kiera was currently also in a meeting. Regina couldn't just pull her away easily to go talk to her every time something came up. I see. I will pass along your message. Discreetly, of course. Regina nodded. I noticed that when you spoke about Cern, you mostly talked about his public actions, reputation, and how he is seen, she noted. Do you know him personally, Lord Dane? To her surprise, the man visibly hesitated for just a moment, clearly considering how to answer. Not directly, he finally said. I knew some of his family. We only met in passing a few times. His family members? Dead, now, I'm sorry to say. He made to rise out of his chair. If this is all, Your Majesty, may I be excused to see to this matter? Of course, Regina waved him on. Thank you for your efforts. She was a bit curious about whatever had happened and what he meant, but he clearly didn't want to talk about it. Considering she'd also never heard Gwen mention anything, the only other person from the family she knew about, it either was very private or perhaps tragic. For now, Regina was more concerned with figuring out if she could get away with performing a deeper scan on a certain noble once he was found. Chapter 286, Tracks. Watch out up ahead. June Linz rolled her eyes a bit but took a step away from the track. It didn't stop her from leaning forward, eager to see everything she could of the engine now chugging forward on the crudely laid rails. It was a rather ugly thing, she had to admit. An experimental prototype by nature, no thought had been spared for aesthetics or even much for convenience. It was a mass of metal with a chimney sticking up and some heavy wheels, and screeched and squeaked uncomfortably on the metal rails. The volume of metal in all of this alone would have cost a good amount of coin, if the Hive's drones hadn't been able to conjure it out of thin air. Still, June was not sure how practical that would be for long-term construction, if they truly wanted to cover and connect all of the Empire. For now, the question was a bit simpler, or at least less a matter of logistics. It was all about the engineers finding a design that worked. I think you did it this time, really, she commented to Mia. The drone, who stood beside her, a bit further from the tracks, shrugged. It's not like we didn't get this far before, she noted. We'll have to see how well it holds up in a longer time frame. June nodded, although she hadn't been here for much of the previous work. Her duties, and whims, she would admit, took her to many places. And while Mia might have many projects to oversee, she could watch them personally from afar with the psychic link. Not that June would be much help here. The current locomotive used steam power. June knew that her master wanted to get away from that power source as soon as possible, but apparently, she couldn't countenance not exploring it in this regard. Personally, once you had the tracks and an engine, June thought a magical power source might work just as well. And if not, electric trains were apparently very common for a long time. For now, however, it pumped a thick column of dark smoke into the sky as it chugged along, with a characteristic sound pattern she finally recognized from what some drones had mentioned. It's going to be really sooty in there, she finally said, her enthusiasm for seeing more of the project up close a bit dampened. Mia frowned a little but nodded. It's going to get hot in the cabin, too, she said. But we knew that. I'm more interested in evaluating its functions. As long as the brakes work, June said with a smirk, stepping back a bit further and staring at the locomotive as it accelerated. Mia groaned. That was one time, and we managed to slow it down easily. You weren't even there. Sure, June said absently, then glanced at the surrounding crowd. There were fewer people than she'd expected, although she supposed other drones could be watching remotely. Regina had insisted on a certain degree of operational security for developing their railways, which was one of the reasons this project was located close to the Hive's base by Forest's Haunt, though not directly by the village. Human workers stood around together with Hive drones, although they did tend to form clusters according to their background. Still, the atmosphere was companionable, one of shared excitement. June wondered how long it would take for tracks like these to be a common sight. Apparently, they pretty much needed steel for these things, which made them expensive and even a bit harder to produce for magic-using drones. Who did also have a lot of other demands on their time and mana. As she understood it, they could use rarer materials conjured by the Hive, but that would be running risks since they might not be able to finish all of them, and it was better to keep things unified rather than some patchwork of different materials and methods. On the other hand, if we can properly utilize their conjuration ability, it should be pretty easy to power these trains, June muttered. You'd think so, Mia agreed, sounding a bit amused. Then she sighed as she looked at the locomotive, which was coming back around the curved test track. I think we're all expecting to transition to electrical locomotives pretty quickly. Mother certainly would prefer that. But designing these is still not as simple as getting a bit of info from Galatea and then whipping up a working model. I have faith you'll manage it well, June said a bit more cheerfully. You and your siblings have managed to meet every challenge so far. Mia snorted a little, then bumped her shoulder affectionately. June took a hidden pride in getting that gesture just like another drone. Sure. Thanks, June. June smiled. She had been spending most of her time away from the capital these days. While that meant being away from her teacher as well as her family, she found she enjoyed it. And this might be one of the projects she enjoyed the most. Getting to see the Empire's institutions rising from the ground up was interesting, and overseeing it on occasion a rewarding challenge, but there was something about technical challenges and progress in something whose application was clear and useful that felt good. Like she was helping, doing something that mattered, which people could point to and be amazed by. Although she wouldn't give up patronage of the new schools they were founding for anything. Speaking of which, a few people from these new institutions were here as well as those affiliated with the new schools and colleges. Their conversation swelled as they debated the new version of the locomotive and what it meant, splitting into two groups, one conversation about the technical details and one about the financial and logistical aspects. It was pretty clear to see who came from where, just by that. Thaumaturge? June asked. Derek Zephyr glanced over from where he stood with a group of other mages and scholars, then took a step towards her. Milady? I'm curious about your opinion on this topic, June said. You've been rather quiet so far. In truth, she wasn't sure why Zephyr was here. He wasn't really part of the initiative to broaden the Empire's education system and technical knowledge base, and the various scholars who'd come out of the woodwork to support, to profit from, or in a few cases, oppose, it. She'd almost suspect he was here for her, but she'd largely been left alone for most of her trips, and she didn't really think Kiera would send her highest-leveled mage just to babysit her. Maybe if he was just checking up on her. Zephyr shrugged, seeming almost dismissive. It's certainly a nice contraption, but it will never reach the speed of a flying beast. Of course, June agreed, and forewent further comment on his noted love of wyverns. He'd actually shown up with a new one she hadn't seen before today. Did you see what you expected to see? More or less, I suppose. He glanced at her, then seemed to decide to humor the conversation further. I was wondering if incorporating enchanted artifacts might be useful. Oh? That sounds fascinating. June smiled at him and gestured with her arm. Would you join me for a little walk so we can discuss it? He regarded her for a moment, then gave a short bow. It would be my pleasure, Your Highness. Good. June was not going to ignore an opportunity to learn something from a high-level mage. To be fair, she would probably have more such opportunities in the future, but still. She parted from Mia with an apologetic nod and then had Zephyr escort her a few meters around the track. As I understand it, the issue is that permanent enchantments that would stand up to a large amount of strain would be prohibitively mana expensive, she noted. True enough, Princess. They would also not be easy to cast. He shrugged and glanced at a few of the arguing mages with a bit of disdain, if she read his expression right. No, I was more thinking along the lines of installing existing magical items. Ah. I can certainly see the use for auxiliary purposes. Perhaps even supporting the main operation. A variant on range fingers, you think? They delved into a deeper discussion of the topic, which quickly absorbed her focus. Zephyr did know his stuff. From talking about communications, sensors, and breaks, they somehow took a tangent and arrived at a discussion of rituals. Those seemed more versatile than June had realized, although they had their own limitations. Perhaps you could give me a primer on the basics of ritual magic, she asked hopefully. It's a fascinating topic and I've heard little about it. Of course you wouldn't have. I mean, it's not very common in Cernlia. But with the Hive's ability to conjure materials, perhaps that will change, I suppose. He seemed thoughtful, then shrugged it off. The first thing you should understand, Princess June, is that rituals are much more demanding than system-supported spells or even the usual freeform magic, both in terms of time and preparation necessary. In truth, June had to admit to herself as the conversation continued, the information he gave her wasn't something she'd really had a chance to learn before. It felt disloyal to her master to think it, but Regina's own education in magic was rather eclectic, and focused on her own spells and what applications and principles Galatea had taught her. Those were far-reaching, to be sure, but different from the broad base someone like Zephyr had accumulated. And despite all her excitement at new ideas, June did want that. She wanted to be that kind of mage, too. So, she soaked up every bit of information she could, and started to consider how she could get regular lessons from Zephyr as well. Under older traditions, educating the younger family of the king in magic would have been part of the court mage's duties, anyway, so it wasn't like she had no grounds to work with. When she dropped hints in that direction, Zephyr seemed thoughtful, but not averse to the idea. Finally, he seemed to have settled on something he wanted. I would assume you're familiar with the southern expedition being prepared, Your Highness? He asked. June nodded. Of course. It's quite exciting. It is. While I wouldn't expect to be allowed to go, although I'd certainly like to, I'd be delighted to see what may come of it. Establishing a secure route to the southern realms would be quite the boon. Current paths are rather circuitous, caravans would have to go on quite the detour, especially since the Gnomish Confederation closed its borders. I've heard they have some spells and theories on magic that would be difficult to find here. It really would, June sighed wistfully. She glanced at Zephyr, then decided she might as well admit it. I would love to go, but although I asked, Regina wouldn't let me. Unfortunate, but quite understandable, princess. No one likes the thought of you being hurt. June suppressed a snort and waved a hand dismissively. Sure. Either way, I'm sure a mage of your expertise will be called on to consult on any discoveries or writing pertaining to the subject of magic that they will bring back. I hope so, he muttered, then shook his head with a smile. Who is already set to be going? Tim, I think, as the Empress champion. A few other drones, but I think they're still sorting it out. Some delvers, but my sister and maybe the Nerlians will also be filling a few spots. And a number of swarm drones in the escort, of course. June frowned for a moment, thinking. Having Zephyr being away for an unspecified time would mean he couldn't teach her, of course, but he still seemed like a good choice for this. I'm sure your skills and power would be welcome, as well. You would make a good addition to ensure their chance of success. I'll suggest it, but you realize it will depend on if you're trusted enough for the role. Of course, princess, he agreed. The conversation turned to the magical disciplines popular south of the mountains, and then to stories from abroad. June was almost surprised, and a bit disappointed, when they had rounded the track and came back to the group of watchers. Princess! One of the newly recruited magistrates called, waving to her. She tried not to look bothered as she nodded to Zephyr and then turned to the group. Yes, gentlemen? And ladies. His actual title was a Commissioner of Finance, she recalled, attached to the newly instated Ministry of the Economy. The new offices and titles would take some getting used to, for everyone. If she recalled, this one was not a noble but had been a successful merchant factor before the war drove his business into ruins. He didn't seem to have a problem speaking with or for the group, some of which were minor nobles. That was good. We were debating the costs and requirements of this project and were wondering if you perhaps had further insight, Your Highness, he explained. How many tracks will Her Majesty wish to build? Ideally, a net that spans the entire empire, June responded matter-of-factly. We will need to scale up production for it. That is not an immediate goal, however. A few of them looked a bit daunted at the prospect, but the commissioner only nodded. Import and export regulations may need to be adjusted in the service of meeting these requirements, he said, taking out a notebook. We can always build on the forges around the barony and expand with another complex, another man put in. June smiled a bit as she listened to their argument, mostly letting them talk instead of interrupting. It was nice to see that the mood seemed to be optimistic. No doubt there were many challenges ahead, but they really were putting the requirements in place to meet them. For now, she waited until a few of the drones came over to join the conversation and it turned more animated, with some finer points on the use of conjuration to create materials being discussed, along with the requirements for building modern forges and metal works. Zephyr took his leave quickly, and she couldn't blame him, but it was still a good sign to see them all working together so well. Shared projects, she figured, might just help integration along quite well, not just whatever Regina had said about shared enemies. Chapter 287, Expedition. Tim shifted position on the rock he was sitting on, leaning back and getting comfortable as he watched the group of people make their way up towards him. The southern expedition hadn't even really started, and they were still getting used to each other, but he thought he had a good handle on them. It helped that he knew all of them. He paid little attention to his own companions, though, more focused on the other group who would be joining them for the trip. Regina had used the chance for a bit of diplomacy, although he suspected it was only part of her plan. Still, it made sense for a larger expedition like this. They weren't the only ones who wanted to get access to the southern realms, regular access if possible. And the elves were still allies of the Hive. Commander Annuus, he greeted the woman in the lead he recognized, smiling as he jumped down and went to meet them to be polite. It's nice to see you again. He hadn't seen her in a while. Annuus Eltarianal, a 3th-century commander of the elves, and one of the first people he'd ever met. Actually, she'd been the first person outside the Hive he'd ever met on positive terms, come to think of it. She might be called a little low-level to be here in this position, being only in the early 3rd tier, but he suspected other pragmatic considerations made up for it. And neither group could send only the strongest elites, anyway. You as well, Sir Tim, she smiled warmly. You met some of my companions before, I think? He had, and he greeted them with as much warmth as he could muster. His queen wanted to strengthen diplomatic relations between them, after all, and besides, he did like the elves well enough. They returned his greetings and then started to get to know the other people assembled. They had tried to keep the party as small as possible, but it was still a decently sized group in the end. For elves, 3 sapient drones, not many, but they still weren't sure what welcome Hivekind would receive south of the Alps and were being cautious about it, and 4 Cernlians and 3 Nerlians, with 2 and 1 of them, respectively, being Delvers. Not counting several lower-leveled squires and sergeants and various others who still hung around, but wouldn't be joining them once they ventured into the dangerous monster territories. And, of course, there would be their newest guests, but they weren't here yet and Tim wasn't sure if they were coming. It was rather short notice. I assume you are in command of this operation, asked one of the elves, someone he didn't know. Tyria's level? Champion of the Blade. Tim couldn't see his level, which meant he must be strong. The class didn't tell him much, it sounded rather generic even if it was strong. He shrugged slightly. No one has officially given me a formal charge, he said. Regina had probably just forgotten, though. But I think it's safe to assume so, he grinned a bit. You're the Empress Champion, I'd certainly think so, Annuus said. Tim didn't say much to that. He didn't want to come off as arrogant or feign excessive humility. Fortunately, not saying much was expected of him, so no one minded. We should set off, he spoke up after watching everyone mingle for a bit, getting ready for the trip. We have a campsite planned and it would be good to reach it before the end of the daylight. It was interesting to watch how everyone reacted. The Hive's drones were already ready. The Cernlians and Nerlians completed their preparations, the Delvers noticeably being ready earlier. The elves had only just arrived, so they didn't have much to pack up, but they started walking in good order. I'm dealing with professionals across the board here. That's good. He didn't want to go on this expedition with less than reliable companions. It shouldn't be too dangerous, but that shed was carrying a lot of weight here and he didn't want to lose anyone on this trip. At least it seemed they all understood the seriousness of it. They were also all strong enough that they moved quickly. There had been debate about flying, but in the end they ended up mostly walking, only a few of the others using tamed monsters. Tim didn't mind. They didn't speak much as they moved, but they reached the suggested campsite when the sun was still a sliver on the horizon. This was only the outskirts of the mountains, but the occasional strong beast did lurk in this area, or perhaps even gnomes striking out. Tim got a few of the swarm drones accompanying them flying circles up above to scout out the lay of the land, then chose 2 of the team to stand watch. 2 Imperials, since they'd moved less today. They accepted his orders without complaint. Then Tim checked in with Regina one last time, making sure nothing had happened that he should be aware of. She seemed busy, as she usually did these days, but it was nothing to be particularly worried about, she told him. The gnomes are still preparing and marshalling their forces, and our own plans are proceeding as planned, not that there is much happening this week. I don't like the idea of being away when things will be coming to a head, he admitted. She sent him a mental pat on the head, making sure to subtly frame it like that instead of just the feeling of a hug. He noted, she was getting better, although he didn't know why she bothered. It wasn't like he would be embarrassed, and responded in a reassuring tone, "Don't worry, I'll have plenty of help. Just focus on your own trip." "I will, my queen," he acknowledged. After the short conversation, he went to bed early, or at least his thin travel mattress. He lay down and fell asleep quickly. He was woken up several hours later, in the early hours of the morning, by an interruption he'd half expected. Tim got up quickly, glad that he hadn't cuddled close enough with the other drones to prevent that. They usually didn't if there was danger, but everyone moved in their sleep, made sure he had his sword just to be safe, and then stepped outside. It was still pretty dark, but his eyes pierced the gloom effortlessly, allowing him to see the people approaching from his own position as well as the swarm drone's eyes. Considering it was only 2 people, he supposed they'd done well spotting them. Their clothes blended into the night, as did their dark skin. A stray bit of moonlight showed him a flash of orange from one of their eyes. It would have been pretty clear they were dark elves even if he couldn't hear the difference in their gaits or sense the subtle differences in their scents as they approached. The latter were muted, however, they'd probably done something to help hide from the monsters around. Nuck me as an Aven, level? Hand of Shadow. Alval as Alarin, level? Ranger of the Dark. Welcome to our camp. I was expecting you to arrive with escorts, but we're happy to see you, he greeted them. The two dark elves stopped, as if surprised by his presence, although he doubted they hadn't realized he was there. Thank you, my lord, the man in the lead said. We apologize for arriving late, there was some trouble hashing out the details of our contribution. I know, he replied, nodding. It's good everything was sorted out. I'll go wake the others to welcome you. There's no need, he shook his head. We do not wish to disturb their sleep. Let us meet them tomorrow morning. If you say so. If nothing else, Tim figured their reactions were funny. Two of the humans almost drew their weapons upon finding there were suddenly dark elves in the camp when they woke up. Luckily, it didn't escalate any further, and they were clearly a bit embarrassed about their reaction later. Enaven and Alarin didn't seem to mind. Annuus had apparently met the former before, when the dark elves established contact with Aridel, and they quickly struck up a conversation. Tim mostly watched, before reminding everyone that they should get going. The weather was still good and there was no point wasting daylight. To be fair, the weather should be good for the next week or so, which was why they were traveling now. Apparently, that kind of thing was something the Delver Seer could help with. After that, there would be a lot of rain, and they probably wouldn't get a good opportunity until the spring flood, which they did not want to encounter during their trip. So, while it was still late winter, not the best time, it might actually be the second best time. Autumn storms, sometimes even in the late summer, were vicious here. Right now, it was late enough that it shouldn't be entirely too cold and the days were getting longer again, but the spring melt hadn't really started yet. There'd be lots of ice and snow, if they had to cross a mountain, but they'd manage. Tim had never climbed across a glacier, but he'd heard it was better than fields of scree. He was almost looking forward to it. First, though, they had to actually get into the mountains. That was hardly trivial. The route they'd planned stuck to the outskirts, at least for now. For parts of it they would be using tunnels either dug by their hive or appropriated from the gnomes. The war had pretty much moved on from this region, so no one had really been here in a while, and monsters would have moved back in, maybe even more than there'd been before, driven to escape the commotion elsewhere. Tim marched with the others, keeping a sharp eye out. They were using an overgrown path to start with which might have just been a game trail. It led in the direction they wanted to go and the winged drones scouting overhead could tell the path was clear. At least until one of them was pounced on by a flying monster. Tim quickly backed out of his mental connection to it before it was eaten, feeling a bit queasy. I don't know how Regina does it, he thought, shaking his head. She had to feel every death in the hive, didn't she? Or could she shut herself off entirely? He didn't think so. Tim just tried not to think about it as he focused on the path ahead. After that, he kept the swarm drones closer. It limited what they could see, but having eyes flying overhead at all was still very helpful. In a larger flock, they were also less likely to get attacked, or attract attention to their group. Sooner or later, he'd have to send them all back, or they'd just be monster bait. They marched for hours that day, only taking a short break around midday, getting closer to their destination. The vegetation started to get a bit sparser as they went steadily uphill, though the way back down to the northwest was nice. Are we going to be crossing elemental territory, Sir Tim? Annuus asked, hanging back a bit to join him. Tim glanced at her and shook his head. Only at the edges. We've talked to the elementals, but they're still prickly. Valence and her friends are allowing us through, mostly for Janna's sake, he was sure, but they don't want us to linger for too long. Well, at least we should not be troubled by any monsters while we are there, then, Annuus said. She paused and turned forward, frowning. Speaking of other monsters, I believe it is time to get ready to fight. Tim glanced around as well, then checked through the flying drone sight. It took him a second to realize what she meant, the monster was very well camouflaged. No, 2 monsters, actually. He squinted a bit, but didn't get a system notification, perhaps they were still too far away. From here, they looked like oversized lionettes in mottled gray and brown. Monsters up ahead, he called to warn the others. One by the pink flowering bush and the other over 60 degrees to its right. We see them, Tyrius said calmly, hefting his blade. I'll slow them down, Enaven agreed, gesturing sharply with one hand. Thick tendrils of shadow shot out of the ground and wrapped around the monsters, incidentally marking them to everyone. Tim got the flying drones to back away, figuring they were too high level to be very bothered by the flock. His other companions formed up into a decent approximation of battle formation on their own initiative, the mages and healer stepping back and the physical fighters like Tyrius forward. It would be enough for this threat. Annuus had drawn her bow and shot an arrow at the closer monster, one of the delvers doing likewise. Enaven activated another skill or spell and his tentacles grew thorns, piercing their captured monster. It drew blood and the beast roared loudly. Tim grimaced and hefted his sword, but decided not to waste one of his better abilities. Instead, he tracked the second monster, which had gotten free of its snare and was charging at them with a supernatural burst of speed. Tyrius jumped forward and met it with a slash of his sword. Tim waited for the right moment and then stepped in himself, slashing at its lower legs with his blade arms and stabbing at its eye with his sword. It dodged, but ran into a lance of rock rising out of the ground. A moment later, it cried shrilly and its coat started smoking. That distracted it enough for a final swing to finish it off. Tim stabbed into its eye to be safe, then glanced at the other monster. It had dragged itself forward, but their ranged party members were making short work of it. As he watched, it crashed to the ground and a final firebolt finished it off. Good work, he said, quickly cleaning his blade. Our coordination could be improved, but we'll work on that. I think we'll have more than enough chances for it, Enaven said sardonically, glancing around. Tim nodded. Yes, we should make sure to leave quickly. Pick up the pace. You think more monsters will show up? Tyrius asked. You think they missed that commotion? He asked, then turned. Apparently, everyone agreed, and they quickly hurried away from the scene of the fight. It was a bit of a shame, but he'd find other food later. He could already tell more monsters were being drawn to the site to investigate. But with the help of their scouts, they managed to steer clear of them. How long now? We're just about there, Tim answered. He consulted his map in the psychic link, then nodded. Up ahead. It didn't take long to reach the rocky outcropping beside a minor hilltop. Tim made sure he had the right place, then slashed through the branches of a bush and pushed it aside. A hole just big enough for a humanoid person to descend into was revealed. There's a gnomish tunnel down there? Edouard asked a bit skeptically. It used to be, Tim answered with the ghost of a smile. Let's go. Since the others mostly seemed uncomfortable, he lowered himself down first. It was dim inside, but more than bright enough to see by, and he could tell the passage widened once it leveled off into an actual tunnel. I suppose leading from the front it is, he mused, hiding a smile as he watched the others carefully make their way down to join him. They'd follow this one for a while. Their journey had only just started, but it was a nice change of pace. Chapter 288, Information Gathering. Regina had to admit she was slightly jealous of Tim and the others. They got to go on an adventure while she was stuck here dealing with court business. Granted, it wasn't much of an adventure, probably. Just a dangerous trip combined with some scouting tasks to establish a safer route through the mountains. That was semantics, though. They'd still get to travel, fight monsters, probably build bonds on the road or whatever, and visit foreign lands. Anytime she wanted to visit other countries in the future would be a huge occasion with lots of preparation, and she probably wouldn't get to travel more than a few hundred kilometers from her capital at all. Possibly ever. Not when her current location determined the range of the Hive psychic link. Traveling across the sea or to another continent? She could probably forget that. Regina was pleased with what she'd managed to set up, though. The elves had been relatively easy to convince to participate in a joint venture, but it was still a diplomatic win. And the dark elves, There had only been so many of them coming to the Empire at all, that they got two of their highest-leveled people to participate in this was quite surprising. Especially since, strictly speaking, they probably didn't need any route to Italy. They were from even further to the southeast, closer to the Caucasus, after all. Maybe it was part of some agreement with the elves? She wondered. That might be it. On the other hand, maybe they just want trade to be increased generally, which would also open more markets or routes to them considering the follow-on effects. She wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth on this occasion. Instead, Regina just made sure the expeditionary group didn't run into anything they couldn't handle, for as long as she could, anyway. They were going to move out of her range eventually. To delay that time, Regina had already moved back to the main Hive base. For a time, at least. She'd have to return to Sarah sooner or later, but she had the excuse of the expedition and of checking on the developments made under the Hive's auspices. Of course, it also made it slightly harder to coordinate everything, with the war, and most of the new departments and ministries being either founded in Sarah or scattered around, and various other issues that cropped up. Under the circumstances, perhaps it wasn't surprising that it took her a little while to realize that one particular problem was apparently trying to make itself scarce in a different way than she'd have preferred. So, when was John Cern last seen? She asked, sighing and sinking back into her couch. A few drones had had a competition about who could make the most comfortable sofas, and she was enjoying one of the winners, even if using monster fur as padding might be a bit unconventional. Soft, though. The man she was currently talking to was still standing, seeming uncomfortable. They were in one room in a building above ground connected to the Hive base that Regina occasionally used as an office, but which was large enough for other drones to occupy as well. A few were currently here. Begging your pardon, Your Majesty, but we're not exactly sure, he admitted. Some peasants or travelers have probably seen him, but haven't said. They might come forward if we start officially marking him as wanted and searching for him, though, if that is what Your Majesty decides. Regina considered it for a moment. No, not yet, she said. Tell me, what do we know? Perhaps you've confirmed which direction he absconded in? She had tried to look for Cern before, but finding one single mind, and of a person she barely remembered, among so many was a challenge at the best of times. It was likely he was already outside her range. Northwest, my Empress, he replied. That is the largest trade route out of the city of Sarah, she noted. Lord Faranet didn't quite seem to have an answer to that. She glanced up at him. She wouldn't be surprised if Giles Faranet held a bit of a grudge. He'd been one of the first Nerlian lords she'd defeated back in the day, as in, last year, and she'd interrogated him and held him prisoner in his own castle for a bit. But he was also one of the Nerlians who'd been under the administration of the Hive for the longest time and the most familiar with them, best able to work with them. She wasn't entirely sure why or how he'd ended up working with Lord Dane and the new intelligence branch, but she was hardly going to complain. It was always good to have a nice mix of Nerlian and Cernlian people. And his possible targets? We have conducted deeper inquiries into his background and recent associates, Your Majesty, he said, then handed over a sheet of paper. Our analysis. There are several candidates. Besides some Cernlian lords and merchants near the border, or Nerlian ones near the northern part of the country, there are several who have been tentatively marked as potential foreign agents. Mostly based on this, I take it, Regina murmured, reading through the list. Not that she disagreed, but it was a shame they didn't have more information. Intensify your efforts to find him, she ordered after a moment. Feel free to approach Hive drones for help if it may be of aid. I will be talking to Queen Kiera and will prepare to issue an official warrant for his presence should it prove necessary. However, we'd rather avoid that. We will do our best, Your Majesty, he acknowledged with a bow. Regina hummed and gestured him into his chair, which he finally took. She waited for a moment, deliberating what she should talk about, what to prioritize. Affairs were growing increasingly complicated. Or maybe it just felt like that. Discussing the setup of the agencies with him probably wasn't the best choice, there were others more involved in that aspect. A quick briefing for the rest of it might be good, though. What about the rest of the court and the nobility, she asked. Or those with political influence? Is anyone making moves against us, or protesting against the Empire's founding? Not openly, Your Majesty, he reported right away. Not that we can find, at least. There will likely be some that are protesting quietly. We have found several minor plots, but nothing that should concern the Empress personally. I will make sure reports are delivered to your staff. There is also the possible issue of corruption. We have been trying to assess how widespread bribery might be. Results of the assessment are still pending, but additional resources would be appreciated. I'll see what I can do, Regina said. Once again, she couldn't help but think of the idea of regular psychic screenings. They would probably do a lot to help weed out those kinds of problems. Give me the details of our current status, if you please. He did, starting to give her a briefing that was clearly at least partly prepared beforehand. Regina listened intently, noting names and details. She even focused and put a few in the psychic link. It was really very convenient for things like that, and with every day and every new keeper working on it, it grew and became more detailed, facilitating peripheral uses more easily. Once he was done, she dismissed the courtier and leaned back with a sigh. She knew without having to check that she had a bit of a break in her schedule before her next scheduled appointment. It allowed her to spend a bit of time diving into the psychic link, something she often did when she had a few free minutes. She'd had to start clearing space for free time to socialize and de-stress in the evenings. But while the pressure could be a lot, it was also nice in a way. Regina assumed she wasn't new to having her day planned out or to pressure to perform. After all, she'd completed a degree in medicine at what had to be a rather young age, while struggling with mental issues that might, admittedly, have been connected. She didn't have much time to practice as a doctor currently, but it was still important to her. Maybe my previous job was a better preparation for my job as Hive Queen than I thought. She was interrupted by the door opening again, pulling her from her thoughts. Regina sat up and frowned, then quickly turned it into a smile. Master. June hesitated close to the entrance for a moment, before she bowed deeply and stepped further into the room. Regina dipped her head in response. June, welcome back. Good to see you again. How was your trip? Interesting, as always. The establishment of the schools I visited is going well and the locomotives seem to be coming along nicely. I even talked to Zephyr and he had some interesting input. But I'm curious, you alluded to something about learning new magic? Regina's smile widened as she stood up and went to join her. It's Galatea, she's currently staying here for a while, she explained. She suggested a new lesson, and I wanted you to join in. We haven't focused much on casting magic together before, anyway. June lit up. That sounds great. She followed enthusiastically as Regina led the way to a set of workshops Galatea had commandeered for the time being. She knew the metaform didn't really need personal quarters or anything, since she didn't need to sleep or eat, but that didn't mean she should be denied the comfort of having them. Galatea seemed more interested in setting up labs or workspaces than comfy furniture, though, obviously. Scrying, she stated as soon as Regina and June showed up, not bothering with a long introduction. You both know the basics, and Regina has made good progress. But there are less conventional forms of scrying, too, and yes, I'm aware we're already talking about unstructured magic. Seer Alex's abilities would be one example. There are rituals, too, right? June asked, watching her raptly. I talked to Zephyr, he knows quite a bit about rituals, and he mentioned some. Galatea didn't seem surprised. Yes, for a Cernlian, he's open-minded when it comes to magic. We could certainly try some. She looked thoughtful for a moment. Perhaps a good exercise for you. Personally, I'm more interested in another area of applications at the moment. June, why don't you get the book from my office? June walked off, and Regina raised an eyebrow at her friend. Other applications? Galatea lowered her voice as she replied. Say, across dimensional boundaries. Scrying into the celestial home, even. Oh. Regina blinked. Well, that would certainly be useful. Assuming we don't get found out and smitten for the offense. June came back with the book Galatea asked for and Regina didn't offer further comments. Instead, she watched Galatea pointed out a few passages and then fielded a few questions from June together with Galatea. Luckily, she had at least learned a little about ritual magic before, even if she was certainly no expert. I should be able to conjure all the materials we would need for a test easily enough, Regina finally offered. June grinned. I was thinking that using ritual magic more intensively might be a good idea for the Empire, given the ability to conjure materials, Your Majesty. That's a good thought, Regina praised her, then reached out to pat her on the head, which June dodged with a playful glare. Of course, there was a lot of demand for their ability to conjure things, and she was pretty certain that it rested on their understanding of the natural world, particularly physics and chemistry, so the capability wasn't something they could build up that easily. Still, in some circumstances it was definitely a good option to have. Regina made sure she understood the instructions correctly, then focused on producing the required quantities of materials. They included a fair amount of gold and other precious metals, as well as crystals, so she could see why it would normally be too expensive for regular use. Now, what should we scry? Galatea asked. I don't suppose we could cross dimensional boundaries already? Regina muttered. Her friend hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Maybe if a certain ally covered for you, but I don't think they'd just jump and do that right now, she said quietly. Am I supposed to not know what you mean? June asked. Because I'm not sure if I do. Galatea ignored her. I did meet with them again recently and will hopefully have a chance again in the not-too-distant future. Regina raised an eyebrow, then shook her head and focused on the materials. Perhaps we could check on the southern expedition, then, she suggested. It didn't take long to get started with the ritual after that. Galatea kept out of it, since she wanted the other two to learn, but she did offer a few tips. Regina made sure everything was arranged correctly, then started pouring mana into the simple ritual circle she'd formed, making sure to moderate her output to mesh with June's, who stood at the opposite side. A few seconds later, an image started to form in the air above it, like a projector on a wall. It showed the group she'd been looking for, Tim accompanied by several drones, humans, elves and dark elves. Unfortunately, nothing interesting currently seemed to be happening. They were trudging through a tunnel, dimly lit by some bioluminescent moss the group had gathered, but they weren't even talking at the moment. None of them seemed to notice the scrying in any way. Regina kept watching them silently for a few minutes, but nothing changed. She sighed and flicked her fingers to dismiss the image. Bad timing if we wanted adventure, I suppose. June, why don't you set it up for the next try, and maybe we can look a bit further afield? June nodded and got to work, while Regina stepped away, closer to Galatea. You spoke with Lion, she asked quietly, making sure no one else was around to hear. The AI nodded slightly. It was a more tense reunion than I had anticipated, she admitted. Well, you did kind of deny being her friend to me, maybe she had seen things differently, Regina said wryly. When did I say that to you? You called me your only friend, which, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate the sentiment, but it said something about your relationship with Lion. Galatea didn't visibly react, but Regina could sense her pause. She'd gotten better at reading her. I suppose, she finally said, her voice expressionless. I think I'd like to be there and talk to her if it's possible for the next opportunity, Regina said. Galatea shrugged slightly. Maybe. What did you talk about? Various things. I actually learned a little more about her past and magical skills. Galatea frowned. It certainly sounds like she's fighting with alien eyes. Regina suppressed a sigh. I was afraid of that, she muttered. She wasn't sure if she could trust either of the goddesses, but if they were having a row, or, heavens forbid, a real falling out, it probably wouldn't be good for her. She also said that Diurianon threatened her, so I'm not sure how much help she's willing to give you, Galatea warned her. Then she smiled a bit. Although she didn't seem very impressed. Something about divinity that has been given can be taken away, which is apparently an ironic threat to make to an Aeshan. She did mention she had several notable ancestors who've killed gods before. Regina blinked again. Do you think she could do that, kill gods? Galatea shrugged. Probably, she is a goddess herself, even if she has less raw power. That doesn't mean she's not the most dangerous of them all. I think the more interesting question would be if she could do it without being a goddess or teach other people how to do it, in which case, I don't know. She was leader of her lineage for a time, even if it was a short time and there were only a few of them left, so she must have had access to their records and any secret power, but they lost a lot and she has no access to any resources from home or whatever they used to store mana in large quantities. Regina shook her head. At least it's good to know the gods can apparently be vanquished and killed, even if I'm not quite sure what I can do with that information. She rubbed a hand across her eyes. And the Acehan apparently created the hive kind. I doubt it's just an innate ability, and even if it is, they probably wouldn't have given it to their creations. True. Regina sighed again and glanced away, only to freeze for a moment as she laid eyes on June, who was leaning against the desk uncomfortably close to them, her arms crossed. She grinned as she saw Regina's look. Don't mind me, she drawled. Feel free to carry on talking about the god's power or whatever blasphemy I suppose this is. Regina pinched the bridge of her nose. Talking is silver and silence is gold, my young apprentice. Hey, I'm not that young. June protested, straightening up. Regina exchanged an amused glance with Galatea. Chapter 289, Contributions. As they advanced further into the core territory of the Gnomish Confederation of the East, Janice found herself thinking longingly of the city they'd recently taken. Being quartered in an actual city was a bit of luxury she didn't usually get on campaign, especially with the comforts they'd afforded to a princess. And she was probably close enough that she could technically fly back for the night, but that seemed unfair to her soldiers. For now, Janice just rolled over and stood up from her cot. One of the drones would pack it up later. She stretched, pulled a comb through her hair and then strode out of the tent. Good morning, princess. Ready for another day? Sir Willard greeted her. Janice managed a smile. As I'll ever be, she agreed. Normally, she would have enjoyed sleeping in a cuddle pile with the sapient drones present. But they were in an army with more human soldiers now, and Janice might have to take more care about her image and actions. Beyond that, though, having a proper tent with some amenities to herself was pretty nice. At least no one was poking her in her sleep. She didn't ask the older knight how long he'd been standing there, unsure if she wanted to know the answer. He seemed to have taken it upon himself to guard her, which she supposed she appreciated. Janice knew Sir Willard was one of Kiara's most trusted knights, and she really appreciated her gesture in sending him to join her. Do you think we'll reach our goal today? She asked. He nodded. I'm quite confident, Your Highness. Janice hummed, then turned away to join some of the other commanders and senior knights. Around her, the encamped soldiers were already packing up and making ready to leave. This army traveled more slowly than one purely composed of hive drones, but the human soldiers, mostly Delvers and some Cernlian soldiers with a sprinkle of Nerlians, provided a core of strength that the generally weaker war drones wouldn't have. There were enough of them now that it wasn't exactly feasible to transport them all in the air or with other means, even using their own magic and skills, so they mostly marched. They didn't get to advance across so much territory without fighting or having to establish their presence that it would be much of an issue, anyway. The logistics train was more important. Janice climbed onto a drone mount for the trip, but stayed on the ground this time. Sir Willard kept close to her on his horse. She glanced at him but made no attempt to start a conversation. He wasn't the knight she really wanted to have at her side, but at the same time, she was glad it was this way, too. Her relationship with her great-uncle Sir Richard had been fraught, lately. She was pretty sure he'd disapproved of her joining the Hive, although he wouldn't say so now. Nowadays, it felt like he didn't know how he should talk to her, and Janice was struggling with the same issue. At least, she was relieved he stayed back in Sarah so he wasn't in danger fighting in the war. Several of the other commanders joined them as they rode, and they discussed the push forward and their expected opposition, while scouting reports came in periodically. Janice dipped into the psychic link regularly for more information, as did the few other drones with her. Most of them were overseeing the gathered horde of swarm drones, staying closer to their charges, since they could just communicate over the psychic link. As the sun climbed and it got closer to noon, a slight stir went through the army and Janus gestured to the others to make a bit of space, then watched as Thor descended to the ground, carrying Ada. He'd asked to join the war effort and been partnered with several of the high-ranking sapient drones. If it came to battle and she participated, Janus knew Regina wanted her to ride him, since Tim was away at present. For now, he'd been helping Ada. The other girl hopped down and patted his shoulder absently once before turning to face Janus and the others, nodding in greeting. She didn't bother with more than that, which Janus certainly didn't mind. "Good to see you, Ada. What have you found?" Janus asked. "There are 2 villages further northeast," Ada began shortly, pausing to make sure they were all up to date. "One further along the path. 2 of them seem to have been abandoned, and a company of defenders has set up in the southernmost one, about 200 soldiers, I think. No artillery. The road further east is mostly clear, no signs of sabotage so far. The river beyond it is carrying a lot of water, though, and the bridge has been burned. That's all in the immediate area. From what we've seen, they're still gathering forces at the pass just west of Ikrizan Plains. I've seen hints that they are also drawing together forces north and south of there. Possible places are marked in the link." She trailed off, raising an eyebrow. Janus nodded. She'd been checking those. "We can't advance too far or they'll get the opportunity to encircle us, and can't spread out too much," she said. "But we'll get the chance to rout them. Sending some flocks can keep them busy, if nothing else, especially once we move properly on the pass. For now, we can't get bogged down. Sir Willard, take our company of cavalry and however many foot you feel comfortable with and secure the villages mentioned. Keep to our usual rules of engagement. I'll send 200 war drones and a small flock of winged drones with you too. Mostly to keep casualties down. They could advance to rejoin the main army later, hopefully." Sir Willard bowed in the saddle. "As you command, Your Highness." Janus nodded. He was the commander she felt most sure about. She was tempted to handle the matter entirely with Hive forces, but that would be a bad idea for several reasons. Even if it felt odd, on some level, to send this many actual people into a fight, having to expect some of them would die. She was used to tactics carefully preserving the lives of sapient commanders at the expense of swarm drones. But she had to be able to use, or at least know if she could use, the human soldiers mostly independently. Besides, there'd be no end of trouble if she tried to keep them out of the fighting. There were a few more questions, which Ada fielded patiently, before she took off again, this time to the west, probably back to their command post to get some sleep. No one questioned Janus' decisions and they kept moving forward, while she dropped in and out of the psychic link to watch the progress of the task force she'd detached. The gnomes would probably kill for this level of operational control, she thought absently, not for the first time. The rest of the time, she considered how to handle the destroyed bridge. It wouldn't be much of an obstacle, they had enough mages to deal with the water and, in the worst case, could probably construct a temporary bridge pretty easily. It would only mean a delay. It would be a good spot for an ambush or to try to slow them down, too, so she detached a few more drones to monitor the area and keep it clear of gnomish scouts or would-be guerrillas. As a smaller force, composed mostly of cavalry and war drones, the detached task force reached their goal first, just as the sun was approaching the horizon. Although they'd called Bin cavalry, the heavy horse were mostly experienced and reasonably high-level fighters that worked just as well as mounted infantry, able to dismount and fight on their feet as well as on horseback. Once they arrived and Sir Willard saw their enemy had tried to barricade themselves in the village, he ordered most of his fighters to dismount. Janus kept an eye on them, but let the knight prepare for the battle as he wanted to. He had to call orders up to be relayed by a sapient drone. 2 had come with the winged drones, but it worked out well enough. A few minutes later, they started flying above the village and tossing down explosives and stray rocks, focusing on the walls. She could see the civilians had sought shelter in the biggest house in the center of the settlement. That was a relief, at least. Janus watched, absently twisting her fingers as the battle picked up steam. Their infantry moved forward, skills and abilities flashing, to meet the gnomish defenders ensconced behind the simple walls, barely more than wooden palisades. They might be enough to stand up to the occasional stray monster, but didn't stand up well against a concerted attack, not even with the reinforcement the gnomish soldiers had clearly done. Quickly, the two lines met and clashed. It was in many ways a more conventional battle than Janice had seen in a long time, and her stomach twisted unpleasantly as she kept watching. "Are you okay?" Dan asked, glancing at her with a little frown from where he was coming up beside her. "Sure, it's nothing," Janice brushed him off. It wasn't nothing, but as much as she liked Dan, she didn't think he'd understand if she tried to explain. She wasn't sure what she'd say. In a way, it was almost a relief to her that she was having a negative reaction. She'd grown far too accustomed to war and violence. "I didn't even want to be an adventurer," Janice thought with a bit of bitter humor. "And now look at me. A great commander, according to a few people, although they were probably just trying to kiss up to me." She shook her head to herself. It was undeniable she seemed to have some talent for it, though, but it wasn't like with magic. She definitely didn't feel about it like she felt about magic. A few times, she'd almost resented that she seemed to be good at war. At least, when she watched her people fight and die like they did right now. She knew the relief and exhilaration of battles won would come after it, and there were few things like that satisfaction. Right now, Janice could only watch somberly as Sir Willard's knights pushed back the gnomish soldiers, using their reach advantage to good effect and herding them into fields of fire for the flying drones. Although the fight seemed to drag on forever, it was actually over quickly. The human infantry, supported by swarm drones, managed to control the entire flow of the fight. Their pressure was too much for the gnomes to withstand. They would have probably broken earlier if they weren't effectively trapped. As it was, some still tried to run, but they didn't get very far. The soldiers set to securing their prisoners and sent a few war drones to sweep the village for surprises. Except for a few caches of ammunition, they didn't find anything, no traps or hidden mines. Although that would be more of a tactic for the Hive, anyway. Eventually, her attention was diverted by the progress of her own force, which was coming up on the river. Janice had forgotten its name, the mental map she kept checking didn't include it, but it was bigger than most of the brooks they'd passed so far, not something they could easily wade across. Especially with horses or vehicles. She took command of a winged drone and circled it down over the river to get a better look, then focused on the psychic link to talk to several of the other sapient drones with them. They didn't have many production drones nearby, so she wouldn't be able to rely on their secretions to build a temporary bridge, but there was also little need for it. Janice watched as a few of them went into the river, or more precisely, over it. A spell for walking on water wasn't very common but did come in handy, and then a few drones dove to create holes for support struts. Fortunately, ground excavation worked just as well with water around a target as with air. Meanwhile, Janice, like a few others, focused on her magic and put a lot of mana into another spell, their trademark conjuration. Long boards of titanium appeared for the drone and human workers to use. They wouldn't make the whole bridge out of it, but enough for the support structure. It took a while, but in the end, they had a bridge that she thought might have been better than the one that was here before. It certainly allowed all of their army, and any future supply shipments or reinforcements, across without issues. And what now? Ada asked when Janice contacted her to update her on their progress and check if there had been any noticeable developments. Apparently, nothing remarkable. "We'll continue, carefully," she said. They had made a plan for this part of the campaign. Well, mostly Ben had created the detailed plan, and Janice saw no reason not to stick to it at the moment. "I thought you wanted to do something about our queen's most recent plot with the gnomes?" Ada asked. Janice shrugged slightly. "We only need to be at a specific town in 2 days, I'm sure we'll manage that." Well, that and there were other parts of the plan, but they were either being fulfilled or seemed to be well on their way, so that was fine. Janice didn't exactly mind being here, but she was aware that at least part of the reason for it was that she was present for whatever might happen, and in case the gnomes wanted the reassurance of speaking to someone high-ranking within the Empire. Of course, she could always just talk with Regina over the psychic link, and so could any of the drones, but it was different. They still weren't sure just how much the gnomes really understood about the psychic link, and didn't want to give away more information than they had to. Plus, emotionally, speaking to a princess would make any promises seem more serious than those from a random soldier. Janice was looking forward to it. Any chance to end the war early would be nice. And turning the situation around on the gnomish leaders who'd made the war break out in the first place would be great, if they could manage it. Well, she also wanted to be done here so she could go back to Kiera, of course. Who could blame her? Unfortunately, that wasn't looking like it would be a possibility soon, though. Whatever happened, she'd probably have to stick around for a while, and she didn't really want to miss out on it, either. Chapter 290, Pressure. After that conversation in Galatia's lab, something seemed to have shifted between them. Regina couldn't put her finger on it, she just felt it somehow. Maybe it was her imagination now that she was paying more attention, but she caught Galatea giving her considering looks occasionally. Her friend also stayed at court for longer, though Regina supposed she'd probably been planning on that anyway. Things with June had also changed a bit, and it was easier to pinpoint how or why. Unlike Galatea, June wasn't a mysterious centuries-old existence, just a girl who, despite being rather mature and doing important work, was still a bit childish in some ways. Now, she seemed torn between awe and the sinking realization that her master and her allies were playing with forces far beyond normal reckoning. Not that Regina believed in things beyond mortal ken. Certainly not when it came to the gods from Haven, she wouldn't call them the gods of this world. But she couldn't spend too much time thinking about it, or even talking with June about it, because there were other matters demanding her attention. Regina was kept busy with Empire business, from overseeing the support efforts for the war to the reforms and formation of the institutions she wanted. June went off again soon enough, traveling to new schools and workshops and other project locations, pretty much all the places Regina would go to if traveling was less of a headache for her. In the meantime, she resumed her focus on the war in the south. They still hadn't found John Cern, which just showed there was foul play involved. That guy couldn't hide that well on his own, and there was nothing much she could do about the southern expedition until Tim and the others sent word. Therefore, the gnomes received the brunt of her attention. Jana's forces were advancing slowly but steadily. The same went for several other corps currently moving deeper into gnomish territory along other routes. The city of Inzanarak was largely quiet, as far as she could tell. Regina had kept up her practice and focused a lot on that particular target, so she was confident in her readings of its psychic signature, if cities could be said to have those. There was no fomenting unrest, and while she didn't want to deplete the garrison too much, they weren't going to need reinforcements anytime soon. It was a different matter for the settlements their forces took as they pushed further into the Gnomish Confederation. With every village and every town they captured, it stretched their army further and whittled away at their numbers to provide garrisons. Regina knew there was no way around it. Leaving them alone could spark a rebellion, and that would easily spark a bloodbath, something she desperately wanted to avoid. They were going to get reinforcements from Cernlia and Nerlia, though, so it should be bearable. She couldn't tell if her efforts had borne fruit otherwise. It would take a few days to be sure, until she could actually talk, or rather, have someone else talk to people. Regina spent the time dealing with Empire business and arranging things so she was free to watch. Once it was finally time for her to get a bit more involved, she checked in with all of her commanders and then tried to scout out the area around the front line and the outer part of the gnomes' territory as cautiously as she could. There were several issues with trying to form any kind of alliance or agreement with gnomish leaders. The most obvious one was that the gnomes had been spreading propaganda against her hive, building on propaganda propagated for centuries, and openly admitting to any sort of contact or help would be a big risk. It was hard to estimate how the normal gnomish civilians would react, but she could guess many of them wouldn't be happy. As a corollary to that, anyone caught trying to contact her people would be labeled a traitor and probably made an example of. There were some ways she could try and get around or at least mitigate those problems. Offering sanctuary to any gnomish dissidents fleeing the regime, and trying to protect her contacts as best she could. But it also called for a more subtle strategy. After all, they were two nations at war, but they were still two nations. Diplomatic contact of some kind had to be possible. And once the gnomish leaders gave in to the inevitability of that, something could be done. Accordingly, Regina had prepared several things. She was mostly focused on the meeting Janice would be having, though. It was a bit of a risk to send her heir to the front and to something like this, of course, but it also worked as a gesture of sincerity. She was sure Janice knew that, and she was fine with it. Regina didn't want to publicize the meeting too much, since she wasn't sure of the loyalty of everyone in her court or even the army, and the gnomes had even more reason to be discreet. As such, Janice departed quietly on what seemed to be a routine patrol and tour visiting some of their forces, something she'd been doing a few times before. A few sapient drones came with her. A few minutes out, Gwen joined them. The woman was one of the delvers Regina trusted the most, and one of the most diplomatic ones they had. It took a while until the meeting she was waiting for could actually start. Both sides had to be careful, after all. Focusing on the area, Regina could sense the scattered minds of singular gnomes scouting out the surroundings and her approaching party, but they kept their distance. Likewise, a few winged drones circling high overhead gave them some information, and she also let Janice know what she was sensing. The town they'd chosen as a reference point was actually far enough from the front line to be mostly unaffected. Or at least, it seemed like it. The front had been moving recently, so they might just not have caught up yet. But it was nestled in some hills and had a few relatively simple tunnels close to the surface, not a very complicated tunnel system but enough for hiding. Janice and her companions took a tunnel through a rocky hill whose entrance they'd previously scouted with winged drones. It hadn't been closed, unlike many others. Regina relaxed a bit as she recognized the minds of one of the gnomes waiting for them. The woman she had talked to previously, Akilikil. There was one other mind that felt faintly familiar, although she couldn't recall where she might have met them. Well, it wasn't important. What was important was that they had brought a small group of only half a dozen people, just as requested. Regina intensified her search for a minute, but didn't find anyone else lurking or any suspicious movements further away. Once Janice and the others emerged from the tunnel, it was only a short hop and a skip to a small, secluded grove nestled between two hills. An old altar stood to one side, but its inscription was so weathered it was hard to make out what deity it had been meant for. It was outside the town walls and out of sight from them, though only a few minutes of walking away, but anything they did here should be hidden from the inhabitants and any garrison. Not that Regina expected that to be a problem. The people she was meeting had probably made sure to bring the local garrison to their side, at least enough to turn a blind eye. They actually came, one of them muttered as Janice and company emerged into the clearing. It was probably meant to be quiet, but the drones hearing picked it up. "We came," Vaya said, smiling as they approached the gnomes. "It is good to find you here, as well." "Of course," Akilikil replied, politely bowing her head, which the others copied. Janice only dipped hers briefly while the drones and Gwen did the same. "Welcome. We hope for illuminating talks." "Well, that's at least a good start," Regina considered. "Maybe introductions are in order?" Dan spoke up at her prompt. "This is Janice Starlet von Woolton, Crown Princess of the Empire, as I'm sure you know. This is Vaya of the Starlet Hive, one of the Hive Queen's personal aides and a renowned healer. And I'm Dan of the Starlet Hive, one of our warriors. And this is Gwen Cern, a respected delver and trusted advisor." The gnomes exchanged a quick look before Akilikil spoke again. Clearly, she'd been appointed as their spokesperson for now. "A pleasure to meet all of you. I am representing the moderates and the radicals factions of the Gnomish Confederation. My colleague Daliakon is a fellow leader of the moderates. Adaitkil is vice-head of the preservationists." She didn't introduce the rest of the gnomes, which was probably deliberate. Her own side knew far less about the gnomes than the gnomes did about them. Still, Regina didn't mind. "At least we have leaders from 3 factions present. That's something." And from what she'd heard, they probably weren't small, 2-bit local parties, even if the other 2 weren't as big as the moderates. Those still seemed to be the biggest opposition to the historicals, anyway. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and the tension eased slightly as it became apparent that neither party seemed to be here to spring a trap, although some tension remained. "I hope you appreciate that we are taking a great risk by being here, talking to you," Adaitkil said. Janice smiled slightly and nodded. We do understand that, and appreciate it. Although, it also appears that being a leader in a political faction of the Gnomish Confederation is quite risky lately. There was a bit of grumbling from the other gnomes, but no one spoke up to deny her statement. It was obviously true, and something of an understatement. Regina wondered how these people had escaped the purges she knew the ruling faction had conducted against political opponents. Perhaps a mix of having connections to historicals, going into hiding, or the leadership of factions being kept secret? And maybe the historicals also left some alone as a deliberate gesture to show they weren't just killing their opposition, even though they were. I suppose that is why we are here, in a sense, Achillical said lightly. Regina felt Janice's mild surprise at her easy admission. But we do have to question your own motives, Daliacon continued. What do you gain by dealing with us? You'll have to forgive us if we are suspicious of whether your goals will hurt us in the end. Our nations are at war, after all. Such suspicions are perfectly understandable, and we are not offended, Janice said. I do appreciate the frankness. Of course, we intend to win the war, make no mistake. But Hivekind are not the genocidal maniacs they have been made out to be by your political enemies. We entered into this war to protect ourselves, and we want to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, on both sides. We desire a civilized resolution, and some assurance that a new war will not break out spurred by the hate the historical spew. Unfortunately, such a civilized end will not be possible with them in charge of the Gnomish Confederation, as it stands. Hardly, Editakel said with a faint nod. If we get past this hostility, I believe both sides have a lot to offer each other, Janice said. But our first priority has to be to protect the citizens of the Central European Empire, and make sure the Gnomish Confederation is not a threat to their lives and well-being. There was a moment of silence as they considered what she'd said. Thank you for laying out your position, Achillical said. It went unsaid that they couldn't simply take them by their word, Regina supposed. And even then, Janice hadn't said anything about concrete goals or how exactly she envisioned the political landscape after the war. Of course, it would be a lot easier if we did have detailed plans for that, Regina reflected. But they probably wouldn't be workable, anyway. I take it from your presence here that you are open to cooperating? Janice asked. There was another short pause, before Achillical nodded slightly. We are open to the possibility, she said. However, it depends on the details. In our considered opinion, it is best to start small, so to speak, to build trust. We have many reasons to distrust each other, and we will need to ascertain whether cooperation for common goals is feasible. That's fine, Janice said. We do not want to pressure you. Ask them if they want something, Regina suggested. Janice didn't give an outward reaction, but continued, do you have any requests for us? We do, Editakel said quickly, we want your protection, if we should come to be hunted by the historicals. Regina felt Via's surprise, echoed by the others a moment later. This wasn't a small request, she supposed. But it did align with what they'd been saying. That is not a small matter, Via said. But I am sure we could work something out, Dan said. If you have to flee the Confederation, we will of course offer you sanctuary, Janice confirmed. I give you my word. Gwen leaned over to mutter a suggestion to her, and she quickly added, as long as you do not betray us or commit acts we find unconscionable, of course. And what of our safety within the Confederation? Will you be able to help? Achillical pushed. If we should become aware of threats by other means, we will warn you. That is all we can promise. Thank you, Your Highness, Achillical inclined her head. Now we are only left with the question of what you want from us. For now, nothing except a little information, Janice said, again following an impression Regina sent through the psychic link. Information? Nothing in terms of military intelligence, she reassured them. Not yet, anyway. It could easily come to that eventually, and they probably knew that too. But we would like to understand the situation in the Gnomish Confederation better. Especially the political pressure and persecution you are facing, and how the common citizens are faring. Of course, Daliacon responded quickly, earning a slight frown from the other gnomish man. We would be pleased to discuss the situation with you. Regina settled in to watch as the conversation continued, going into details. She tried to commit everything to memory, and to make sure that a good representation was in the psychic link as well. A quick call to Ida made sure a keeper was helping with that, as well. Overall, she was satisfied with how this progressed. They hadn't actually gained much, the agreement they'd reached so far wasn't very comprehensive, but it was a start. More would come with time. Crucially, she'd confirmed that the gnomish opposition was ready to work with them in defiance of their current regime. The pressure would increase as the war went on, anyway. Chapter 291, Encounters. How long do you think it will take until we're through? Annuus asked. Past this mountain, or reaching our goal? Tim asked with a glance to the side. They were currently gingerly picking their way over the mountain. Specifically, they were climbing a slope somewhere near the peak. It wasn't too bad, compared to some others, but the loose stones and hidden crevices in the rock made it treacherous. It was also cold as hell, with the wind whistling into their ears and chilling them to the bone. Hivekind were usually resistant to high temperatures, but Tim really found himself wishing his chitin was thicker, and maybe had some heating elements. He didn't think he'd ever bundled up this much in his life, and the thick clothes made him feel ungainly. But at least the sky was relatively clear. Small blessings. Either would be nice to know, she grunted. But I was asking about the mountains as a whole. I can see we're almost done with this one. They weren't going to the actual top of the mountain, but their scouting had revealed that the ridge in front of them should provide a good way down on the other side. It was also on the edges of the territory of a dangerous monster, as best they could guess. This deep inside what remained of the Alps, that was a good thing. It was either be in the middle of such a territory or at the edges. Of course, the group had also sought out some more monsters to kill than they'd strictly needed to get through. But that was the point, they were not only scouting a path, but securing it as well. Already, Tim could tell that this part wasn't going to be feasible for a regular route, at least not without a very strong escort for any weaker travelers. But they'd gone off the best path several times already, to deal with threats in the surroundings, and sometimes to find said best path in the first place. Past this one, we'll definitely have crossed the halfway point, he answered. We most likely already have. I would estimate just a few more days until we've reached the outskirts of the mountains on the other side. How specific, Enaven grumbled as he climbed up a particularly large rock behind him. Tim ignored him. He'd learned that the dark elf occasionally liked to complain, but his heart wasn't really in it. Just like how Annuus generally kept her criticism quiet and had to be coaxed a little to share it. They'd been traveling together for days now, it was easy to pick up things like this. At least no larger fights had broken out within the group. Considering the strong personalities involved, you didn't reach high levels without being determined, at least, that was something to be thankful for. Come on, we're almost there, Tyrius called from further up ahead. He looked back up the mountain, then at the rest of the group. Also, I think the local monster might be coming by for a visit. Tim kept any further questions to himself until he'd climbed up far enough to reach his companion's position, then glanced around. He had left the last of the swarm drones behind days ago. That meant he could no longer rely on their scouting to get the lay of the land or detect monsters nearby. He still reached for the psychic link on instinct, reeling a little mentally when it wasn't there. Well, it wasn't gone, exactly, it just felt like a gap had opened up between him and everyone else, like the part that should connect him with the greater hive was empty. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. It had been days and he still found himself reacting like that. It would probably take a while until he stopped reaching for it out of habit. At least, he thought he was handling it pretty well otherwise. Being suddenly cut off from everyone, especially his queen, was disorienting, but he'd known it was coming and had prepared himself. He didn't think he was showing any negative mental effects, either. For now, he focused on the immediate problem. Even without additional eyes to use, it didn't take him long to find the monster Tyrius had mentioned. Considering its bright red scales and the heat almost visibly coming off its body, it was hard to miss. Some monsters adapted to the cold by embracing it, like ice chamois and white bearkin. Some instead went for the fight ice with fire approach, sometimes literally. Considering this part of the mountain was mostly clear of ice and snow, it shouldn't be a surprise this was one of them. Tim hadn't seen this specific species before, but it looked like some kind of salamander variant. Fire salamander of some kind 100 meters east-northeast, he told the others to make sure. Take a fort formation. Edward, try to manipulate its fire. Nuckme, get ready to root it. Archers, prepare but hold your fire for now. The others quickly moved into position as directed. Yes, sir, Edward muttered, frowning in concentration. The young Nerlian was a recent recruit to the Delvers, but he'd earned his place. He might not be one of the hives, but he was a good archmage, with a particular knack for the elements and a fondness for fire. The lizard's fire seemed to flicker for a moment, before it noticeably dimmed, but kept burning. It roared and spat a globe of fire at them, faster than most fireballs. The attack still slid off a magical barrier that had quickly appeared around the group. Proceed, Tim ordered quickly. A moment later, tendrils of shadow grasped the monster and anchored it in place. Some burned away but were quickly replaced with others. Meanwhile, a hail of arrows started hitting the monster, several of them carrying special effects. Tim readied himself, but it didn't look like his blade would be needed for this encounter. A minute passed with an exchange of ranged attacks. The salamander got free once, but Anaven quickly rooted it again. Tyrius muttered something and a blade of light shot from the tip of his sword, joining the other attacks. Then the monster roared again, more high-pitched this time. Tim staggered as the sound assaulted his eardrums, sending the world spinning around him with dizziness. It passed quickly, but when it had, he saw the fire lizard had freed itself and seemingly grown another 1/2 meter, with burning flames licking at its body to form an outer casing. A stray arrow caught fire as it fell down on it. A quick glance showed the others had also been affected by the sonic attack and were recovering. The mages, as those with the lowest con, were worst off. But they'd all kept formation. Brace, he told them, moving his sword into position. The salamander reached them, but the melee combatants in the front held firm and didn't buckle under its charge. Tim swiped low, stabbing with his blade arms, while Tyrius went high, Annuus and Olerin flanking them. He blinked against the heat, stepped half a step to the side and then stabbed again, finding a weak spot in the joint of its shoulder. Its blood bubbled as it streamed onto the ground. The salamander turned and tried to lunge for Annuus, but the elven ranger nimbly stepped back, and the rest of the party attacked. Tim watched as Olerin got a good swipe into its elbow joint, buckling its leg. From there, it was only a matter of a moment to stab up and open its throat. He stepped back, then sheathed his sword and held his mouth under the steaming wound, drinking from the bloodstream. Over the last few days, he'd lost his caution with things like that. If any of his companions still had issues with it, they didn't say anything. Let's start butchering the kill, Tyrius said. Tim withdrew and nodded. Good work. Let's be quick about it. They were far up in the mountains and had little provisions, so there was no point in wasting it. Given their practice, it went quickly. Tim knew he, and the other drones, wouldn't be able to digest the scales, but he still took the innards and some of the bones. Edward used the fire to char some of the salamander meat to take with them. There was no source of water here, though, so they would move on quickly. Tim looked around as well as he could, despite the biting wind that started to rise. They had a good vantage point currently. He mentally marked out the demarcations of the local monsters' territories, absently lamenting the absence of the psychic link again. But they should be pretty safe for now. It took another few minutes until they got to a sheltered spot where they could take a break and discuss their next moves. They'd made a habit of not lingering unnecessarily at the spots they killed a monster, but right now, they were still close enough to tell if another showed up. Or more than one, although the monsters up here seemed to be solitary for the most part. They also had pretty large territories from what he could tell. There should be a good path down the mountain over there, Ash noted, sounding almost cheerful. Good, let's continue, Tyrius said, to the approval of everyone else. As they started walking again, Tim looked at his brother, evaluating how he was holding up. Ash seemed to like the expedition, the challenge of it. He also didn't appear too concerned with their separation from the hive, except for a certain tightening around his eyes and the occasional pauses when he probably tried to check the hive link, too. Subtle things like that. It was good, and put Tim's mind at ease a bit. They didn't have many people who'd interacted with outsiders without support and were in a senior role and strong enough to send on an expedition like this. Ash's previous experience in a party fighting monsters and finding elementals in the mountains had made his inclusion obvious. Although Tim would have honestly preferred to have Rhea, but he understood why Regina hadn't wanted to send her. She was concerned that the other drone might still be affected by being forcibly moved out of range when she was a hostage to the Esseman, and that sending her might exacerbate any remaining issues. In a way, this expedition was a test for much more than just finding a good way south, or even working together with Nerlians, Cernlians, and guests. As he was lost in thought, they moved a good distance down the mountain, on a reasonably even slope with hard-packed snow that was easy to traverse. They took a corner around a large rocky ridge leading up to the top, and he almost missed what they found. He would have if the others hadn't paid more attention. "Is that a path?" Olarin asked. Tim blinked and looked at where he was pointing, squinting against the glare of the snow. He was right. There was a depression, a darker shadow, winding its way past a few rocky outcrops into a forested part. "Let's check it out," he decided. As they approached, it quickly became obvious this was indeed a path. Not a very big one, probably no more than a route that had been trod a few times. But still clearly not a game trail. "Those aren't animal or monster prints," Annuus noted, crouching down to peer more closely at the ground and walking for a few steps, as the rest of the group followed. Here, the impression of someone taking a step just a bit to the side, already half crumbled, but it's clear. Booted feet. And there, something else I can't quite identify, but it's not a hoofprint and there are no talons or claws. It might be a race I haven't encountered before, or unfamiliar footwear. If I had to guess, these are relatively recent. Certainly since the last snowfall, but no more than a day old." Tim nodded. "Good, thank you, Commander," he praised absently. Then he glanced at the others. "Thoughts on how to proceed?" "Let's check it out," Ash said promptly. "I suggest caution," Olarin said, still examining the trail critically. "They may be hostile." "They appeared to move almost perpendicular to our path. Following them would be a deviation we don't need," Edward said. "It's probably just a group of adventurers, anyway." "If they are, chances are good they're coming from the south," Tim pointed out. There was a short silence as everyone digested it. Then Tim's eyes caught a faint rumble, and he jumped back a meter, drawing his sword on instinct. "Does that mean you are not originating from the south?" a voice rumbled, accompanied by the shifting of rocks. "Rarely get visitors from further north here." Tim stared for a moment as the rocky outcropping he thought was just a feature of the terrain, a few meters away, shifted to reveal a humanoid form. It was like parts of the rock melted into the body, but it kept its rocky exterior, with gray stony skin. Then they shifted a bit and he realized there was a second one behind them. "Who are you?" Tyrius asked, grasping his sword. "Steady," Tim muttered. Despite the surprise, they didn't seem hostile so far. He didn't want to start a fight with the first locals they ran across. Iturkani, level 41 paladin. Iliamanafe, level 38 rogue fighter. Their status didn't reveal anything strange, except for their unfamiliar names. "We should be asking you that," the first one, the paladin, said, crossing his arms and staring up at them. It might have seemed more intimidating if he stood over 1.5 meters. It was more like 1.40 meters, really. "When we saw another party was coming, we didn't expect people like you." "So, you hid here to see what we were like?" Annuus muttered. Her eyes narrowed as she examined them, then she nodded slowly. "You're dwarves." There was something in her tone he couldn't quite place. Probably not a simple emotion. "We are," the second one answered brightly. He watched them until Tim sheathed his sword and got Tyrius to do the same with a pointed look, then turned to shout into the forest. "Come on out, they seem friendly enough." He turned back to them with a wink. "Rest of our party's not as good at hiding in plain sight." The rest of their party, it turned out, were much less of a surprise. There were 3 humans, all dressed in clothes a bit different from what Tim was used to but similar enough in other ways, clearly suited for adventuring in rough conditions. They all had combat-focused classes and weapons. "It is a pleasure to meet you," the apparent leader called out. "You are from north of the Great Mountains? Nerlia or Cernlia, I think?" Tand Lucian, level? Archmage of the present. Tim took half a step forward and bowed his head politely. "Well met," he greeted them. "We are indeed from the north. We are an expedition sent by the Central European Empire to find a way south, to establish more regular contact and perhaps trade." Lucian frowned. "Central European Empire? I haven't heard of that nation before, and I thought I was familiar with the geography beyond the peninsula." "You wouldn't have," Anaven drawled. "It's new. It was recently founded," Tim agreed. "You are adventurers, I take it?" "At present," he replied with a slight smile. "My day job is in the city of Varigals." He seemed to consider them for a moment, then nodded. "If you were sent to establish diplomatic relations, I assume it was on your itinerary? Perhaps even at the top?" "Yes, it was," Tim agreed with a smile. From their information, mostly gathered third-hand from merchants who'd traded with the southern lands, the city was a major hub in the northern part of those lands, probably the closest to the mountains. "Then perhaps I should escort you," the Archmage decided. "I rather doubt whatever the omens sent me to find is half as interesting as your arrival." Tim managed another smile. "We would be glad to have your company and guidance," he agreed. It wasn't how he'd expected to start that part of his mission, but running into some adventurers and an apparently powerful man wasn't a bad thing. It would hopefully allow him to learn some more information before they actually encountered any settlements. Plus, he had to admit he was curious about the dwarves. He hadn't heard much about their race before. He only knew that they were classified as demi-humans, like most called the Hive kind now, but unlike elves. "Good. Will you accompany me, good people?" Lucian asked, turning to the other adventurers. "We will, sir," another man answered. The rest nodded, including the 2 dwarves. Tim hid his expression by looking at the rest of his group, making sure they were all up for it. This was going to be interesting. Chapter 292, Findings. Regina was relieved to find that her gnomish contacts, for lack of a better word, kept their word. They weren't really allies, she felt, at least not yet. But over the course of the next few days, several gnomes showed up carrying bits of information for them. Mostly they were captured gnomish prisoners or civilians in occupied areas. They clearly had ways of communicating, but Regina supposed she didn't have enough soldiers to watch them closely, so there were lots of opportunities to pass messages. There were also ways to communicate quietly, she should know. She hadn't felt any psychics in her sweeps, but that didn't mean much. The system could grant adjacent skills even if people didn't have much talent or training. More important than the question of how they conveyed the information, though, was the information itself. Regina immediately set her hive's keepers to storing and analyzing it, roping in trusted humans from her new government apparatus as well, where appropriate. So far, none of this information required an immediate response, but it still helped. It gave them pieces of the puzzle, to a more complete picture of the Gnomish Confederation. For example, it bore out her suspicions that some of the opposition was probably being left alive on purpose. Some information contained insight on Gnomish politicians, leaders, and higher-ups in smaller factions, who were nominally against the historicals, but didn't really seem to be doing much against them. Regina wouldn't accuse them of being plants or collaborators without further evidence. They might just be too frightened of being next on the chopping block to make a move. And to be fair, some of the gnomes I want to be working with probably appear not to be doing anything on the outside, too, she reminded herself. For now, there wasn't much she could do with any of that intel. It wasn't really actionable at present, she just needed to give them some time, for the situation to develop and the gnomish leaders to turn to her. They were still laying the groundwork. The war was continuing in the meantime. Janice had left her current corps to visit the others and take a brief trip back to the city to check in with the garrison, then gone back to the front lines. Regina tried not to feel too anxious about that. Janice was a capable commander and a powerful mage, even if she was young and her level could be higher, and she knew what she was doing. Regina had also made sure she was well protected. They were advancing cautiously, in the more thickly populated interior of the Confederation. Several cities would have to be taken before they could really push deeper into it, and Ben and the others wanted to prepare thoroughly. In the meantime, Cernlia was still building up its defenses along its southern border. Regina hoped that pressuring the gnomes would stop any attempts at a counterattack into the Empire there, but they couldn't rely on it. It meant many of the new soldiers being raised had to be diverted to that area instead of just being sent as reinforcements to the main army. Luckily, the Empire proper wasn't very affected by the war itself. Most people didn't seem very concerned with it. They were more interested in the new ministries and departments Regina had created, and the work they were starting to do. Plans were already in the works for much-needed projects like a full census, as well as minting new coins and introducing early versions of paper money, promissory notes, and banknotes. For obvious reasons, Regina wanted them all issued by the Empire directly or a national bank they set up, but there was still debate about how they should be backed by gold and how much was necessary. Counterfeiting would be a major problem, too, so she wasn't going to throw out coin money anytime soon. Regina had been going over their finances, and she was optimistic. While they were still in the red and would be for some time, without using conjuration, that was inevitable, their expenses were too high, considering the various projects and the war. But she expected the Empire's income to rise sharply, as soon as they actually got more of the taxation money they were theoretically owed, and especially once the economy grew. Their schools were already shaping up to be a major success. While they were still setting up new ones, an effort now mostly delegated to some officials, with June's help, the existing ones had already produced some valuable insight, particularly the institutes of higher learning they were setting up. So far, there was still not much distinction between them, but that would come with time. For now, they were helping with copying and distributing books. Now that she'd finally established all of the ministries and agencies she'd wanted, and at least gotten a start on properly staffing them, Regina was starting to have a bit more free time. The things that needed doing hadn't decreased, but she had more subordinates now to take some of the load. Her personal staff had kind of grown around her and her projects almost by accident, but they were competent and she trusted them to handle matters that crossed their desks and alert her to anything she needed to know. Ira in particular had really come into her own, although of course Regina had always known she was a great aide. This meant that Regina had more time to devote to her studies and training, in particular her magic. She wanted to take advantage of it while Galatea still stayed in the city. She'd also found she really enjoyed it, and it gave her the opportunity to spend more time with June, teaching her as she was supposed to instead of just sending her on tasks across the Empire. It was as they were developing another scrying ritual and June asked a theoretical question about what they could find that she realized she'd missed an opportunity. It's much easier to scry on a fixed location, she was explaining. Finding objects, or persons, without knowing their location isn't possible with just standard scrying. That's one of the advantages of more complicated rituals, or advanced scrying spells like the ones Galatea has started to teach us. So, say I wanted to find someone and I didn't know where to look, just maybe the general area, she trailed off. Yes, Master? June asked after a moment. What would you do? Well, I'd enlist your help and then set up a scrying ritual to check out where he is, Regina continued. In fact, please go get some materials for one, you should know which are required, or tell me what to conjure. June gave her an almost suspicious look, but did as she was bid. I take it you actually want to find someone, she asked after she'd returned with some materials and started setting them up in a ritual circle. Regina sighed. There's one lord who's apparently gone missing or rogue, and I would like to know where he is, she admitted. I was just too busy with other things to think much about it. And she'd completely missed this possibility. June nodded, and fortunately didn't comment further on it. Instead, she asked a question about the conjuration of gold for the ritual, and they continued with setting it up. Regina would have waited for Galatea, but she knew her friend was busy. She'd been working off and on with some of the people in the city, including some drones, trying to figure out how to recreate some modern inventions with contemporary tools. Also, Regina kind of wanted to prove that she could do it herself, without help. Well, not counting June, but she was her apprentice. She'd chosen to use a slightly more complicated version of the ritual, so setting it up took longer, and she had to conjure gold, silver, and platinum. But it should allow them to view the projection created by the ritual's magic for longer, too. She double-checked everything once it was finished, and then nodded at June and started pouring mana into it. Regina had been concerned that she wouldn't be able to tell where John Cern was even once she found him, but as it turned out, that concern was unfounded. The image stabilized like a projection from a modern AR interface in the air, and she thought it seemed familiar right away. Cern was sitting on a terrace, clearly enjoying the sunshine, and behind him was a garden leading into a plaza with fancy buildings around it. Across from his position, she saw a tower, or maybe an obelisk, reaching into the sky, made of dark stone and with the glimmer of flames coming from it in points regularly spaced along its length. That's John Cern. And that's the dark finger of Leberg, in the central plaza of the city, June commented. I've seen drawings in books. He's in Liongen? Regina leaned back against the table, crossing her arms as she kept watching the image. She had tried to read up on the countries west of Nerlia once they became relevant, and vaguely recognized the description as well. The Western Confederation, she mused. June glanced at her and frowned. It might be better than the Esseman, she suggested cautiously. I don't know exactly what happened with him, but if someone is trying to meddle with Cernlia, they might be worse. They could still be involved with the Esseman, Regina pointed out. But the relationship of Liongen and Esseman is pretty bad, June noted. They were almost at war twice in the last 15 years. There've been trade disputes and succession issues with one of their provinces. I don't think they would willingly work with them. True, but Liongen is part of the Western Confederation now. And we don't know how closely tied they are. They might have chosen Liongen as a location because people wouldn't expect them to be involved with Esseman. But I suppose you're probably right. June pulled up a chair and sat down, looking thoughtful. Regina spared a moment to be thankful that she had a thorough education and knew enough about the political situation and history, probably more than Regina did. Do you know if they were involved in whatever he did at all? June asked. Or did he just decide to flee to this city? Regina frowned. I'm not sure, she said. At this point, I'm not sure it even makes that much of a difference. Once he's there, they're going to try to use him, anyway. If they weren't, they wouldn't be keeping him in style in the center of Liongen's capital, would they? They both fell quiet as another man appeared in the projection. Regina had noted that Cern appeared to be well-dressed, although it was a style she wasn't very familiar with, favoring wider trousers and a weirdly shaped sash. The other man was dressed in the same style, but more ostentatiously, with what looked like gold edging on his jacket and belt. They started talking, but Regina couldn't make out what they said. She leaned forward, listening intently and watching the projection. The lip movements were obscured, she noted, just enough to make it hard to make out what they were saying even if she'd been better at lip reading. What is this? June asked. A protection against eavesdroppers, most likely something passive, carried by an artifact or skill, or maybe a spell, that works against scrying, Regina explained. Galatea had told her about those. She'd been practicing them herself. How hard is that? June asked, apparently following the same line of thought. Regina shrugged. It depends, she said. You generally can't keep it up all the time, but it could be anchored to locations. We'll have to see. She fell quiet and watched in silence as the two men kept talking. Cern was growing a bit agitated. Then he fell silent for a second and continued in a softer voice, seemingly deflating. The other man nodded, clapped him on the shoulder, and turned to go. The distortion seems to be moving with him, Regina noted. Then she clamped her mouth shut and leaned forward to catch what he was saying. What a waste of time, Cern was muttering. When will I be able to go back? He sighed, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Regina exchanged a look with June, then finally stopped the mana for the scrying and let the projection dissolve. They couldn't have kept it up for much longer. Do you have any idea what they are planning, Master? June asked. A few, Regina said, standing up and starting to pack up the remains of the ritual. I'm not certain. She sighed. I need a better intelligence network abroad. June was frowning as she stepped closer to help her gather up and separate the burnt remains of some herbs she'd brought. Haven't you been working on that? If I'm allowed to know, she added quickly. Regina chuckled. You're my apprentice, June, even if you don't have an official position in the Empire. And you're Crown Princess of Cernlia. You're allowed to know pretty much anything I'm doing. I'm honored by your trust, Your Majesty. And maybe I can help. I'm sure Cern has friends or contacts in Cernlia. And you think they'd talk to you? June smiled, clearly looking as innocent and angelic as possible. But I'm only a sick little girl, she said softly. What could I possibly be up to that would hurt them? Everyone knows I have no head for power plays and politics, only magic. Regina laughed. All right, I suppose it can't hurt. She reconsidered for a moment. Be careful, though, June. Her apprentice smiled. I won't get myself hurt, she promised. Regina nodded and turned back to her task. Despite June's assurance, she wasn't sure how successful she would be, but Regina also wasn't planning to rely on it. Instead, she mentally revised her budget to allocate increased funds to their intelligence service, which she really should get around to properly formalizing soon. With 2 parts, one for domestic and one for foreign intelligence, for best results. And she was going to start using her psychic powers, though sparingly, she decided. In most cases, it wouldn't be able to help her goal, but she could test some people, make sure at least those in key positions were trustworthy and wouldn't deliberately hire the wrong people or manipulate reports. For people in this kind of service, a measure like that should be more expected and acceptable, and they'd hopefully be better about staying quiet about it. They should be accustomed to keeping secrets relating to their work. She could just add this one to the operational details not for general circulation. That way, it would be easier to catch attempted infiltrators trying to get in, too. They'd at least drop out before they learned anything important if they were scared off by having to undergo a screening, assuming they didn't try to cheat their way through it. It would mean more work for her, but at least Regina could use it as training, she supposed. Interlude, Division 5. Tiki-Makin had settled into a new routine, even if it was stressful and hectic. He rarely ever got enough sleep these days, and he was unsure how much he was actually accomplishing. The war was going badly, after all. It would be unwise to state it openly without some qualifiers, but it was obvious to pretty much everyone. He was trying his best, but not even General Alikin could prop up the Gnomish Confederation's armies for long. They'd lost one major city and were a hair's breadth away from losing several others, and a major chunk of the country. It was only a matter of time at this point. As a silver lining, his job seemed to have gotten slightly easier as he not only settled further into his role, but the political aspect was getting more tractable. He'd been pushed into liaising between historical faction leaders and the military strategic command several times, and the change was noticeable. The politicians were actually trying their best to support the generals now. Or so it seemed, anyway. The last requests he'd carried to them had all been granted, at least in part. He tried not to dwell on the question of whether it was too little too late. Still, because of the importance of his work and how busy it kept him, he usually came home after Eli. And they'd talked about their schedules for today, so she shouldn't have been kept that long. As he came home and found the apartment empty, he had to calm himself down from an immediate surge of worry. Perhaps it was a testament to the tension of the time and how on edge they all were, but his mind immediately conjured up all kinds of unpleasant scenarios. He paced through the living room for a bit, then almost burned dinner as he tried to distract himself with cooking. I should go out and look for her, he thought, then shook his head. No, what if she comes back and no one is home? He sighed, then started parceling the food onto plates and setting them close to the stove. Finally, as the sun set and he was just starting to consider asking one of his neighbors to pass a message to some of his acquaintances, the door creaked open and she walked into the room. Eli! He hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her. Tiki, she replied with a smile, then pushed him away so she could shrug out of her jacket. I'm sorry I'm late. What happened? He demanded. I was worried. Tychlikel visibly hesitated, then turned away to take off her shoes and neatly lined them up. I'm fine, she said, turning back to him. It's sweet of you to worry, but I wasn't in trouble or anything. What did you do? He asked again, trying not to sound accusing. He was just relieved she was safe. She shrugged. It smells like you cooked dinner, how about we eat something? I'm famished. We can talk while we eat. He sighed and nodded, stepping away to set the table and bring the food. Prices had risen drastically and neither of them saw the point in paying too much for rare foodstuffs, so it was quite basic, a vegetable and mushroom stew served with bread without any expensive ingredients. They could afford better, but he'd rather save their money. He started eating in silence, quietly watching his partner. She was obviously hungry, but didn't seem particularly tense. It relaxed him knowing that he had most likely simply overreacted. I suppose I owe you an explanation, she finally said, leaning back in her chair and rolling her shoulders. You don't owe me anything, but I would like to know where you've been, he replied. The old mining quarter, she responded after a moment. He frowned. That place? Why? It's not exactly on the way home for you, is it? She smiled a bit. No, I was working in the inner city this afternoon, as I told you, meeting with several other business owners and coming up with an opinion paper regarding the state of the economy and the proposed subsidies. He put down his cutlery. What brought you out there, then? An opportunity one couldn't miss. He raised an eyebrow when she didn't continue, examining Eli's face. I suppose it wasn't a business opportunity, he quietly asked. She wouldn't be this hesitant to talk about it if it was. She returned his stare, then sighed quietly. Anything but, Eli said quietly. Before I continue, Tiki, tell me true, are you a supporter of the faction leadership? We're both members of the Historicals, he pointed out. Obviously, and that's not what I asked. He sighed. But the fact that he hadn't immediately answered in the affirmative and asked what had gotten into her was already an answer in itself, he supposed. And if he couldn't be honest with Eli, when could he be? No, I'm not, he finally said. The current cadre have far too many things on their conscience. I'd protest if I thought it would do any good, and if it wouldn't cost me my job. Or worse. And neither are you, he added, as a statement, not a question. Eli smiled at him, and why did he only now realize how long it had been since he'd seen her smile like this? Or smiled himself, he supposed. No, she agreed softly. I'm glad we're on the same page. Not that I really had any doubts. She shook her head. If nothing is done, the current executive council is going to lead us all screaming straight into the abyss. He grimaced. It wasn't like he hadn't had the same thought before, but it was still not a pleasant one. Maybe, he said. What, exactly, are you proposing to do about it? What can we do about it? Alone, not much, she agreed, lifting her glass and letting the light reflect off its edge. But we're not meant to be ruled by a small cabal of self-serving autocrats, Tiki. We're gnomes. The Confederation is supposed to be ruled by and for the people. Her grip tightened. I don't say this lightly. I know how you feel. Deculakel is my friend, and we've both respected and looked up to many of the others. They're just, she shrugged helplessly. Oh, beware, that you do not become what you fight, for ever bewitching is the lure of tyranny, he quoted. That coaxed a chuckle from her. You and your cheesy dramas, she said fondly. I suppose the playwrights aren't wrong on this one, though. They've become tyrants, he said, feeling something unclench as he voiced it. And if we can see it, many others can, Eli added. Tiki nodded, and they were both quiet for a minute. He wasn't surprised by her opinion, even if they'd both avoided talking about it before. Now, he was wondering what plan she might have. He wished he had a plan at all. So, what did you do today? He finally asked. She chewed on her lip for a moment. There was a meeting, she said slowly. I heard about it from some acquaintances, well, more like I overheard something and then went asking around a bit. Someone must have vouched for my intentions, since they seemed mistrustful, but I was still told the time and place for a meeting. Just this afternoon, so I had no time to prepare anything or let you know. They were pretty leery, since I'm a member of the Historicals in good standing. Maybe that's why they risked it, they saw it as a golden opportunity, he pointed out. If this is the kind of gathering you're making it sound like it is. They didn't talk about outright treason, but they were definitely not in favor of the current regime, she confirmed. Then Eli hesitated for a moment. Are you upset, Tiki? He massaged the bridge of his nose. To be honest, I'm not sure if I should be, he admitted. What did you learn, at least? Not much, she shrugged. They were sparse on details. At least when talking to me. He snorted. I wonder why, he said sarcastically. This is dangerous, Eli. I don't like the idea of you going to something like that alone. And what if they did have some kind of plan to, fight the executive council? What then? Eli shrugged again with what he could recognize as affected nonchalance. Well, if it's a good plan, then I could help them with it. You're not a revolutionary, Eli. Maybe I'm not yet. Tiki Macon shook his head and stood up, starting to pace. And then what? He demanded. Get killed going against the Confederation? Sabotage the war effort? Join or found some kind of opposition faction? Eli stood as well. In contrast to him, she now seemed entirely calm. If that's what it takes, she said. This cannot continue, Tiki. There's no point in winning the war against the Hive kind if we lose our entire soul in the process. And that's assuming we can even win the war at all. Wasn't it you who sees little prospect of that, if you're being honest? He sighed again. You're not wrong, he admitted, even if saying it hurt, still. But I'm still not comfortable with the idea of doing something that would hurt our ability to fight. And for what? Look at it this way, Tiki, if we're doomed to lose the war, then the best thing to do would be to lose it quickly, with minimal loss of life, or, ideally, to make peace with the new Central European Empire as soon as possible. You know that, too. But you know just as well that the current government of the Gnomish Confederation isn't going to do that. They could already have armies sieging the capital and they'd probably refuse to talk, as it stands. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Do you think making peace is even possible? Eli crossed her arms. Think back to the Hive Queen we met before all this started, Tiki. Does she seem like a genocidal maniac who's not open to reason, or someone who can be negotiated with? The latter, he admitted. You're right. But we should still focus on a political solution. I would be betraying my country and my comrades, Eli. I don't want to do that. Let's keep sabotaging the war as a last resort, all right? Or doing anything like helping the Empire win the war by providing information. Of course, she conceded. And this is all academic so far, anyway. But you're all right with continuing on this course? He started pacing again. I don't like the idea of you putting yourself in danger, he said. But I know I can't talk you out of going. You could always go with me, she pointed out with a smile. Believe me, Eli, I intend to do that. Not that I want you to put yourself in danger, of course. We'll be careful. He nodded silently, and turned to do the dishes. She lingered for a moment, then withdrew to their bedroom. The rest of their evening went by quietly, and they both turned in early. He still had difficulty finding sleep, his mind churning with thoughts and options, each plan more doomed than the last. In the end, he had accomplished nothing but making himself more anxious. Eli's presence, as always, though, calmed him. The next day, he was somewhat distracted during his work and found it harder to focus on the strategy and troop deployments than he was used to. Fortunately or unfortunately, however, he was hardly the only one to be anxious as the war kept going badly, so it didn't draw particular notice. He found himself gazing at General Alikin, considering his position, and forced himself to stop and act normal, pushing any thoughts of the broader political situation out of his mind. Eli came home earlier that day than the last, though still a few minutes later than she should have. She was flushed with either excitement or agitation, and he saw her taking the stairs at a fast pace. "Tiki," she called as soon as the door clicked into the lock. "You won't believe what I heard. I need to figure out the best way to ask people about it this evening." "You're meeting someone this evening?" "There's another meeting, short notice," she said. "You can come to that one. We need to get ready and leave soon. It's the old factory by the river across the northern mining district this time." "But that's not what I mean. We were talking about options yesterday, and as it turns out, they've already contacted the Hive Queen." Tiki Macon blinked and raised a hand to try to calm her. "Eli, slow down," he said. "They did? Who's they? And how did you find out?" Eli took a deep breath and fell into one of their chairs, tipping it back. "I'm not sure I should be telling you who told me. We need to be careful with identities and such. But there's someone I trust. Apparently some of the opposition leaders talked to her, though I didn't get many details." He frowned, leaning back against the wall and crossing his arms, resisting the urge to pace again. "They didn't talk to her in person, though, did they?" "No?" She looked hesitant. "Probably not. I think we would have heard if she traveled to the front, right? But it almost sounded like they did. Presumably they talked through that psychic connection, wouldn't they?" He hummed. "Actually, I think we can figure out what's going on. We got intel that her heir, Princess Janice, is at the front. And apparently, she likes touring their companies. Whoever it is probably met with her, then." "That makes sense." Eli sat up straight again. "Do you think we can contribute some information?" "Well, we are the ones who met the Hive Queen before she became Empress," he considered. "I'm sure someone is remembering that." After another moment of silent contemplation, he nodded, stood up and headed to the small anteroom of their apartment. "Let's grab our jackets and go, then. I want to see this gathering." Eli followed after him. "We should take a circuitous route." "Of course," he said drily. "No sense getting picked up by the good officers of the law. I could probably talk us out of anything unless they outright bust the meeting with us there, but it's better not to risk it." She smiled crookedly. "I guess I made a good choice in my partner, didn't I? You've got all sorts of uses." He finished tying his shoelaces and turned to her, capturing her in an embrace for a moment. "All only for you, Tychlikel," he assured her. She laid her head against his shoulder for a moment. "Good." Tiki Macon smiled, allowing himself to bask in the warm glow of her presence for a moment. At least, whatever happened, they could depend on each other. Chapter 293, Loyalty. Regina had been right about one thing: trying to suss out the loyalties of her subordinates and intelligence officers was good training. She'd started her screening, and while several issues she hadn't thought about before had popped up, she was confident it was going well. Of course, if she missed something she wouldn't know it, by definition, so she had to remind herself not to get overconfident. Robin Dane was pretty helpful for this effort. He was one of the first people she put through this psychic testing, and the results were more or less what she'd expected, although he was also one of the people where she knew she could be least sure of not having missed something. Ironically, Lord Dane was more loyal to Cernlia than to the Empire, that much was clear. He hadn't even tried to hide that fact when she went looking into his mind. But as long as Kiera as Queen of Cernlia followed Regina and there were no real challenges to her position or rule of Cernlia, he would be loyal. Dane wasn't a nationalist or royalist, exactly, but he did feel a sense of honor and duty, and once he'd accepted Kiera as his queen he wouldn't betray her easily. Regina had tried not to go digging much beyond that, stifling her curiosity. She wasn't going to go prying into her people's private lives. Besides, that would only make these screenings even harder. If someone was resisting her, fearing her looking into their minds, because they only wanted to hide an affair or something, it would help no one. She knew she would still stumble on plenty of their personal secrets, but she'd have to resist the temptation to use or share them in any way, even when it might be politically relevant. One thing her interrogation of Dane did show her, though, was that she needed to make these checks a regular thing. If she only had them once, it wouldn't be enough. Only checking someone once they were hired would barely be better than doing nothing. So much could change, people could be blackmailed or bribed even if they thought they wouldn't give in to that, or loyalties might simply shift. That, of course, meant that she would have to devote a lot more time and attention to these checks than she'd originally hoped. Finding someone else with psychic abilities or who could handle these tasks had become a lot more important. For now, Regina focused on the checks she was doing. Almost to her surprise, she didn't actually catch anyone who had been inserted to spy on her. To be fair, she'd only checked senior positions so far and was slowly moving her way down the ranks, contemplating when she should stop. And although there were no outright spies, Regina still found a few people she wasn't quite comfortable having in her government. They either carried resentments about their countries losing their independence or about the lost war, or they just seemed like they would too easily bend in the future. Regina was still hesitant about how to handle this. She should probably just dismiss them from her service, she supposed. It wasn't like she owed them anything, besides severance pay. But it would probably be better to wait until a while after the checks and maybe find another justification. Today, she had a much easier task and anticipated she'd be done with it quickly. She was really only doing it as a formality. Because she didn't want her human subordinates to complain about the drones getting special treatment, even when it should be obvious that she didn't actually need to check them. I don't think this is actually necessary, she told Ira, the one she started with. I'm just doing a screening so we can say we've done it. Ira nodded, relaxing in her chair. They were sitting in Regina's office, and Ira had just straightened out the papers on her desk. Do you need to ask me a few questions? I suppose I could, but I could also just take a quick look at your mind, if you don't mind. She didn't, so Regina focused on Ira's presence in the psychic link and quickly delved deeper into it. This was hardly the first time she was doing this, even with Ira in particular, and her personal assistant easily yielded to her entry, opening her mind for Regina to look through. She got a quick mental overview and then started to withdraw. So? Ira asked, teasingly. Do I pass muster, or is my loyalty not sufficient? Regina snorted, smiling at her. I doubt your loyalty could ever be anything like insufficient. Ira nodded, smiling back, before her expression grew more serious. She sat up a bit straighter and looked at Regina, pausing for a moment before asking a question. I've been wondering a bit about that, actually. Could one of us betray you, Mother? I mean, in principle? Sure, Regina said instantly. You're sapient people, you have free will. I don't think it would be easy, obviously. But you could go against my orders if you wanted to. Ira nodded slowly. That makes sense. Not that it matters. Regina shrugged. I haven't been worrying about any of you defying my will, she admitted. Maybe it's arrogant of me. I don't think I'm a terrible queen, she paused, tugging on her mandible. Have I become too used to this, too much of a tyrant? She wondered. Ira huffed. You're not, and you really don't have to worry about it. I could only imagine drones turning against their Hive Queen if she was truly a terrible one. Don't beat yourself up over it, you have our obedience and it's entirely reasonable of you to rely on it. Regina sighed. Because I'm your ruler? She asked drily. Because you're our mother and we love you. Regina swallowed hard. Such simple words, spoken with sincerity, as Ira utterly believed what she was saying. Thank you, Regina whispered. Then, after a moment, I love you too. And she did. Not just Ira, although she did love her as well, but her hive. Looking at the drone, her daughter, she smiled a bit and allowed herself to just feel it for a moment. Through her hive, Regina was connected to all of them at a deeper level than she could have known in her previous life, and even if she'd never talked to one of them in person, she would still always be with them in some way. Ira smiled back. After a while, she said, You've always kept a bit of an emotional distance, but that's understandable. There are so many of us and you can't have personal relationships with everyone. I also don't want to play favorites, although I inevitably have to, Regina added, shaking her head. She looked up at Ira. You don't think I'm a terrible mother? It was the kind of question she wouldn't normally pose, and she hated the insecurity in her voice. Her daughter shook her head emphatically. No, never. You can't judge yourself by the standards of your human life, mother. It's different and we're hive kind, not human. We don't need a mother's care in the same way. She shrugged. And even though we don't need raising, you still made sure we all have older siblings to care for us and help us. That's more than some would have done. You made sure we build strong bonds and help us come together as a family. And you take pains to protect us, or avenge us if we die. Regina nodded. I do hate having to send your brothers and sisters out to fight this war, she said quietly. It's ultimately to help keep us safe, and we need to get justice for our dead, Ira replied. Believe me, we understand. We'd protest if we didn't, and as you just said, we could even refuse to fight. Regina slumped back, sighing. I suppose. Not to sound like I'm criticizing you, but you can afford to be vulnerable sometimes, Regina. You're only mortal. And I appreciate the heart-to-heart, even if I didn't expect it. What brought this on, if I may ask? Does it have anything to do with little Robin Linz, maybe? Regina sighed. I suppose seeing Florence and her son has brought up some questions for me, she admitted. Don't let it bother you too much, Ira advised her. Even if you used to be human, the situation is different now. She paused, frowning a bit. You said you didn't have children before, right? Regina shook her head. I seriously doubt I would have agreed to this if I had kids to look after. And as best we can guess, I was pretty young. Besides, there was no mention of any in the documentation we found. So none of these people are your direct descendants, Ira mused, nodding at the world beyond their room. Regina grimaced. No, and thank God they aren't. I'm not sure I could be doing this if they were. Although it has been 1,000 years and many generations. There could still be descendants of your family, Ira noted. Yes, maybe children of siblings or cousins, I suppose. But it's been so long I'm not sure it matters. Regina sighed, running a hand through her hair. My family name probably died out, clearly. We would have found by now if it hadn't. Seems like it. You could pass it on now. I suppose, but it would feel weird to give it to all of my drones. Regina sighed, tugging on her mandibles, and glanced hesitantly at Ira. I guess I do care about my family name a bit, though. I kind of want to pass it on, now that I've reclaimed it. Ira cocked her head. So, you're giving it to Janice? Yeah, I guess. It would just be weird to pass it to a drone, you know? But Janice is different. Ira smiled at her. At least she's mostly human and all, and she can carry it on. Don't worry, Mother, that's not going to upset me or any of us. If it's important to you, we wouldn't begrudge you reclaiming or keeping a part of yourself that's not centered on being a Hive Queen. She shrugged, her smile widening. Actually, I'm just glad that Janice is our sister, for real, not just a companion in the psychic link. Regina laughed. I guess she is. Even if it's still weird, I prefer to think of it as her being my younger sister. But she's officially your daughter, right, given you've adopted her? Officially, maybe. She shrugged. I suppose it makes more sense to make it a clear and unambiguous adoption in the official documentation and just consider it as her being my sister beyond that. You'd think I'd be used to having adult children, Regina reflected, but apparently not. Ira seemed to understand what she was feeling. She might only be a few years younger than you, but you're also 1,000 years older, my queen. No one is questioning the validity of it. I guess, Regina conceded. Anyway, is the testing over? She laughed. I'd say so, yes. Not that it was ever in question. But I should move through the rest of the drones and at least do quick checks. It's going to be a pain to schedule. I know, Ira said drily. She was, after all, the one mostly managing Regina's schedule. Is there any possibility of someone else helping you? Madras, maybe? I'm not sure I'd trust her with something like this, or rather, be seen trusting her with it, Regina mused. She frowned. I have been considering trying to teach psychic skills to others, but I don't think it's going to do much good for the hive. You don't think we could learn it? I'll try to teach you if you're fine with that, Regina suggested. But no, honestly, I don't think it's going to work out. Call it a feeling, but I don't think drones can really use psychic powers like that. She paused, running a hand through her hair. Anytime a new drone hatches, it's like a little bit gets added to the psychic link, right? I mean, that's not quite what happens, but it's a reasonable metaphor. The link is definitely growing with the hive, at least. And my mana pool grows as well. Sure, some of you drones have your own mana, but it's different. I think whatever you might have used as psychic connectors, so to speak, just gets coupled into the link. Or maybe it's that hive kind are just adapted so any psychic sensitivity we have is subsumed into the psychic link. Ira nodded slowly. I'd like to try to learn, if only to test that theory, but it sounds plausible. Could you try and teach someone else, though? Maybe Janice? Janice is also part of the psychic link now, Regina pointed out. It would be an interesting test, though. But she's also part elemental, her magic is all shaded by that. She might have too much elementalism in her blood to do well with something like psychic magic. Still, I'll certainly try to teach her something. No one I know of really has much talent for it, but there are ways to achieve the same effects, with spells and such. June might be my best bet, though. Well, she's your apprentice, Ira mused. True. For now, I'll try and see if I can give you a sense of our surrounding minds with you just piggybacking off me, Regina said. Come over here, let's sit down. They settled down on the carpet, sitting cross-legged across from each other. Regina took Ira's hands, not that it was necessary, but it felt appropriate. Then she focused on her psychic senses and the minds she could see surrounding them, as well as the psychic link. At first, it went well. She pulled Ira mentally to her, establishing a closer link, then fed the information she got to her. I can sense it, Ira whispered, an undertone of awe in her mental voice. It's like the link but very different. I know. I'll try and let you sense it on your own. Regina carefully and gently retreated from her connection to Ira, trying to keep up her sense of their surroundings while disentangling herself from her drone. She could tell that Ira's focus remained sharp, but her senses seemed to be wavering. As Regina withdrew further, it got harder to tell what Ira was feeling or doing. Shit, she finally cursed softly. She looked at Regina and shook her head. I tried to keep it up, but as soon as you were no longer there for me to talk to, it felt like I lost it all. I couldn't see what you showed me anymore. I tried to reach out again, but I don't even know what to do, or how. Regina sighed. Okay. They could try again, but she didn't think it would be very successful, and this approach seemed like their best bet. You were probably right, Ira concluded. We're just not made for psychic abilities outside the hive. Regina made a face. I wouldn't completely count it out yet. We can try again. And maybe I'll think of a better way later. Her heart wasn't really in it, though. It seemed like she'd have to stay her hive's only psychic for now. Chapter 294, Discussions. Unfortunately, Regina's fears proved to be well-founded. She tried again to teach Ira how to sense other minds with her help, and again the next day. She even varied her approach and tried different things, like purely instructing her verbally or, conversely, showing her how to do it with the psychic link instead of guiding her with it at all. None of the attempts worked. It seemed like she was right to think her drones wouldn't be psychics. Of course, Regina was going to attempt it with other drones, as well. Ones of several templates. She wasn't very optimistic about their chances of success, though. Who knows, maybe I'm just sabotaging them because I think it won't work. She mused. I won't give up this easily, anyway. Maybe I'll think of other ways later. For now, she'd have to be content with these failed attempts, though. Instead, Regina was planning sessions with June, once she was back with her, and already thinking about how to approach the same thing with Janice. It might be best to consult Madras for help on this point. Until then, she would continue her tests alone, and it would take a while until she could even get to that training. Janice was still needed in the south, considering the war was reaching another critical point. Their forces had covered a considerably distance from the city they'd captured, and they were now holding all the intervening territory. Now, though, they were poised to take the next city. And after it, 2 more. Perhaps they would even proceed with the assaults on those 2 if their initial venture at this city failed. Ikrizon Plains was a major center for the Gnomish Confederation. Unfortunately, the name was also somewhat misleading. While the city was located on a plain, it touched the edge of a small mountain range to the west. Galatea had speculated it was a remnant of the cataclysm and the rogue magic that had sometimes reshaped the landscape, given its unusual geography, little more than a thin belt of mountainous rock, a ridge cutting through the landscape, curving a bit inwards at the north and south parts, while the south was abutted by a rushing river. From the west, rolling hills climbed their way up to the mountains, while it was more of a straight slope down on the east towards the city, whose outskirts rose up towards its top, or more precisely the saddle with somewhat lower elevation in the middle of the ridge. It was the pass their attention focused on. The Gnomish army had gathered forces in more locations than just the city, but the Empire's armies were hardly limited to one approach either. At this point, they had a large army of tens of thousands of swarm drones, mostly war drones and winged drones with a healthy mix of templates and advanced classes, supported by sapient drones of varying classes, and a considerable number of human soldiers, as well, including several hundred Delver veterans with decently high levels. Their corps were supplied with the experimental artillery the Hive had been producing, some of it almost in something like mass production, as well as a generous supply of explosives that could be dropped from the air. It was, by all accounts, a fearsome force. And in terms of sheer destructive potential, perhaps the greatest that had been mustered in Central Europe in 1,000 years. Unless Regina was just letting arrogance get the better of her. Janice had returned to the main host they'd been assembling in preparation for their push and assumed command. No one seemed particularly surprised or opposed to it, despite her relative youth and her gender. Regina supposed that was just the way of things here. A nation's army in war was led by its king, or else by a prince or some lord who'd been given command. With the empire newly founded and all of its parts coming together, hopefully no one disputed that the empress herself was remaining in the capital. Having the crown princess in command of the army was the next best thing. Unlike the more medieval local traditions, though, they didn't just muster an army and send it out to face its enemies, but had a bit more structure and organization, and some central leadership. That was mostly Ben's work, who'd stayed back from the front line. Effectively, he was heading the strategic command or general brass or whatever it was called, while Janice led the biggest army. That gave Ben the opportunity to also prepare for a possible counter-invasion of the gnomes and to prepare the defense at the Empire's border, and other things. The army had come to look a lot more professional than the rather cobbled-together forces they'd fielded before, including in the Cernlian Civil War. Which Regina appreciated, even if she only saw it through the eyes of the winged drones or occasional war drones or when Janice sent her an update with a hazy mental image through the psychic link. Regina generally preferred to use swarm drones instead of sapient drones if she just wanted a quick glimpse through their eyes. It was less likely to distract them when they might be doing something important, and also felt more like she was respecting their privacy. Not that drones ever really minded when she borrowed their senses. There were several banners hanging around the camp now, which probably contributed to her impression. Most of them showed the imperial coat of arms, the black eagle on yellow she'd chosen, but a few had the Hive's silver stars on a black background. They hadn't bothered much with that during the last war, even if they'd already had the sigil, but she supposed it might be good for morale. Together with a variety of banners from Cernlia and Nerlia, it made for a pretty sight and showed the size of the army. Janice had been gifted a set of armor by the Nerlian princess that was reminiscent of the sigil, colored black but with gold highlights and a helmet vaguely shaped like an eagle's head. Regina had to admit she cut an intimidating figure, even if she found it a bit weird at first, paired with Janice's fiery hair and magic-colored eyes. Regina was planning to remind her to wear it to battle should she conveniently forget to put it on beforehand. For now, though, Janice was leading the last war council before the big day in the armor, her helmet carelessly tossed onto a stand beside a few others. "Is everyone clear on the plan?" she asked. "Yes, Your Imperial Highness," Sir Willard answered formally. There had been a few questions about the order of battle, Sir Owen added. They spent the next few minutes discussing details, including who would be commanding which units were in their ideal formation, which Regina thought would have been cleared up before, but apparently not. She paid attention to their words, but she was starting to get a bit bored. At least Janice was alert, discussing the issues thoroughly and making decisions with confidence. It was going to be a slightly different battle than they'd fought before, not just considering their own army, but everyone seemed confident, almost looking forward to it. They proceeded to the most recent scout reports, which apparently only meant that nothing had really changed. The gnomes had gathered their defenses and were pretty much just waiting for the Empire to attack. Well, perhaps a bit more than that, but their scouts hadn't seen any obvious evidence of any ploys. Regina was expecting it wouldn't be quite as easy as just attacking and bombing out all their soldiers and seizing the day. That seemed like a good policy. No plan ever survives contact with the enemy and all that. Plus the gnomes had to have known it would come to this and tried to make preparations in the best ways they could. Regina was deciding whether she should withdraw her attention from the meeting to focus on other matters when the decision was pretty much taken out of her hands. Dan had realized she was paying attention to the meeting and quickly called her attention to something. Several winged drones had spotted a commotion on the side of the gnomes. A small party had set out from the city, too small to be a proper unit of reinforcements, and moving very quickly. They traveled up the main road to the pass, which was packed with fortifications and the gnomish army defending the crossing and the approach to the city. Regina's scouts had to stay too far away to hear what was happening there, since they would have been shot down if they tried to get closer, but it didn't take long until they continued on. Only a few people this time, riding some kind of tamed lion of variety and a horse she heavily suspected was more than it seemed like. They were carrying a white flag on a pole. Regina wasted a few seconds just staring, as well as she could stare when she was looking through her drone's senses. Then she focused on Janice, who had been informed and was starting to give out orders to prepare. Maybe we should have a drone meet with them outside and see what they want before we let them close to our positions, she suggested. As long as they're far enough away from their own forces that there's less danger, I agree. Regina watched as the gnomes continued, with decent speed. It was a good thing the Imperial forces were still camped a significant distance away from the start of the pass. She wasn't going to underestimate gnomish artillery. It was relatively open terrain below the mountains, open ground they were now starting to ride along. Regina paid less attention to what was happening back at the camp or with Janice, content to leave it to her, and just watched the three gnomes, trying to decipher what they were doing and what she could do in response. Finally, after they'd just been riding without change for a bit in Gale, the drone they'd chosen to make contact was on his way escorted by a small flock. Regina focused back on her commanders. They were still arguing, but at least they'd left the meeting room and were readying themselves. Janice was carrying her helmet and absently flexing her fingers as she hurried through the neat rows of tents and space demarcated for groups of drones. "You don't seem happy about this," Janice observed. "I guess I can't be," Regina replied, trying not to send too much of her own unease over the connection. It feels too soon. They shouldn't be coming to negotiate with us yet. Are they more desperate than we thought? I feel like they're not ready to concede yet, and if they don't want to seriously negotiate, this could be tricky, or even dangerous. Janice only answered with the mental equivalent of a noncommittal hum. They watched in silence as Gale flew in circles above the gnomish envoys, descending slightly in front of them and closer to the Hive's forces. The gnomes were cautiously slowing down. "We might have to be careful," Janice finally replied. "I wouldn't put some sacrifice plays beyond them. If they make it so they're not the only ones who have committed a war crime, but if both sides have murdered envoys, even if it only seems like that to outsiders, it should improve their political position with others. Especially with people just waiting for an excuse." Regina felt a shiver crawl down her spine. "I haven't thought of that, good point," she admitted. Such a scheme probably wouldn't hurt her side directly. Their allies, like the elves, would stay strong and probably believe their denials. Anyone who would be using it was probably already badly disposed to them. But that didn't make it harmless. She quietly called over more of the winged drones and set a few drones to circling from higher up, then sent others with both traditional explosives and some more experimental ones they'd developed. It was just a precaution, though. She doubted the gnomes would be this impatient even if they did have a hidden trap. "Hey there!" Gale called down to the gnomish riders, still keeping a healthy distance. He was shouting pretty loudly as a result, but Regina knew gnomes had good senses, so they'd hear him. "What do you want?" They finally fully pulled their rides to a stop. The horse pawed impatiently at the ground with one hoof, fixing Gale with an almost baleful look. "We want to open discussions with your commanders," the older male gnome called back. Gale felt uncertain of how to proceed, and Regina focused more fully on him, giving him an impression of her own state of mind and suggesting his answer. She could sense Janice watching closely as well, along with most of the sapient drones in the army. "Are you coming to offer terms of surrender for the city?" he asked in reply. The gnomes exchanged a look and a few hurried words too quiet for them to hear. "No," the previous speaker finally answered loudly. "We wish to discuss a truce. Peace negotiations." "What do I do?" Gale asked her, a bit anxiously. Regina considered it for a moment. "Tell them they can approach but wait outside the marked line," she said. "We will agree to preliminary negotiations, but we will have an outline of their position, and if it is completely unacceptable to us, we will not proceed to full, formal negotiations. Just stalling to delay or try to stop our advance on the city will not be tolerated." Gale repeated what she'd told him, a bit more diplomatically coached after input from Vaya. "All right, we'll ride there." The gnome replied, raising a hand in a gesture whose meaning she wasn't quite certain of. Then he spurred his beast on again, and the small diplomatic party continued on their way. "I'll meet them myself," Janice said, firmly, as if she was trying to state it before anyone could object. Regina tugged on her mandible, shifting on her seat back in her own body. "Be careful," she said. "Take at least half a dozen senior drones and knights with you, each, and we'll prepare a lot of swarm drones as well." Janice nodded, and turned to talk to the humans with her, to arrange for their small, impromptu diplomatic party. Regina could tell she wasn't the only one frustrated at how little notice they had to prepare how to present themselves or consider their stance for any negotiations. Not that they could have proper negotiations like this. Regina still didn't like the entire situation. In principle, she supposed she should be happy the gnomes were willing to negotiate. And they are, she reminded herself, whatever else is going on. They can't put that genie back in the bottle, once they open the possibility. Maybe she was being too cynical. But she still didn't have high expectations for this getting them what they wanted. Or the gnome's honesty, of course. If anyone in her hive or imperial leadership had been inclined to believe in gnomish honor, they would have been cured of that a while ago. Which was, of course, not a good starting point for any negotiations, she realized. Chapter 295, Preliminary Talks. Janice understood why Regina was suspicious and hesitant at the gnomes suddenly waving a white flag. She couldn't say that she disagreed. Still, her first reaction had been relief, not dread. Not that she didn't feel uneasy about it as well. As she walked, trying to hurry without running or looking too agitated, she dipped in and out of the heads of swarm drones in the psychic link to get glimpses of the gnomes who were coming. 3 of them, riding 2 beasts, with the bigger one seating 2 gnomes. Interestingly, one of them was a woman while the other 2 were men, as expected of their soldiers. They appeared calm, as best she could tell. Regina might have more luck assessing their actual state of mind. Janice could still feel the Hive Queen's attention laying on her like a blanket fluttering in the breeze. It was something she'd become used to, even if she wasn't often this present. Janice could still tell Regina was distracted, her focus split between several points, or several drones she was watching. Her mental presence was a comfort when she contemplated what she'd have to navigate. Janice and her companions formed up quickly, trying to project the impression of calm, unruffled waiting, emphasizing their power. It was a bit awkward to have talks here, just outside their army camp proper, which was stirring like a kicked beehive. Dan and the others were already drawing smaller units of war drones around them like protective wings stretched out to the side, distant enough not to seem immediately threatening but ready to pounce at any sign of trouble. Janice quickly sent an order through the psychic link to correct their formation and increase the strength hidden in the back, positioning some of the stronger drones in the shadow of the fortifications they'd built. She also detached several companies to guard the artillery, no point in taking chances. Remember, be courteous and civil but not weak or too solicitous, she murmured to the others. They are our enemies, but we are civilized. We will respect the truce of negotiations, but we don't have to suffer insults. The others nodded, with various mutters of assent. She could tell Gwen Cern, who was standing close to her, was a bit nervous. Sir Owen was a bit behind her, his arms crossed and a frown on his face. Sir Willard and a few other Cernlian knights present stood immovable. For the Hive, Vaya and Dan stood closest to her, both outwardly calm even if she could sense their tension through the psychic link. Vaya was curious, Dan was hoping this wouldn't interfere with the planned assault on the pass and the city. Janice resisted the urge to fidget. Finally, the envoys came close enough to see more details, and she focused on the system notifications. They all had relatively martial classes, from what she'd learned of the way typical gnomish classes were named: an unbroken rock, a common defensive class, and a blade stone and calling feather. Their levels were higher than she could see, though a quick check over the psychic link with the others revealed all of them, so they weren't enormously high, still in the 3rd or early 4th tier. The highest was the Blade Master at 64. Impressive, but not a party that could hope to stand up against the army or even just her own gathered officers and escorts. The gnomes pulled up a few meters ahead of them and dismounted. Their mounts stayed standing still as they turned to the Imperial party. Jen, who'd been standing a bit further away from her, took half a step forward while Dan tapped the haft of his spear against the ground. With an even voice that carried across the field, she declared, "You are in the presence of Her Imperial Highness, Janice von Woolton, of the Starlit Hive, Crown Princess of the Central European Empire. State your purpose." Janice took note of the wording while she stared at them stonily. She could faintly feel something from Regina, a more complicated mix of emotions, as her name was announced. They didn't use Starlit as a last name, but hers, Janice noted. It wasn't really the first time, though it was the biggest. She had an idea of what was behind this. Not that she minded, the acknowledgement that Regina saw her as her family in more ways than one was pleasant. It wasn't really important right now, though, so she only spared it a moment of attention and focused on the reaction. The gnomes bowed their heads stiffly. It wasn't much, but still more than she might have expected. "Greetings," the man in the lead, a guy called Delican, greeted stiffly. He went on to introduce them briefly, but it was nothing she couldn't tell from their appearance or system notifications. None of them used a military rank, which didn't necessarily mean they didn't have one. "We are here to discuss the possibility of a truce," he finished. "Well met," she returned. "These ladies and gentlemen are here to advise me this day." She continued with briefly introducing the rest of the notable people gathered to represent the Imperial side. It was apparently the polite thing to do in this situation, although it probably wasn't anything new for the gnomes either. "You mentioned a truce," she finally continued. "Tell me, why should we agree to such a thing? And how could we be assured that the Gnomish Confederation would hold to it?" "It is the desire of the Executive Council to end this bloody war and all the loss and grief that comes from it," the woman, Palikel, spoke up. "We hope that a truce would allow room for a full peace deal to be negotiated. The earnest desire for peace of the Gnomish Confederation of the East calls for our brave soldiers to stand down, and none of our side will break the truce, for all know what damage it would cause." Janice raised an eyebrow despite herself. There was some shuffling and even a few whispers behind her. "I didn't expect them to go this all in on claiming they want peace," she considered. "Neither did I," Regina replied. "But we both know this sudden earnest desire for peace," her mental tone was rather derisive, "is born out of the current situation and their fear of losing." "We'll need a little more than that," Dan said with a snort. "You killed our envoys the last time we came to treat with the gnomes regarding anything. Or have you forgotten what started this bloody war?" Janice mentally poked him a bit, but didn't say anything or even frown at him outwardly. Instead, she waited for the gnome's response. The younger man almost glared for a second before he mastered his expression, and the other two were clearly unhappy as well. They must have decided on a relatively direct and straightforward strategy, given their opener, but this was a tricky point. We did not come here to trade accusations, the leader answered in a forcibly calm tone of voice. The Gnomish Confederation rejects any such claims, however. The outbreak of war was regrettable, but we do not and cannot accept responsibility for it. We are not here for this, however. Shall we lose the chance for peace to get lost in arguing about past events? Janice wondered if he actually believed what he was saying, wondered what the members of this delegation thought about how the war had started. Surely they would have sent them here fully informed? Given what she'd heard of the gnomes' leadership, however, maybe not. They're definitely feeling defensive and nervous and even bitter, Regina said. I can't get more than that, though. They sent people with basic mental shields and I'm pretty far away. So, I'm not sure what they know. But I wish I was there so I could punch him, she added. Janice had to fight her own anger at their denial, too. Is that so? She said coldly. I believe it is quite relevant, however. One of our conditions for peace will be a full accounting of what happened. That means an official acknowledgement from the Gnomish Confederation and having those involved in the murder or torture of B, Pat, Lou, and Ken of the Starlit Hive brought to justice. The gnomes stirred, the younger man and woman exchanging a glance with obvious dismay, and even the leader shifted a bit. Is that truly what you wish to focus on? He asked. Your Imperial Highness, I implore you not to let blind focus on the past stand in the way of the future, or to dismiss the chance to avoid bloodshed and death for many due to some desire for revenge. Janice crossed her arms, to prevent the temptation of doing something worse with them. You want me to just let it go? She asked derisively. I wonder, if it was your siblings that died, would you dismiss the need for justice? Siblings, the woman muttered lowly. If one of your leader's children were killed, would they shrug and ignore it? How can you expect Empress Regina to simply ignore the murder of her children? She could tell even without turning around that her people approved. Dan and Via's fierce approval shone through the psychic link. Even Sir Willard, who was just fighting in a war he had little to do with, nodded slightly, clearly seeing the need for justice. Delican cleared his throat. I see. Perhaps we have something strayed from the original point and the purpose of this meeting, however. We wish to make peace to ensure that no families on either side have to mourn more dead. Surely that is a worthy goal? Janice exhaled a heavy breath. Of course, no one wants to drag this war out longer than it has to be and add to the death toll, she agreed with a pleasant smile. Any more than it already is, Via muttered. I wonder how you envision this peace you propose, though. Janice asked. I'm sure your leadership has put a lot of thought into it, but we can hardly enter into more involved negotiations without some clarification and basic agreements. Tell me what your proposal for peace is, she invited them. The gnomes had visibly relaxed a bit, if you looked closely, as the topic moved on from that incident and it was clear Janice would be willing to talk, but now they tensed up again. It is simple and straightforward, Your Imperial Highness, the leader spoke. After negotiations in a neutral location, both sides will stand down their armies and withdraw their troops. They may send observers to ensure that the other party adheres to the agreement and is not preparing another buildup of forces. Control of any occupied settlements will be returned to their rightful owners. We are willing to agree to a full withdrawal of any gnomish presence from the territory north of the mountains on the western side, leaving the no man's land between the Gnomish Confederation and the Hive as such, and giving over control of this land to the Empire, as long as no military bases or outposts are built within 50 leagues of the border. Our borders will be open to trade again, and both sides will swear not to interfere with the other's internal affairs. Further treaties may be signed to promise no further warfare and perhaps prohibit participation in military alliances with foreign powers for a certain number of years, which will be up to negotiation. We are of course open to discussing further requests of the Empire, but will be arguing our own in return. Janice stared at the man, trying to master her growing anger. She kept her fingers from clenching into fists and her jaw from grinding. That's it? Interesting, Regina mused in a forcibly detached tone. That it's what they argue for. This is basically just the status quo antebellum. They never had control of that no man's land in the first place, and they want everything under our occupation back. With some assurances and diplomatic attempts to prevent further wars tacked on. It's anyone's guess how well they'd hold up. Janice took a deep breath. I imagine they could spin it as a win quite well for their own populace, she commented. I hope you're not considering agreeing to these terms? No, Regina answered slowly, clearly thinking deeply. We've talked about this, we need actual assurance that this won't continue and that we won't have to fight half a dozen more wars in the future. We would have gained absolutely nothing this way. It would also be seen by everyone as folding like a wet towel. Janice hadn't had a thorough political education yet, and even she could see that. I see, Janice said. Effectively, your proposal would reinstate the status quo before the war, with some diplomatic treaties to follow? That is your suggestion? How optimistic of you, Gwen drawled. Usually, the losing side must be prepared to face some penalty for their misdeeds. Reparations in coin or otherwise, if they were lucky enough to retain all their holdings, which is rarely the case. Be that as it may, Paley Kell replied, voice tight, we have not lost this war yet. Indeed, Vaya agreed. Yet. Janice said nothing for a moment. She reminded herself that this was only the gnomes' initial position and they were probably willing to concede more in the negotiations. Still, it didn't exactly look good. And somehow, she didn't think they would actually make any major concessions. But she couldn't dismiss their attempt at negotiations out of hand. I have to admit, she said, your stated position does not fill me with hope for negotiations. It does not seem you quite understand the gravity of your situation. Your nation attacked the Hive unprovoked. You expect us to simply give up all that we have won? To go home with our tails between our legs and leave those responsible untouched? You claim to want peace and an end to the bloodshed, Your Highness, the woman replied, and yet you only repeat your words of being wronged? We are prepared to talk, but such accusations should be answered at the negotiating table. Do not your own soldiers deserve better, even disregarding our people? The younger man added. Janice frowned. That reply didn't fill her with much hope for the negotiations. She quickly focused on Regina's presence in her mind, presenting an idea of how she wanted to respond and receiving her answer. I see, she said. Perhaps a different setting will lead to more productive conversations, I suppose. We will meet tomorrow. No more than 10 people of each side will be allowed to be present. We will make a good faith effort at negotiations, but if you remain intransigent and simply drag them out in an attempt to delay our assault on the pass, it will not be tolerated, I warn you. The leader of the gnomes inclined his head. If that is all you are prepared to do in search of peace, we will accept. Agreed, Princess Janice. Janice nodded and fell quiet to let the others hash out the details of where and when the meeting would take place, and any other requirements. In the meantime, she quickly took a glance through several swarm drones' eyes, checking that no one had spotted an ambush from the gnomes or any suspicious activity yet. This is probably not that kind of trap, I guess. But who knew, maybe the negotiations would actually lead to something. If not, at least it would give them a bit more time to prepare for a follow-on attack on the city, and she could let Regina and the others worry about how to spin it. Chapter 296, Subjects. Regina thought that Janice had handled these abrupt negotiations with the gnomes rather well. Which was also why she would let her take point in the real negotiations coming the next day. Like Janice, Regina didn't have high hopes, especially after hearing their position laid out, but she also understood that she couldn't refuse to negotiate with the gnomes. Even if they were boring and aggravating and didn't move from their position, she would have to indulge them for at least a while. In that case, judging the proper length of time would be the difficult part. If they actually negotiated in something resembling good faith, of course, the situation would be more complex. Regina still hoped for it, but she didn't fret about it. It wouldn't help anyone. So, while Janice and the advisors present with her among the army gathered to assault the pass and the city prepared for the negotiations, discussed tactics and diplomatic moves to show their strength and frame the talks correctly, Regina tended to the business of the empire. She also used it as an opportunity to judge the mood in the empire and what people would expect from any such talks with the gnomes. Not that she was going to cave to the pressure of public opinion on the matter, but she supposed she should at least know what it was. Of course, what she got from both her own observations, talking with the drones in the capital and a few pointed conversations with others, was that opinions were split. The common people were largely just hoping for a fast and smooth end to the war. Some of them had discovered patriotic feelings for their new country and were talking about the glory and pride of the empire and the need for the gnomes to be put in their place after the insults done to it. Regina supposed it might be connected to another sentiment. Some were looking forward to the spoils and other benefits expected from winning a war. For the people at court, the latter two sentiments were more strongly expressed. Maybe nobles were just more concerned with pride. Unlike most, who talked about it with the same air Regina would have expected of people keeping up with news reports of a war waged in some other country and only relevant because one might want to join a demonstration or consider which party to vote for, here some people actually appeared keenly interested in the details. Still, most people were overwhelmingly more interested in the empire's founding itself and all the changes it brought with it, which she supposed was an answer in itself. When the day of the negotiations dawned, Janice started preparing for it early, doing a quick round of the upper command staff of the army and talking briefly with almost everyone. Meanwhile, other soldiers, mostly drones, set up a pavilion for the talks. A location about midway to the start of the pass had been decided on, not quite at the base of the mountains. Since there was nothing here or anywhere close by, they could only choose a spot with a nice view and set everything up themselves. At least the imperial side was the host and preparing the amenities, which gave them a limited degree of control over the proceedings. The gnomes had kept word regarding their delegation. Only 10 people approached the agreed-upon site in the morning. That meant they had less attendants and scribes or whoever else they might have brought otherwise, and it looked like every one of them was of a decently high rank, given their clothing and levels. Regina watched and listened to the greetings and the initial pleasantries at the start of the negotiation. It was not particularly interesting. The gnomes were reasonably polite, at least they addressed Janice and the other imperial delegates with their proper titles and didn't throw around insults or anything. But something about it still rubbed her the wrong way. They were less impolite than she'd feared based on previous interactions and the entire start of the war, but that didn't mean they really showed respect on anything but the surface level. Perhaps we might proceed to the subject at hand, one of them suggested when everyone had sat down and gotten ready around the conference table. Of course, Janice agreed. Regarding the first point on the agenda, they started arguing about guarantees and truce days and other things that Regina would have thought should be easy to sort out, but apparently weren't. The gnomes insisted on, effectively, a truce that lasted until they broke off negotiations or confirmed that they'd failed utterly, which Regina obviously didn't want to do. Janice, in contrast, only proposed a truce on the days they were actually negotiating. That led to accusations of them being deceitful and maneuvering to prepare an ambush as soon as they stopped talking. In the end, it took hours for a reasonable compromise to be reached. They would observe a truce for the length of the negotiations and the following 2 days, and either side could withdraw from negotiations at any point, starting this countdown. Regina didn't want to contemplate that this might actually count as a fast agreement in terms of diplomatic wrangling. They also resisted any attempt to move the location of these talks. In a way, that was only common sense. Neither side trusted the other enough to invite envoys to one of their homes, and given the geography, holding talks in a neutral country wasn't a viable option. They'd remain here for a few days or however long it took. They probably still want to buy time, she considered. It might not be their only motivation, but it's definitely one of the reasons for this. The Cernlian and Nerlian courts and the offices Regina had built were sending a few people south to participate in the negotiations, on the off chance that this was actually a serious attempt and avenue to peace. Until then, Janice and her commanders had the field, but they conducted themselves well. After a short break, they started talking about the actual core topics of these negotiations. Unfortunately, that didn't mean it went any better. Both sides were too determined not to give any ground. And frankly, Regina didn't see why she should. Their points were reasonable. Sure, she knew most people probably thought that of their own arguments, but still, the gnomes couldn't expect to murder her drones, attack the Hive several times, starting a major continental war, and then just figuratively pack up their toys and go home. Unfortunately, she didn't see any real will to concede or repent in them. They were willing to make some concessions on the treaties and other measures that would be in place after a peace was reached, in their proposal, at least after negotiating for a while. She was pretty sure they could manage a one-sided treaty forbidding the gnomes from entering any military alliances or mutual defense pacts with other nations. Unfortunately, that wouldn't help reach Regina's actual goals. She didn't want to have to fight another war against them, after all. She hadn't been willing to simply defend her borders and leave the Gnomish Confederation alone at the start. And now they occupied a not insignificant portion of the nation's territory. Territory that the gnomes wanted them to give back with very little to show for it, in the end. "I don't know what they expect," Janice said to her, frustrated, during another break when afternoon was turning to evening. "They don't seem to want to give up anything. When I brought the suggestion of formal vassalage or protectorate status into play, they basically laughed it off. Then they say their economy is too battered and they don't have the means to pay substantial reparations. Hell, they barely even seem to consider it reasonable that they might have to pay any reparations." Regina sighed. "I think it's like I said earlier, they just want everything to go back to the way it was, except with their new regime in charge of their country." "Probably," Janice agreed bitterly. "I'll try and see if I can get them to see some more sense regarding the occupation." "Do that," Regina encouraged. "I'm not particularly interested in territorial gain on its own, really, but it might be a good indicator of their actual limits and how far they're prepared to go. Maybe you can use it as a bargaining chip." "Sure," Janice replied, but Regina could sense in the unspoken part of their connection that she thought they were doing that already, so it wasn't exactly a new suggestion. "I'll let you get back to it," Regina replied with a bit of amusement. She didn't mention that they might need any leverage they could get when it came to forcing the gnomes to officially recognize what happened to her envoys. The negotiations continued, but Regina could no longer focus on them. As soon as Janice got back to the bargaining table, Max mentally prodded her to get her attention and brought her attention to June, who was approaching her apartment. Regina mentally withdrew a bit from the psychic link, blinking her eyes open and stretching her arms and legs as she stood. Then she strolled into her living room, which Ira had recently redecorated using some of the gifts that had arrived from people across the empire and beyond looking for favor. The most prominently displayed ones were a few antiques and reproductions of art and crafts made by a few drones. As a result, the room had a rather different style than the rest of Kiera's palace. Regina was currently only wearing a pair of linen pants and a t-shirt altered to accommodate her wings, but it was only June, so she didn't bother getting presentable. "Master," June greeted her as she entered, unsurprised at finding her here. She did have good magical senses. "Evening, June. The negotiations with the gnomes are still ongoing. I'm sorry, but I don't have time for a lesson right now." "I didn't come here for that," June replied with a shake of her head. She glanced at Regina for permission and then sat down on one of the armchairs in the room. "You remember when we had that scrying ritual to find John Cern and talked about what he was doing?" "Yes, I recall you offered to look for information from his friends and acquaintances," Regina responded. She hadn't honestly expected her to have much success, but maybe she'd been wrong about that. "Yes, and I found a few that I think might be good leads. I've tried to gain their trust. It's slow going, but I think I've made some progress. Although I kind of had to play on our connection." June smiled a bit sheepishly. "Does that have anything to do with why you've come right now?" "I may have alluded to some things happening today," June admitted, looking down and fiddling with the hems of her sleeves. "It would be good if you could give a few orders accordingly." Regina sighed. "June, what does that mean?" "Nothing big," her apprentice assured her. "I just needed to convince them that I'm valued and have access to high-level information, for them to seek my favor. Like the palace guard patrol patterns changing today." Regina pinched her nose. "Fine, I can make that happen. I have to say, I'm not particularly happy about you forcing my hand like this, though." "I know, Your Majesty, I'm sorry." "All right. Who's they, anyway?" June rattled off a list of names and titles, each one making Regina frown more heavily. "Wait, Zephyr may be involved?" "Are you sure?" June shook her head. "No, he's just one of the men I've been trying to get a bit closer to investigate. I don't know if he's involved in anything like that botched assassination attempt. Honestly, I doubt it." She hesitated for a moment. And he is pretty knowledgeable about rituals. Regina regarded her for a second, then nodded. Alright, feel free to get more information from him if you can. Having June establish a closer relationship with the de facto Cernlian court mage could be beneficial. What about Edmund of Whitedale? He's Earl Whiter's son, right? June frowned. I'm not sure about him either, but he seems like more of a suspect. Some of his responses when we talked were a bit odd. But maybe I'm just reading too much into it. And maybe it's because he feels compelled to sympathize with Louis Breaksword. Louis Breaksword? Regina asked. June seemed surprised that she had to ask. Yes. Louis of Cernlia, or at least that's what he calls himself. He's one of the late king's bastard sons. Ah. Regina tugged on her mandible. And he's come out of the woodwork? June nodded. Clearly, this was the most important piece of information she had. It seems so. I haven't seen him and I haven't found out where he is, yet, but people have been talking about him. There's been more whispers. He's probably doing something. Regina regarded her. This was a topic that presumably affected June a lot more than her. Do you think he might contest Kiera's succession and try to get her throne? She asked cautiously. June shook her head. I doubt it. We only met once, when I was a kid, but by all accounts, he's a reasonable man. Or at least not an idiot. He has to know that trying anything would mean a huge risk with little chance of success. Maybe I should suggest to Kiera that she could invite him to court and give him some prestigious position, Regina mused. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, after all. Even potential enemies. And maybe he can be placated. It would probably look good politically, June agreed. Regina leaned back in her chair and watched her for a moment. So far, it seemed more like June had been going around beating the bushes and trying to see what fell out. Not the worst strategy, but who knew if she'd found anything that really related to Cern and whatever little conspiracy he might have been a part of. Still, she wouldn't stop June. Now that you're here, Regina said, we could also try something else. Having psychic abilities would help you a lot, and I've been wanting to attempt teaching you anyway. Haven't you tried before? Regina shrugged dismissively. That was more of a cursory test to see if you had inborn psychic talent, she said. What I have in mind is more focused on your actual magic. My own skills have improved, too. First of all, I'd like to see if I can share what I sense with you. June was eager to try, predictably, and they were soon in the same position she'd been in with Ira recently. Regina was going to try the same approach. Of course, since she wasn't connected to June in a psychic link, she had to use her own abilities to establish a connection with her. June let her connect to her mind easily, and Regina tried her best not to look too deeply. Her anticipation and nerves were clear. Instead, Regina focused on her sense of the minds around her and funneled it to June. The girl gasped. This is what you see all the time. More or less, Regina agreed. I'll withdraw now and I want you to try and hold on to this feeling, okay? Try and stretch your senses, your magic, to feel the same thing. Slowly and carefully, she withdrew further into her own mind, thinning the connection to June. Finally, it snapped so far she could no longer receive anything June might try to communicate to her, and she instead focused on passive observation. I think I got something. June gasped. She bounced a bit and smiled at Regina. Only for a moment, but it was after you were gone, and I was focusing on my mana senses and trying to recapture what you showed me, and I think I sensed your mind. And Max is outside the door, and a few others, it was a lot. Regina smiled back. Good work, she said. That's a great result for a first attempt. We can build on that. From now on, our lesson plan has expanded. June grinned at her, and she didn't have to be psychic to tell she was excited at the prospect. Regina felt relieved. It was at least a foundation to work on. Clearly, June still didn't have a particular talent for the psychic arts, but that didn't have to mean she lacked the capability entirely. Maybe she could teach June enough to be useful. Chapter 297, Letters and Goals. Tim looked well, Galatea decided. It was a bit hard to tell with hivekind, compared to humans, but she had spent enough time with them and compiled enough information on their habits and appearance to have a good estimation. He was slightly leaner than before, but his shell still had the same healthy sheen. He had no visible wounds or scars, and while his clothes had clearly seen better days, he didn't appear bothered. He also met her gaze directly and openly. "Will you come back to visit us soon?" he asked. Galatea shrugged slightly. She hadn't been here long, only popped by for a short visit, but the expedition party also hadn't actually reached their goal yet. They were past the mountains by now, though. Apparently, they had stumbled on a Varalian archmage and his adventurer party somewhere in the mountains, on the southern side. According to Tim, it had still taken them several days to get here from that point, though, so they had spent almost a week traveling together. She was curious how that situation would develop. "If I have time," she said. "If I do, I'll carry any return messages Regina has, don't worry." Tim nodded with a smile she tentatively interpreted as grateful. The light was very sparse, since it was the middle of the night and clouds covered the moon. Galatea had approached the party while the Southerners weren't awake, to avoid unwanted questions. She glanced again at the rest of the group, most of whom were asleep. Not the drones, of course, who might have been woken by Tim's initial reaction anyway. The humans, elves, and dark elves all looked reasonably well, too, she noted. Good, she hadn't looked forward to the possibility of carrying news that they were dead or injured to their respective superiors. She just knew they were going to ask her to play messenger girl a lot more often, anyway. Not that she'd told Regina she was coming here. It was supposed to be a surprise. "Good luck on the rest of the trip," she told Tim. "Remember what I told you about the local cities." He didn't seem concerned. "I will, thank you. I appreciate it. Safe travels, Galatea." "You too." She turned and moved back the way she had come, out of the small valley the travelers were currently using as a campsite. As a mana form without much of a physical body, Galatea could travel quite quickly if she put her mind to it. Of course, not quickly enough to cross the mountains in a few minutes even if she didn't still have to worry about monsters, but she had other methods for that. Instead, she just moved far enough away from the camp to be sure she wouldn't be found or disturbed, taking a moment to appreciate the natural beauty around her. The landscape was a bit different compared to the northern side of the mountains, but there were still rolling hills and forests, which had seen few humans, or other people, in some time. Once she found a sheltered spot in the lee of a patch of forest and a rocky ledge, she stopped. It wasn't really necessary to find shelter, but it wouldn't hurt. Galatea stilled her outer body, which was little more than a projection, and focused on her magic. She cut a circle into the ground around her with a bit of air magic, then gathered her mana and concentrated it. She had learned this spell from Lion, after much begging and pleading. It was very taxing, however, and even slight mistakes could lead to grievous consequences. The spell required high visualization capabilities and a sharp focus, which fortunately posed little problem for her. Galatea envisioned her goal and her path, then made sure to direct her magic in a complicated, knotted spiral. This wasn't going to be a simple short-range teleport, but a version suitable for both longer distance travel and veiling her movements and position. With a slight swirling of the air, she disappeared from her current position and appeared at her target. Galatea instantly straightened herself up and used her magic to ensure her movement was controlled. She'd chosen to appear in the air above the city of Sarah, above the outskirts of the royal palace. From there, she flew softly to the ground. The guards at the palace noticed her arrival, of course. She assumed the magic-capable drones had sensed it and then immediately informed Max and some other people. By now, however, they were used to her, and neither humans nor Hive drones made a fuss as she walked through the back doors into the large building. She knew the shortest path to her laboratory, though she wasn't in a hurry to go there right away. Instead, she slowly made her way to where she could sense Regina. The Hive Queen's presence was rather distinct to magical senses. At least in her experience, it might be different for others, since she knew her own grasp on magic was a bit different given that she was a mana form. Luckily, instead of being shut up in her office or immersed in the psychic link, Regina was in the gardens that Kiera had recently started to have redone and expanded. She clearly sensed Galatia's presence and showed no surprise as she arrived. "You've been gone a bit longer this time. Welcome back." Galatia shrugged and sat down on the bench beside her, not that it made much of a difference to her whether she was sitting or standing. "I'm going to stay for a bit," she replied. "Also, I have a message for you." "A letter?" Regina turned to face her fully and Galatia could practically see the question of where she would keep a letter flash across her face. Amused, she fed a trickle of magic into another spell, watching the letter materialize in midair, in a sense, anyway. She'd decided not to rely on a physical letter and instead simply scanned the one Tim had written before burning it. Now, she showed a projection of it in the air at a comfortable height for reading. "From Tim?" Regina asked after looking at it for a second, her eyes darting to the last line. "You went south of the mountains?" "Sure." Galatia shrugged again. She glanced at the letter, although she recalled perfectly what it said. "Mother, my Empress Mother. We have safely arrived at the other side of the mountains, which is where Galatia found us. I'm sure she can tell you more details. None of us are hurt beyond quickly fixed injuries, and we're doing well mentally. We found a good path through the mountains, I think. We made a few detours and fought a few monsters. There's no way around fighting monsters, but with a good route, travelers can avoid the stronger ones. Digging a few tunnels would be helpful, but tunnelers need to be well protected. Lingering at any spot for too long wouldn't be advisable. I estimate it might take around a week to traverse the mountains given a good party with an experienced guide. A quick sketch of the best route is marked on the back of this letter. Once we reached the southern side of the mountains, we ran into a party from the southern lands, specifically, adventurers led by an archmage from the city of Varigals, named Thanda Lucian, archmage of the present, unknown high level, maybe ask Galatia. The party includes several dwarves. Mr. Lucian invited us to accompany him back to his city, to establish diplomatic relations, which I have accepted. I currently have no itinerary to report, length of the stay will depend on the situation in the city. I estimate at least several weeks before we travel to other cities. I have made some inquiries, but gathered no information beyond what Galatia would already have. I request any information we have on potential conflict between elves and dwarves or other races/nations be included in any potential return message. Please give everyone my love. I await further orders. Yours, Tim." Galatia could see the relief in Regina's expression and the slight slumping of her shoulders as she read the message. Then she frowned thoughtfully, scanning the letter again. "Show me the map?" she asked. "Turn the page around." Galatia watched with interest as Regina used her mana, slight strands of it intertwining with her construct and causing the imaginary letter to turn and reveal its back. The young empress leaned closer to examine the map. Galatia knew she wouldn't be able to make much sense of the details, but it did show the most important aspects of the proposed route, like the starting point. "And he looked well?" Regina asked. Suddenly, she seemed more like a concerned mother, which might have been ironic. "I don't think he'd lie in the letter, but..." "He did," Galatia assured her. "So did the rest of them. I didn't talk with him long, you understand, but from what I could tell, their mental states were just fine, not traumatized or broken by losing the connection to your psychic link." Regina let out a breath. "All right. Good." She nodded and turned back to the letter. Presumably, she knew that if that hadn't been the case, Galatia would have dragged Tim, and the others, back to Regina. Galatia was pleased at the sign her friend trusted her, at least. She still had to occasionally fight the urge to be a little too solicitous and obedient to Regina. At least she assumed so. Being devoted to your friends wasn't a bad thing, surely, and what's worse, Galatia didn't exactly have much experience with healthy friendships. The closest was Lion, who she probably should have considered a friend from the start, and she was chagrined she'd been an idiot about it, but the situation was different. Either way, she did like Tim. "How are things going with the gnomes?" she asked, shelving those thoughts. Regina quickly caught her up on the negotiations, which were apparently proceeding today but not making any real progress. She didn't sound particularly enthusiastic, certainly. "I don't think I have much insight to offer you on that front," Galatia told her. Just keep doing what you're doing. I wish it was that simple. Galatea thought for a moment. Well, your ultimate strategy relies on them being disunited, right? Did you see any fracture lines in the group? Who they sent to negotiate? I'm not sure I'd put it quite like that, Regina muttered. She tugged on her mandible, which usually meant she was nervous but sometimes just thinking. They definitely don't all agree on everything, even if they try to show a united front. I'm pretty sure the military guys they've sent are the most reasonable, actually. Galatea had to smile at that. It probably wasn't a surprise considering the situation. Are they? And maybe unhappy with their civilian leadership, but considering how they've waged the war and everything else, that's understandable. Military officers are always complaining about civvies, right? From what I've seen, yes. Galatea agreed. How about our side? Are your commanders being good? Or your new appointments? Regina chuckled. Well, it's not like I ever had that problem with the Hive. And actually, the Delvers are surprisingly similar in a sense. Their civilian and military parts, such as they are pretty closely linked, after all. And I guess the Nerlian and Cernlian commanders are all nobles, so there's that. Who would have thought the feudal system might have some advantages? Galatea deadpanned. Regina laughed. She could tell it was a genuine reaction, but there was still a flicker in her eyes. Galatea didn't comment on it. She supposed Regina had been dealing with, or pushing off, a bit of an identity crisis for a while now. Or more than one, but the whole hive-kind versus human thing was old and worn by now. Either way, Galatea was determined not to barge in unless Regina actually asked for her help or opinion. If and when I get back, I'll tell you so you can write a return letter, she said, redirecting the conversation back to the original topic. Regina nodded. Thanks. I suppose I should tell some people about Tim's letter. She'd clearly already shared it with the Hive. Galatea nodded, then quickly said her goodbyes and turned to go. She headed back to her laboratory. During her trip, she had had a few ideas she wanted to start implementing. Besides, she should probably check in on June, she supposed. Since their joint training started, she'd arguably taken on June as something of a second mentor/apprentice dynamic alongside Regina. Some people, she knew, would question that Regina had ever taken June as an official mage apprentice at all, given how new she herself was to magic, in chronological terms if nothing else. They had a point, she'd admit, but she would also admit to calling Regina arrogant at least in the privacy of her own mind. It wasn't undeserved, and if anyone could, Galatea understood the feeling of being alone in a world that was in many ways much more backward than the one whose knowledge you carried. Many of the issues she saw in Regina were probably ones she herself had to deal with. She preferred not to think about her own identity too closely, for starters. Once she reached the door to her quarters, Galatea shook off those thoughts and instead turned to the nearest workbench. Today, she was not going to work on tools of war. There were enough people concerned with those. Instead, she was more interested in playing around with conjuration magic for more academic or beneficial pursuits. A major issue with such tests was always safety precautions. She didn't want to accidentally create some poisonous, explosive or radioactive substance. But she'd had an idea for a vacuum chamber with a contained internal testing space that should do fine. Maybe with it, she could finally play around a bit more with gases. And maybe test whether gamma radiation would actually hurt her. Carefully, of course. On second thought, it was probably better to search for a new location for that. Until then, she would focus on silicates and maybe make some progress towards solar cells like she'd been hoping for. Chapter 298, Unreasonable. Regina knew training June in psychic abilities would be a long and hard road. Not only would she need to figure out how to translate her knowledge into something helpful for someone who largely used regular magic, not the innate kind of psychic skill she had, but she would also need to tailor her approach to June herself. It was not the kind of thing that could be taught by rote from a textbook. On the contrary, the subject depended a lot on someone's mental state. By its very nature, it was changeable and prone to misinterpretation. As such, she tried not to get discouraged when they couldn't even move on from the first step. Unfortunately, June sensing other minds for a second wasn't the breakthrough she might have hoped for, and didn't allow her to reliably repeat it. It would take training. And even then, when June had progressed far enough that she could sense psychic presences with about 60% probability, she could only hold on to it for a second. I don't get how I'm supposed to do this, June whined after a training session that she couldn't say had gone well. She slumped in an armchair in Regina's living room and pouted. Do you want me to explain it again? No, I mean, she waved her hand impatiently, I understand what you said, I'm just not sure how it helps. I get a headache even after just sensing other minds for a second. How by all the gods am I supposed to retain and integrate all that information while I'm keeping my focus on sensing them? Regina opened her mouth, then paused. She sat down opposite June and rested her chin on her hands. Maybe you have a point, she said after a moment. I get some help from the psychic link with that, I'm pretty sure. You might just have to manage on your own. Oh, thank you very much for that, Your Imperial Majesty, June answered sarcastically. That's so helpful. Regina sighed. It has to be possible. What, because you can manage on your own? June interrupted. I don't have the psychic link, Master. Sometimes it was easy to forget June was still a teenager. This wasn't one of those times. Not what I meant, Regina frowned at her. If you'd just let me finish. But you can sense and interpret more information with your magical senses, can't you? Your mana senses are very good for someone at your level. Clearly, the capability is there. June hummed, sitting up a bit straighter. That's a good point, actually. Then what makes it different? How should I know? Regina rubbed her forehead. Maybe it's just a matter of tapping into that working memory space or whatever, whether it's somehow interacting with the system or just storing information in mana, or… I don't know. Maybe we just need to train your capacity. June chewed on her lip for a bit. I'm going to have to do a lot more training, aren't I? She grumbled. Do you want to have the abilities afforded by psychic magic or not? Yes, sure. She stood up and paced a few steps around the room. Let's get on with it. At least I can cure my headaches now. Regina mostly sat and watched as June tried again. She strained her own senses, trying to pick up the nuances of her apprentice's focus and attention. It was better if she didn't create an actual connection for this part. This time, she was actually able to see a small shift. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds before June reeled back with a wince. She wasn't joking about the headaches, Regina could sense her pain as well. Let's stop there for today, Regina said. You shouldn't overexert yourself, and constantly healing headaches would only be covering up a deeper problem. June grumbled but acquiesced to her words without fighting about it again, luckily. One advantage of these training sessions was that they provided a good distraction for Regina. This way, they kept her from dwelling on and mentally hovering around the negotiations taking place at the front. It was still frustrating, but she suspected she would have been a lot more annoyed if she let herself obsess over it. While the negotiations had taken a few days so far, it was becoming pretty clear that they were running out of things to talk about. Not that there was a lot of agreement, on the contrary, there were many important issues where both sides simply could not come to a resolution. Regina had questioned her own decisions and goals more than once over that time, but ultimately held true to the line she'd set out before. What the gnomes offered simply wasn't enough. To be fair, they were now willing to give up some outlying towns and cities, but that was simply too little too late. It wouldn't help to protect Regina's drones from further aggression, or curb the Confederation's capacity to wage war in the future. They wouldn't even offer public apologies or any kind of recompense for the murders of B or the others, let alone acknowledge they'd been the first to invade. She knew it probably shouldn't be that important compared to decisions about the future that could shape the lives of millions for decades to come, but it was a key issue. In a way, it might have become a representation of the entire conflict. Besides, she had to think about her own internal politics, too. The empire was calm for the moment, but it was still very young, and she could not afford to let discontent rise. Giving in to the gnomes, possibly even allowing herself to be humiliated in many people's eyes, would be dangerous, at best. And the nobles and those who'd been directly or indirectly involved in the war effort would expect something to show for it. Whether that was territorial gains or a new vassal or even just a lot of gold, she suspected it didn't matter much as long as they unambiguously won. It is the first war the Central European Empire is waging in its history. I suppose that means something. Regina had also told Janice and the other delegates to demand the resignation of the Gnomish Confederation's current political leadership and democratic elections for the next government, according to their own traditions, but to not push the issue too hard. As much as she wanted to, it wasn't something she would hang the entire negotiations on, and she knew very well that the Gnomes regime would never agree to that. They didn't have the leverage to force it through along with other major conditions, not yet. Janice had been more intransigent on the matter of the Gnomish Confederation's status. They might retain most of their autonomy, but the Empire needed to have some political oversight, enough to stop them from raising another army and starting another war. The original proposal had been some form of vassalage, but they'd softened their position to instead demand a demilitarized status enforced by treaties. The Empire would send observers with free access to the Gnomish Confederation to monitor its compliance. In addition, they would limit the number of soldiers the country was allowed to muster, and oversee an effort to purge anti-Hive Queen propaganda. Of course, the Gnomes weren't happy with those demands. Although Regina suspected they were easier to move on the treaties than the issue of recognition and amends for the crimes that started the war. If the Gnomish leaders allowed that, it would severely weaken their own position, she supposed. That was why, at the end of the third day of this, when it finally came up again, Regina reminded Janice not to let them get away with weaseling out of it. And Janice took no prisoners, figuratively speaking, of course. She stood and delivered a scathing speech, listing all of the Gnomes' crimes and mistakes from the very beginning, and lauding Regina's mercy shown in the terms she had offered them. It ended with a few oblique and not-so-oblique threats regarding the Hive's numbers and the military power of the Empire. After that, the chances of reaching an agreement in these negotiations were turning to ash. Not that they had likely ever been high to begin with. The Gnomes were intransigent and not straying from their core terms, and the Empire likewise would not accept anything less than a clear win with tangible benefits to show for it, specifically ones that would handle the threat of another war with the Gnomes in the future. Your stubborn insistence on empty, humiliating restitution is an insult, almost as much of one as suggesting we should simply kneel to your empress, one of the Gnomes, a woman called Deculacal who was apparently a historical politician and recently appointed to an important committee, said. If you will not even admit your past wrongdoing, how are we to trust that you would keep to any agreement we might come to? Janice retorted. It does not appear you actually want peace. If you do not move on from this insulting demand to talk reasonably, another gnome said, Ediakin, a member of the executive council who didn't seem to be directly responsible for military matters, we will be forced to consider these negotiations a loss. Duke Bluegrass, who'd arrived to represent Cernlia in the negotiations, scoffed. It seems to me you are the ones who are not serious about wanting peace. You are in no position to refuse to pay reparations or offer homage, and Her Imperial Majesty's terms are quite reasonable. Predictably, this exchange did not improve the negotiations. It only took 5 more minutes until they had gotten so heated that Ediakin actually stood up and declared that the talks were over. Deculacal joined him quickly, and the rest of the gnomish delegates followed. At least it looks like not everyone is happy about ending it like this, Janice commented as she watched them, and Regina could tell she was swallowing a sigh. Her gaze had wandered to the 2 senior military officers present. They probably did think their politicians were idiots, Regina supposed. She would. It's a good thing that they were the ones to walk away, though, she said, letting some of her satisfaction show. It makes the gnomish leaders look selfish, which is only going to bolster our position. Or that of the opposition in the Confederation. They may even be able to organize more protests. Let's see, Janice responded. For now, I have to touch base with the rest of our team. Regina watched the gnomes leave, intermittently checking their surroundings through swarm drones they'd stationed at various positions, but her thoughts were still on the talks. The Nerlians had been pretty quiet, she realized. But they didn't have much skin in this game, since they didn't share a border with the gnomes and had only sent token support for the war. Presumably, they didn't want to offend any factions in the Empire who wanted either peace or war, so they didn't commit to a position. In contrast, Bluegrass grumbled about the gnomes torching the negotiations, and the other Cernlians voiced their displeasure as well. Regina understood, they were more affected by the war and would like to see it end soon. Particularly since Cernlia was still recovering from its own civil war. On the other hand, they had a vested interest in seeing a proper resolution to it. Our assault will proceed as planned? Owen asked. Janice nodded, and the others fell silent to hear her response. Yes. We will give them the 2 days required by the terms of the truce, but not a minute longer. An approving mutter swept the tent. Janice went to circle it for a few minutes, talking to everyone and making sure she had given them at least a bit of attention. In the meantime, Regina focused on watching the scene from above. She had the feeling she had missed something, but she didn't know what it could be. Regina focused on the gnomes as closely as she could, stretching her psychic senses to get an idea of their mental states. The emotions she could pick up were not particularly surprising. None of them was happy. Instead, anxiety, resentment and even anger dominated. The only one who felt a bit of satisfaction was Edie Aiken, who'd clearly ended the talks on purpose, and from the exasperation Deculacle felt, she'd probably only backed him up to present a united front. The rest of the delegates were lower-ranking, politicians, a few senior officers and 1 or 2 in more administrative capacities to make transcripts or provide information. Still, the entire group moved back in the direction of the pass at a decent pace, without dawdling. Regina prowled through a few more winged drones flying above and hopped through some war drones on the ground, but she knew it was pointless, just activity to soothe the restlessness she felt. The next few days waiting until the war properly restarted were going to be frustrating. She would try and talk to her contacts with the gnomes, see if they could perhaps offer some insight. None of them seemed to have anticipated the regime's sudden desire to talk to the Empire, but it had clearly been something decided at the highest level. In the meantime, drones had already started packing up the accommodations they'd prepared for the negotiations. Soon, it would look like they'd never been there. The Imperial officers and officials were returning to the army encampment. Ben was making plans for a large-scale artillery exercise. Ada was drawing up plans for scouting out the gnomes' positions and deployments in the aftermath of these talks. Kiera was preparing a royal tour through her country, now that winter had lifted and spring arrived. Maybe Regina would join her. She still hadn't visited the Nerlian capital in person either, as long as the war allowed for it. God, I'm tired of it, Regina thought, sighing as she blinked her eyes open and stared at the ceiling. She felt bad about complaining since her people were fighting for her and it wasn't like she was risking her life on the front lines. But she would dearly like to have a year of peace sometime. Just a single year, is that so much to ask for? After this, she told herself. The Essaman and the Western Confederation and whoever else could go hang, she wasn't fighting anyone else for a while. Chapter 299, Doctrine. In the end, their planned attack on the pass and the city beyond it proceeded almost without a hitch. It was enough to make Regina suspicious, though she knew it shouldn't be. It wasn't like they hadn't prepared for it extensively. Still, the gnomes were clearly not as dedicated to the defense as she'd thought. Maybe the negotiations really had been a desperate attempt to avoid this battle? The Imperial forces started with artillery bombardment of the fortifications the gnomes had built. The geography of the pass limited the effectiveness of that tactic, but it still demolished any walls they could reach. The Hive's artillery had improved quite a bit since their start. The gnomes responded in kind, their own cannons and big guns raining fire down on the army from their elevated positions. Their artillery had improved as well, though not as drastically, she supposed. But her commanders were keeping most of their soldiers out of the field of fire until the artillery duel had already proceeded for a while. Unlike a purely conventional engagement would have, she guessed, they didn't manage to destroy all of the gnomes' artillery. Some of the pieces were being protected by magic or defensive-classed people with high levels. Janice judged that trying to batter them down would only lead to a drawn-out exchange with no result. Instead, Janice used their winged drones judiciously, having them drop explosives on spots that were harder to reach from farther away on the ground and harass the enemy soldiers. Regina had expected them not to accomplish much, since the gnomes knew how to defend against flying drones by now, but they still managed to tie down and distract the gnomish soldiers. Under the cover of further artillery fire and the winged drones, the Empire's army finally advanced on the pass. They were moving as quickly as they could to get through the killing field of the gnomish artillery, but Regina still felt many drones die as they were caught in it. She winced and hoped they'd be able to overrun their positions soon. The army was mainly composed of war drones in the first few waves, with only scattered groups of human, higher-leveled fighters. Their mages and others with similar skills used their abilities to make shields over the army to weather the gnomish guns. They didn't have enough to cover everything, not against artillery as well as muskets, so some of the war drones had to charge ahead without that protection. Of course, being swarm drones, they didn't balk at running straight into the teeth of a fortification bristling with cannons. They just kept on coming. And by the time the army reached the gates of the lower wall spanning the entrance to the pass, it had taken such a beating from their artillery that little of the real fortification was left. The rubble made it even easier for the war drones to swarm the stronghold, climbing up the walls and falling on the soldiers defending the spot. The gnomes retreated as soon as the hive managed to send drones up in larger numbers, running to the next line of defense. At the same time, archers, gunners, and artillery rained fire down on them, trying to kill the drones caught in the limited space and halt the Empire's push. Their own officers had expected, of course. Regina remembered they'd discussed several responses to such a scenario, either rushing ahead and trying to overrun the gnomes in a quick sweep or digging in and letting the army catch up properly, working their way forward. Focus on securing this part of the fortifications, Janice told her officers as Regina listened in. Apparently, she thought it had to be the second option. She spread her attention further and gave orders to the war drones at the front to consolidate and defend their new territory. After that, the rest of the assault proceeded in a similar manner. It got worse as they moved forward, due to the incline of the terrain and the narrow space offered by the mountain walls forming the pass. But the gnomes had been harassed for a while and were losing a lot of soldiers, too. They'd already had to give up their initial emplacements and their artillery pieces were limited, as well. Some were dug in and impossible to move. Regina watched, trying not to flinch every time a larger group of swarm drones was killed. She'd had enough time to get used to it, but on some level she didn't think one could ever get used to feeling death in the psychic link. She could ignore it, consciously at least, but if many drones were dying at the same time, that was no longer really an option. She didn't even want it to get easier. How would I end up if I could just send swarms of drones to die against my enemies and not feel a thing? She contemplated. Of course, that didn't stop her from letting them fight. Instead of interfering, Regina watched as the battle continued. Ben was watching intently as well, and she noticed him giving a few suggestions and orders to various drones a few times, but the battle was mainly commanded by Janice. Several drones relayed her orders to the human contingent of the army. It took hours to advance through the pass, under fire from the gnomes the whole way. The winged drones were a lifesaver, but the army still suffered casualties. However, the numbers game was in their favor. The gnomes just didn't have the means to take them all out before the Imperial army overran their positions. As they proceeded, the artillery became less important and it was more of a grind of steel and abilities, hemmed in by rock and elemental magic use. Regina was really glad her swarm drones could climb. The fortifications the gnomes used were all heavily damaged, but they'd prepared extensively for this assault. Presumably, the gnomes had used the truce afforded by the negotiations to reinforce and extend them. Layers of walls and battlements guarded the climb up the pass. The war drones managed to take most of them by storm in the end, though, climbing up the stone even as entire units of them were swept off by the defenders. In addition to walls, the gnomes had also used various other kinds of defenses, besides artillery emplacements, spiked pits and caltrops, ditches filled with water or flammable liquids, rock faces rigged to produce rock falls. They even had primitive landmines. The last one wasn't really a surprise. Even if their flying drone scouts hadn't caught glimpses of them, it was only a matter of time until the gnomes would copy the hive's tactics and use them on a large scale. Their bombs were worse than the hive's, but they had expertise that Cernlia or Nerlia wouldn't have had. The hive also had one of the best measures against minefields if you were cynical, expendable troops to send into them to scout out paths or try and set them off in a controlled way. In the end, no matter what the gnomes tried, they couldn't stop the Imperial army's advance. They could only slow it down, and even then not for very long. This is a microcosm of the war, Max said when she pulled out of watching the battle in the psychic link for a short break. Regina raised an eyebrow, but shrugged. I suppose, she said, her voice coming out a bit raspy. Go get some sleep later, Max, you don't need to keep standing around my door. He smiled and shrugged. Once your focus is back here, I will. Regina sighed but didn't insist, and instead sat down on her bed to continue her vigil. She dwelled on Max's earlier comment for a bit before shelving her ruminations to focus on the end of the battle. He wasn't wrong, the tactics employed and the means available to both sides were representative of the entire conflict, which also showed that they were going to win this war. There was little hope for the gnomes. Trying to look at it objectively, with the Hive's natural advantages and growth, the Empire's growing technological options and the international geopolitical landscape, she didn't see a realistic way for them out of it. At the start of the war, the gnomes had a decisive advantage in their comparatively much larger population than the Hive, but that disparity had been cancelled out and even flipped now. With its human nations, the Empire had a larger population than the Gnomish Confederation, so if she absolutely had to, she could call up many more men to fight. Of course, that analysis neglected several factors, and Regina didn't just need to win the war, she wanted to do it in a way that didn't screw everything up in the long term. For now, the momentum of the battle carried it onward. The Imperial forces advanced through each defensive position prepared by the gnomes, destroying or capturing almost all of their artillery in the process. The fortifications already looked like a ruin, and small craters and rifts in the landscape dotted the pass. Little remained of the road that had originally wound its way up here. But the other side of the ridge was much less damaged, and as the first drone troops climbed the apex of the pass, they had a clear view down into the city. Clearly, the gnomes had known that if their enemy made it this far, there was little left to do, and they'd focused their efforts on fortifying the approach to and the way through the pass, leaving its reverse side with little more than token defenses. Their army didn't advance across it yet, instead taking the time to gather and regroup. They had taken considerable losses forcing the pass, and many of their drones and soldiers had been fighting for hours. Regina listened in as the commanders discussed what to do next. Some were arguing for a longer break, but Janice decided to press on once they were ready, to maintain their momentum and not give the gnomes in the city more time to act. Regina kept out of it, willing to leave the military decisions to the experts, although she would have given their soldiers some time to sleep. Janice's decision might have been for the better, though, as they continued on down the other side of the ridge and into the city. The gnomish defenders were clearly still scrambling to reorganize. They must have lost a lot of soldiers and probably many officers as well. With her psychic senses, Regina caught some gnomes that seemed to be deserting, leaving the army and hiding in the city or running away from it. Either way, they didn't manage to put up much of a resistance. Regina again had that feeling like there was something she was missing. It wasn't a big thing, she didn't think, or at least it didn't seem like she had overlooked anything really important for this battle. It was more about the attitude and emotional state of the gnomes she could sense, as she focused on a broad sweep of their minds. The army advanced down the other side of the ridge, into the suburbs of the city, and then into its central part. The road had been trapped again, but with winged drones and war drones leading the charge, those were quickly dealt with. Civilians seemed to have smartly fled the path of the advancing army, and Regina could sense clusters of them further on. She passed the information on to her commanders with strict instructions to leave the civilians alone. Some gnomish soldiers still tried to slow them down, but there weren't many and they avoided direct confrontation, instead focusing on harassing the Imperial forces. It seemed like whoever was in charge on their side, probably that general the new regime had promoted, had decided to cut their losses and consider the city a lost cause but preserve their forces for the next battles. A wise decision, or at least Ben agreed with it when she asked him. Regina stood up and started pacing through her room as she watched the army advance into and through the city. If it was still counted as the same battle, it had dragged on for quite a while now. Her soldiers were getting tired, even the drones, but it had to be worse for the gnomes. And still there was no trap or other turnaround for them that she could see. It made her feel like she'd missed something again, but not necessarily in a negative way. Maybe the gnomes really hadn't had any better options than the negotiations, even if they didn't exactly put all their effort into succeeding at them. But that could be put down to partisan politics and internal strife within the ruling regime. If she knew anything about those, it was that they were rarely very stable. This one didn't even seem to have a clear leader, at least not that she'd heard of. It was entirely possible that some strong faction had opposed the negotiations either out of genuine fervor or for some goal of their own, and had set boundaries on which concessions they would allow and then torpedoed the negotiations. They're not exactly resistant to shooting themselves in the foot so far, she noted. The other option would be that the gnomes were using a lot of soldiers for another task, somewhere else. Maybe they were just distracted. But what could be more important than this battle? She couldn't think of anything. Regina decided to sleep on it, since it didn't seem immediately relevant for now, and laid down for a nap. She woke a few hours later and checked in with Janice again, then their higher-up commanders. Everything was proceeding as planned, and they were effectively in control of the city already. The assault on the other two cities was about to start, now that the way here was open. Regina took a deep breath and then focused on other areas of the psychic link. She wanted a better feel for this situation on the whole, not just this battle or this city. After considering for a bit, she decided to search for any further information the contacts they'd cultivated might have. In the end, she got an answer before they had the chance to respond to her request with any information. Instead, it was just a few hidden drones trying to eavesdrop on settlements further within the Gnomish Confederation, mostly stealthy variants of winged drones. They were enough to catch rumors spreading widely, even if details were scarce. It was hard to know exactly what had happened, but Regina wasn't sure what to think about what she did here. She hadn't been wrong about regimes like this, but she could perhaps have paid it more attention. They weren't just prone to communication failures or shooting themselves in the foot, but also to internal instability. Interlude, Division 6. Ever since the Executive Council had voted to begin negotiations with the Central European Empire, the opposition that had coalesced in the shadows seemed to be torn between hope, dread, and insecurity, and possibly accomplished even less than before. At least that was Tikimakin's impression. He recognized that it might be unfair. They had managed to form something of an organized group, bringing diverse people together, and they hadn't been found by the historicals yet. Well, by other historicals except for those associated with the reformers, of course. He and Eli had actually heard about the decision to negotiate with the Empire first, and he'd been able to provide some context for the military situation and the underlying arguments. One major reason had been to buy some time, after all. Providing that information to their compatriots had bought the two of them some goodwill from the group, and it had ensured they at least weren't completely taken by surprise. At the same time, his direct superior seemed to have decided he could do without Tikimakin's help. He'd worried about Alikin possibly finding out about his loyalties, but nothing ever came of it, and the general didn't seem like a hardliner anyway. He hadn't even been a member of the historicals until recently, and that was clearly more of a political move. Still, he had thrown himself into preparing for the end of the negotiations and the resumption of the war. Tikimakin knew he'd almost written off Ikrizan Plains, still preparing a defense but expecting that it would fail in the end. In the meantime, Tikimakin himself was getting fobbed off on minor projects and social engagements. Still, it allowed him to cultivate his network of contacts further and to try to discreetly gather more information and maybe even sympathizers, so he wasn't too upset. Which brought him to this meeting. He'd had an entirely legitimate commitment nearby earlier and had another meeting later, but he'd scheduled just enough room and left his appointment early enough to squeeze it in, hopefully without making anyone suspicious. It couldn't be helped that they were all meeting in a specific place, but hopefully it was worth the risk. He'd rarely seen this many of the group all together, since in his limited experience, they usually met in smaller groups. It was an impressive lineup, not just in the number of leading faction members of opposition factions, and some historicals like him and Eli, but other people from all walks of life, including those with influence among workers' groups and cultural associations. They were currently discussing the end of the negotiations, the most recent news, and what it meant for the future of the Confederation and their own plans. "Let's all take a step back," Eli was saying. "Being hasty is only going to hurt us, but the pendulum has swung in our favor." The faction leadership dismissed a perfectly good opportunity to make peace, and far more people than they'd like to admit want it. "She's right," Jerry Ken, an old grizzled miner with far more political acumen than you'd expect, put in. "They showed their selfishness, we only need to make sure people see it and don't forget it." Their rage is already rising. "We'll need to survive this war first," called someone else, who he didn't know very well. Tiki-Makin leaned back against the wall. They were meeting in the basement of a restaurant just a few streets across from the old mining district, in a neighborhood that perched uncomfortably between laborer and miner housing and more mercantile parts of the city. There were only a few chairs and most of the men were standing. He had positioned himself with a view of both the room and the door, which was why he was the first to notice the steps approaching. He held up a hand, then sharply hissed "quiet" at the others, trying to keep his voice low. They fell silent and the heavy tread of boots became clearer. A second later, before he could do more than move a few steps forward, the door banged open. A group of soldiers walked inside and Tiki-Makin had almost drawn his own knife. Carrying anything more would have been too suspicious, before he paused, blinking in surprise. He recognized these men. And they didn't seem particularly hostile. They were keeping their hands well away from any weapons. "Calm down, friends," Jerry Ken bellowed. It helped a little to stem the rising buzz in the room. "Thank you, and I apologize for the abrupt entrance," General Alikin said. "Rest assured I am not here to hurt anyone." His gaze swept over the room and then stuttered. "Tiki? Sir?" he asked dumbly, blinking in surprise. "I did not expect to find you here." "Yes, I sympathize." He glanced at the others around the room. The general cleared his throat. "Yes, well, I would have included you if I had known you were amenable. But that is not why we are here today." "Why are you here?" Eli asked. "And who let him in?" she added. Tiki-Makin breathed out deeply and took a step closer. It was becoming clear the general was not here to arrest them. Relief and the faint stirrings of hope were spreading through him, clearing his head a little. "I had several of you followed, and intercepted a report of one's activity," Alikin admitted easily. "As for why I am here, it is to ask for your help." That caused a few looks to be exchanged along with low whispers which the others didn't want him to hear. "For what?" someone asked. "I think I can guess," Eli replied. She was frowning thoughtfully at the general. "Do you have the support of the other generals?" "Most of them," Alikin answered. "A few have or will be placed under house arrest shortly. The city will be locked down for the day." Tiki-Makin felt a shiver crawl down his spine, but he didn't let it show. "You will need to move quickly," Eli said, still calmly. It almost seemed to calm the people around her, too. "We will," the general agreed. "I wasn't expecting to find people with such high status in the Historicals faction, but it would be good for you to come along, Tiki too. And maybe a few others." Several people clamored to speak at once, until Jerry Ken thumped on a table. "I will go," he said, cutting through the noise. "Dar, you come too." The rest almost seemed to pass in a blur, the others starting to talk about preparations, and Tiki felt like time jumped ahead as he walked out of the room at speed, accompanied by his partner and two other conspirators. Eli's hand slipping in his grounded him back in the present moment. He glanced at their surroundings, noting the soldiers and officers Alikin had brought. He recognized everyone. They were solid and reliable, clearly in more ways than one, but not the highest-placed allies he would have. Presumably, those had other tasks. As they left the building, Alikin led the way, clearly knowing where he was going, and after a turn around the building he headed down a side alley surrounded by his men, while Tiki and the others hurried to catch up. Several unmarked carriages were waiting a short distance away, and he could tell more soldiers waited inside. He maneuvered himself to end up next to the general, who allowed it readily, and wasn't surprised to find men in full armor and carrying weapons in the carriage. The horses' hooves clattered on the cobblestone as they got moving as soon as everyone was inside. "Reinforcements are underway," one of the others, a colonel he'd talked to a few times, said. Ailikin only nodded. After a tense but mercifully short carriage ride, the vehicle slowed down again. He was thankful for the lack of traffic, and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Ailikin exited ahead of him, and set off quickly, walking at a calm but not slow pace down the street. Tiki-Makin glanced around, not surprised to recognize the back entrance of the council hall. He fell into step with his superior. It was amazing how far they got, really, he thought distantly. But it made sense. Guards stationed around the building saluted the general and the rest of them, letting them through without question. Maybe they were his, maybe they just expected this to be fine. General Ailikin had been the one to show success against the Hive. He'd adjusted their strategy, he was their best general and the one the council placed their hopes in, so he'd risen in power by the grace of the faction leaders. The gatehouses and barracks are secure, the city watch is being confined inside and most of them have turned or laid down their arms, came another report as they walked down an upper-story corridor. Good, proceed according to plan, Ailikin replied. He glanced at Tiki-Makin. We should be able to avoid any real fighting, he explained. Tiki-Makin nodded. He'd discussed enough contingency situations with the general and the other officers that he had an idea of what they were doing. He was sure these preparations helped them in doing this, ironically enough. Finally, they came to the doors of the council's offices on the uppermost story, heading toward a meeting room. It wasn't the ceremonial council chamber, but he understood that most of the real work was not done there. The corridor narrowed in this part of the building and passed through several checkpoints. The first one's soldiers let them through, the second was abandoned. Then, however, they came to the conference room currently housing the executive council and the guards tried to stop them. Halt, one of them called. They wore shiny uniforms, but the muskets looked functional and the swords were probably sharp. There were 4 guards, 2 on each side. The council is not to be disturbed, and you do not have an appointment, General. Kindly wait until they are ready to receive you. He noticed their hands were already going to their weapons. Ailikin, on the other hand, looked relaxed. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Captain. I will enter right now. As if on cue, both sides went for their weapons and activated their abilities. Tiki-Makin took half a step back, shielding both the general and Eli, as he activated 2 of his defensive skills. He'd leave the actual fighting to the others. And it seemed they had it well in hand. In only a few seconds, someone had conjured rope around the guards, hindering their movements. There was a slight pop and he could see them gasping, but if they tried to speak no sound reached him, as a vacuum erupted around them. One of them managed to throw a knife, but it thunked into the rocky shield he'd erected. Then the guards were set upon by the other officers and knocked out. Or killed. One had a nasty head wound that was bleeding freely and he didn't like the angle of another's head. General Ailikin ignored them. He patted Tiki-Makin on the shoulder as he passed him and then went to the doors, which one of his soldiers quickly opened for him. Barely waiting a moment for the rest of them, the general went inside. Tiki-Makin followed hot on his heels. The executive council had recently been expanded again, but it hadn't yet made up for the positions lost to members dying, disappearing, or being arrested. So, only 10 faces looked up at the general and his entourage entering their meeting room. A few of them paled as they took in the group, something he noted with surprising satisfaction. What is the meaning of this, Ailikin? Etiakin demanded. The general ignored the question. He strode further into the room with a definite dramatic flair. Tiki-Makin kept pace a step behind him, Eli catching up to him, while Jerry Ken wandered a bit off to the side. Counselors, Ailikin declared. You are under arrest on charges of murder, conspiracy, and treason. More of them paled now, they all stood and a few tried to step forward, hesitating at the soldiers fanning out behind their general. By what right would you arrest us? Dekalekal asked. By the will of the people, in the name of justice for the poor souls murdered and the many oppressed under your reign, he answered. You traitorous scum, we'll have your head for this. Taliakin, an older faction leader Tiki-Makin had once looked up to, raged. You will rue this, mark my words, you bastard. He cut off as Dekalekal kicked him in the shin. Tiki-Makin watched her as she clearly scrabbled to keep her composure, unsure what he was even feeling. He'd thought her almost a friend, once. She'd given him this posting. But she was also at the very least complicit in their abuses and crimes. I suppose this is what the people can expect, she said. Power taken at the point of a sword. Do you think it would last you, that you will get away with this? You certainly did for long enough, Jerry Ken commented. You need to leave us alive, so we can ensure the continuity of government, Taliakan said, seemingly calmed down. It's the middle of a war. We can still come to an arrangement. There is nothing you can say to avoid your fates, Alilikan replied. Put them in irons, he commanded his men. Tikimakan looked at them. When he woke up this morning, he hadn't expected to see a military coup, or to participate in one, but it still felt better than some alternatives he could think of. Standing here in this room and watching the leaders of his faction be unceremoniously dragged from the heights of the power they'd gathered for themselves, he only felt glad to see it. Will you just go along with this? Dekalekal demanded. Tiki, Eli, you are reasonable people. Will you allow a coup against your faction, your government? Yes, Eli replied. Regardless of other considerations, you people need to be stopped, first. You haven't been the proper, lawful government in a while now, duh. You are the one who's fallen from grace. I only regret I ever thought better of you. He turned away to watch the others, missing whatever reaction Dekalekal might have to the words. Instead, Tikimakan tried to make sure none of the deposed counselors would do anything stupid. He knew this was only the start, and a lot could still go wrong. Fortunately, they seemed at least smart enough to realize they couldn't fight all the armed men in the room. A minute later, he stood by the entrance, watching as they were led away. Eli stepped up beside him, brushing their arms together briefly. Do you suppose we can persuade him to send a few tokens to the Empire? She asked. They won't be missed here. He snorted. I suppose it is in the general's interest now to make sure the previous regime is blamed for everything, isn't it? Eli smiled briefly, but it soon faded to a concerned expression. Something tells me General Alikin is not all that eager to give up. He nodded slowly. True, he said quietly. He wasn't entirely sure what Alikin would least like to give up, power or the war against the Hive kind. But Tikimakan also had to acknowledge that he'd misread the general before. Clearly, he didn't know as much as he'd like. He wants to ally with the opposition factions, and he wanted us here, Eli continued after a pause. We'll have a role to play. He hummed faintly. The other historicals will be happy to distance themselves from the council and fall in line, to avoid the faction being completely lost, or purged entirely, he said. Given what Eli had just pointed out, he didn't think there would be a general purge, at least. His and Eli's stars would probably rise, at least to some extent. He would probably keep working with the general. He looked at Eli and met her gaze, and he knew they were thinking the same thing. Exactly how much power would be in the hands of the people at the end of this would remain to be seen, but at least they were no longer guided by a clique that had started a major war and established a repressive regime of persecution and bloodshed. He'd have to try to make sure it stayed that way, but he did like his chances. If they weren't simply conquered by the Empire, the Gnomish Confederation might even be fine, eventually. Chapter 300, Questions. So, what exactly do we know already? Max asked. For once, he wasn't standing behind Regina and playing bodyguard. Instead, he had taken a seat at the table beside her, along with other senior members of the Hive and Regina's closest allies. She had chosen a round table with simple chairs to signal this was going to be an informal meeting. She wanted their opinions. There was no time for needless formalities or political plays. There has been a military coup in the Gnomish Confederation, it seems, Regina started. The others exchanged looks and she caught some muttering in the psychic link. They should have all heard this much already, but confirmation was something else, she supposed. Who started it? Kiara asked. A general named Alikin, he seems to be in charge. According to our information, he was put in charge of their war effort after some of his strategies proved effective and his predecessors all failed. Regina leaned back in her chair and sighed. I should have expected something like this, she admitted. Regimes of this kind are rarely stable, and in a situation like this, a coup was probably almost inevitable. Don't dwell on that, Galatea shrugged. Hindsight is 20/20, but you couldn't have known what would happen or how. I didn't consider the possibility sufficiently, either. Even if you had, there isn't much we can do, Max commented. Kiera frowned a bit as she looked at them. You are all talking like you should have seen this coming, she noted, but honestly, I don't understand why. I wouldn't have expected some military commander to just depose his rulers and get away with it. Wouldn't he lack any legitimacy? Regina sighed. That's because you're not used to another kind of political system, I think, she said. From everything I've heard, the Gnomish Confederation is closer to a country we might have seen in my time, or in our history. A dictator falling to an internal coup isn't that surprising. I mean, it's not like they had much legitimacy to spare. Sure, they were formally voted in and everything, but a lot of people would have known what's going on. It's more of a matter of propaganda, and this general can use that just as well. And the people's support is kinda crucial. Maybe more to the point, Galatea said drily, the rebellious commanders seem to control most if not all the country's military force, and the historicals or any remaining loyalists don't have the means to fight back, at the moment. Kiera frowned, but didn't say anything else. True, Regina said. General Aelikin is claiming to want to restore the country to its proper, lawful state, but how genuine his claims are is anyone's guess. He pretty much has to say that. However, things seem to be moving in a generally positive direction, so far. He has made overtures to the oppositional factions and those discontent with the regime's rule. They've told you that? June asked. A few of them. Most haven't sent any word. Regina ran a hand through her hair. We should probably expect to lose some of our contacts. With this change in the Gnomish Confederation, they'll be less inclined to work with us, if they see they have other opportunities. Vaya nodded. And what about the war? Is anything going to change? Regina exchanged a look with the military commander sitting around the table. Janice wasn't here, yet, she'd wanted to come, but with this shakeup she also felt compelled to remain at the front to be ready. Ben was present, though. For now, nothing has changed for our war effort, he said calmly. I would advise not to waste time waiting. We have only just regained our momentum, and pausing in hopes that the new regime wants to end the war would be giving away the initiative needlessly. If they do want to talk, then putting a bit more pressure on them by continuing our advance won't hurt. Shouldn't we try to consolidate our gains first, though? Tia asked. We can't just take control of a city and then leave the next minute, right? Ben smiled a bit. Don't worry, we'd be leaving garrisons either way. I believe our army is big enough now we can leave sufficient detachments behind, as well as some people to help in the civilian administration and integration, while not weakening our front unduly. We also have some experience from Inzanarak that will help. Regina glanced at the others to see how they were taking it, then nodded. I trust you, Ben. If that's what you think is best, we'll continue our advance. Is this going to affect the war in the long term, though? June asked. Ben grimaced slightly. It might actually make it harder for us, he admitted. I hope it will be easier in terms of reaching a peace agreement, though that's not my area of expertise, he glanced at Regina, who nodded. But having their best strategist in charge of the country is probably not going to make fighting them easier. They'll no longer be dragged down by having a group of politicians who might not agree with each other or their commanders at the top. The general will probably be more likely to follow a course of action that would be politically inconvenient but makes sense militarily. We can hope he'll be too occupied keeping the country together to focus on strategy, Tia commented. It got a few smiles, but Regina could tell most people weren't totally optimistic about the prospect. The conversation turned to more details and discussion of how to handle and integrate the newly captured cities, but while Regina paid attention to it, she didn't say much. Instead, she was still a little distracted by thoughts of the developments in the Gnomish Confederation and what they meant. Considering this was a smaller meeting with fewer people, it finished relatively quickly without getting bogged down in too many tangents or arguments. Regina saw most of them off, escorting them to the door. Max left for once, too, off to catch up on some sleep. Kiera stayed for a minute, clearing up some details regarding her upcoming trip and the organization of the palace and court, before she left as well. June lingered a bit, and Regina had the distinct impression that she was considering asking for another lesson in psychic magic, before she seemed to decide now was not the time and followed her sister. Regina could faintly sense them starting a conversation but turned her attention away. That left two people behind. Rob and Dane had lingered after a look from her, to further discuss their intelligence on the war and the gnomes' politics. She first turned to Owen, however, who looked a bit nervous. He glanced at the Cernlian lord, then at Regina, a question in his eyes. "Thank you for attending," she told them. "Lord Dane, I will call on you later." He recognized the dismissal and bowed. "Your Imperial Majesty." Then he saw himself out, too professional to linger or glance back at the Delver. "Is something the matter, Sir Owen?" Regina asked. He hesitated a bit, sitting down in the chair she pointed to. "Not precisely, my Empress. But we have received some new information that I would like to bring to your attention." Regina nodded. She'd sat down as well and crossed her legs. "From other chapters?" "Yes. Most of them are not particularly happy with our war against the Gnomish Confederation of the East, to be perfectly frank. Especially with the role we Delvers have played. There have been accusations that we have become tame lapdogs, that we are forgetting our roots, or our duty. Things in that vein." Regina grimaced. "I'm sorry to hear that." She paused for a moment. "If you think it necessary, we can scale back your order's participation in the war. Take your fighters off the front line. It would hurt their front, but she couldn't keep them there against their will, and she wouldn't ignore what might be a serious problem." Owen shook his head. "Thank you for the offer, Your Majesty, but I'm not sure that would be of much help. We have already decided to throw our lot in with you, so to speak, and whether we fight on the front line of this war or not is not going to change much. Especially in the long term." "I understand." Regina tugged on her mandible, then made herself stop and folded her hands in her lap. "I assume many of those accusations come from countries, or factions, that don't believe I am who I claim to be, anyway?" Owen didn't seem happy, although his expression remained controlled. "Indeed, my Empress. We have done our best to spread the word, but some are skeptical. And some chapters seem to have decided to reject our claims outright." Regina sighed. It didn't seem like there was much she could do. She wasn't entirely certain how the Delver Order worked, still, but she did know that the individual chapters had a lot of autonomy. If she wasn't careful, this might lead to a serious break in their organization. Assuming it wasn't already. "The new technology we have introduced hasn't persuaded them?" she asked anyway. "Perhaps it will in time, Your Majesty. But it is still quite mysterious, especially for other nations. Few actual details have made it out of the Empire, let alone working examples of machinery." She supposed that was true. And she hadn't exactly put effort into spreading it beyond the Empire, since it was an important advantage, so far. "Still, I assume there is a reason you are bringing this up now, Sir Owen?" Owen looked a bit uncomfortable. Regina was pretty sure the other Delvers had sent him to talk to her because they thought he was the one she got along with best, or something like that. "This war against the gnomes has inflamed tempers on both sides," he admitted. "Some are also paying attention because the Dark Elves sent a delegation, I think. But the end of the war and how we choose to deal with the gnomes is going to determine how they see us in a lot of ways. We simply wanted to express some concerns. Beyond that, there have been a few requests from other chapters in nearby countries, who want to know more about the situation. And about you." Regina frowned. "He wants me to deal with the gnomes in a certain way," she realized. After thinking about it for a moment longer, it was obvious. Instead of dealing with them as a conventional victor in a conventional war of these contemporary times, you want me to keep insisting on democratic government for them, to have a more modern and progressive approach? Owen nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. "Some of the hardliners are going to be upset at anything less than subjugating the gnomes," he said. "But even for some of them, well, the ancients are known to be more civilized than us, to value liberty, to have more complex political structures and a comprehensive underlying philosophy. It was our golden age, after all. Regina hummed, tapping her fingers on the armrest. So if we can show them that I uphold these values and extend them beyond humans. Owen smiled slightly. That would be my hope. You are as astute as always, Your Majesty. Regina let that statement pass without comment. Instead, she wondered if Owen was just speaking for a smaller group of delvers more in line with his beliefs. Probably, the question was how many of them would think the same way and how many were opposed. In the end, she supposed she'd just have to accept it. Although the delvers were obviously important, she couldn't make her decisions only based on what would go over well with them. I will keep this in mind, she told him. We'll see what we can do, but a lot will depend on the gnomes and what they are willing to accept, as well as the further course of the war. Regardless, please feel free to talk about me and our goals to your fellow delvers. I trust you can handle communications with the other chapters without my personal oversight? Although I'll of course be available if you need me for anything. Owen inclined his head. We will, Your Imperial Majesty. Thank you. I will let you know if there are further developments or if other questions come up. Please do. And thank you again for bringing this up. Owen bowed again, saying his goodbyes, and left. Regina looked after him for a moment. Then she sighed and turned her attention back to her apartment. There was little she could do, personally, at this point. They'd have to wait and she'd let her commanders do what they thought best for continuing to prosecute the war. For now, she'd decided to take the evening off. It had been a while since she got the chance to just relax. Regina had an early dinner, then went to the training yard at the back of this wing of the palace and let loose with a bit of magic, before sparring with some of the drones who were there. They would have trounced her, of course, but they held back enough that she could actually learn something. She tried not to let it bother her and instead enjoyed the adrenaline rush and exertion. Afterwards, she returned to her rooms and ran herself a bath. She was relaxing in the warm water, considering how best to split the new clutch she would have to add to the hive's numbers later, when she was interrupted by a new system notification. You have leveled up. Regina started, sputtering as she briefly sprayed water in her face. She shook her head, then clutched the edge of the tub as she stared at the notification. Level 63, she noted. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new template, Drone Crafter. Regina smiled to herself, getting out of the water and toweling off. Still, she felt a bit of uncertainty looking at it, as she wasn't quite sure what to think about this new template she'd unlocked now. Another type of sapient drones. Well, the plans she'd just been thinking about were now useless. She was going to make some of these drones to see what they were like. She wondered when she was going to get new swarm drone templates. Increasingly, it was starting to seem like the form drones were supposed to be all of it and she wasn't getting new swarm templates unless she made them herself.